We came back to celebrate. We should have stayed away. This is The Summer We Buried, a psychological mystery thriller about a family reunion at a luxury French hotel, a secret hidden for 20 years, and the terrifying discovery that the past has been waiting for them all along. The hotel looks exactly the same. White balconies glow beneath the afternoon sun. The swimming pool sparkles like polished glass. My parents are laughing over cocktails, my children are chasing each other through the gardens, and my husband, Reuben, squeezes my hand as though this is the beginning of a perfect holiday. Everyone else sees paradise. I see the place where everything changed. 20 years ago, someone died here. The truth disappeared with that summer, buried beneath silence, fear, and promises that none of us would ever speak about what happened again. We all kept those promises, or so I believed. The first message arrives before we've even unpacked. You should never have come back here. I tell myself it's a cruel joke, but after that, every smile feels rehearsed. Every glance lingers a little too long. Every familiar corner of the hotel reminds me that someone else remembers the summer we tried to forget. Then, one evening, as Reuben and I walk through the quiet grounds, I see a woman floating motionless in the swimming pool. For one frozen heartbeat, I am 20 years younger again. The nightmare has returned. Someone knows what really happened all those years ago. Someone has waited 2 decades for revenge, and this time they are making sure none of us leave with our secrets buried. Prologue. Nothing ruins a beautiful swimming pool more than a dead body floating in it. And this was the case for this particular pool, the one that was a key selling point for the 5-star hotel where it was located. The pool that featured in so many photos showing sun-kissed swimmers soaking in the water, smiles on their faces, enjoying their holiday and tempting the viewer to come and join them. The pool that was full every day in summer, with tourists using it to escape the heat or lounging by it with the latest must-read paperback, a cocktail and a bottle of suntan lotion resting on a small table beside them. The pool that should have only ever been a place for fun, not fear. But the pool looked very different tonight. Gone were the smiling faces and the armbands and floats belonging to happy children shouting for their parents to come play with them in the water. In their place was a woman's body, floating face down, her wet hair splayed out in all directions, her arms and legs limply languishing like a pretty starfish. Except there was nothing pretty about this. "Is she dead?" said a man on the poolside as he stared in horror at the sight before him. "I think so," said another, before a woman's screams cut through the men's frightful conversation. "Help her! Get her out!" a woman cried. "Call for an ambulance!" someone else yelled. "And the police!" "We can't," came the quiet but shocking response from a woman who stood on the terrace watching. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't believe that this was happening. More specifically, she couldn't believe that this was happening again. Chapter 1. Cassie. My name is Cassie, I'm 36, and I hate swimming pools. I'm aware that's very different to admitting that I'm an alcoholic, or a gambling addict, or a compulsive shopaholic. As far as I know, there aren't any support groups for people like me, unlike those who drink too much, gamble too much, or spend too much on things they don't need. No, my particular problem is that I cannot stand to be anywhere near a swimming pool. But I do have a good reason for my pool phobia. I've seen what it looks like when someone dies in the water. If you'd seen this too, you would understand why I never want to see it again. Fortunately, there are no dead bodies in the pool that I am looking at right now. There are plenty of live ones, though. "Come on, son!" shouts the man seated right behind me. And as I turn to look back at him, I see he is pumping the air as if he wants to be in the pool himself. Looking back at the pool, I figure his child is the one who is leading the race, which might be for the best, because I'd hate to see this highly competitive father when things weren't going well for his offspring. It's not that I'm not desperate for my own children to do well in their race when it starts, because I am. It's just that, unlike the man behind me, I associate swimming pools with death and devastation rather than shiny gold medals and a sense of sporting achievement. As the race finishes and the man behind me proudly tells everyone within earshot that his son has a trial for the youth national team next month, I glance towards the poolside where the next swimmers are gathered. Amongst the huddle of anxious yet energetic 6-year-olds are my twins, Zach and Zali, the brother and sister duo who are preparing to compete in this mixed-gender race, because in this age group they haven't started segregating yet. The emphasis is still on having fun rather than breaking any world records, so it should be a very different vibe to the race that went before it at this gala event for all young swimmers in the local area. "They'll be great," the man seated next to me says, as he places a hand on my jiggling leg to try to get it to settle. My husband Reuben senses my unease, but I don't bother to tell him that it has nothing to do with where our children finish in the upcoming race, and everything to do with how swimming pools remind me of my shocking secret. It's a secret that he knows nothing about, and I pray that he never will do. So I simply stop jiggling my leg and take hold of his hand before forcing a weak smile onto my face. "I know," I say proudly, because it's true. "Zach and Zali will be great. While they aren't particularly tall for their age, they more than make up for it with energy and determination. And it won't be long until I see their 2 heads of blonde hair moving through this pool, their little legs kicking furiously behind them. They might not win this race, but they are both strong swimmers for their age, and they have their father to thank for that. He got them involved in swimming early and often, which was helpful because I was never going to do it. I told Reuben during one of our early dates that I had a phobia of pools and avoided them as best as I could. "Why, did you nearly drown or something?" he had asked me, concern on his handsome face as we shared a bottle of wine in the fancy restaurant where he had taken me for our 3rd date. We'd met at work, both part of the same team responsible for providing sustainable solutions for our clients' energy needs. What the job lacked in excitement was more than made up for when I fell passionately in love with the male colleague seated at the desk next to mine. "No, nothing like that," I had said, wishing my fear of pools had been caused by something as simple as almost drowning in one. That would have been much easier to explain than the truth. "I can swim, but I just don't like it. Never really have," was all I said, opting to leave it there, because saying I had a dislike for swimming was better than saying I had been there when a body was fished out of the water. More specifically, I was one of the reasons that it had been there in the first place. "On your marks," calls out the person responsible for getting the next race underway, and the swimmers on the poolside do as they are told, their bare toes curling over the edge of the pool as they prepare to jump in and start racing. As Reuben claps his hands and gives a few cries of encouragement, most of which are drowned out by the other parents cheering their children on with similar sentiments, I realize it is happening again. The dry throat, the sickly stomach, the racing heart. I knew it was a bad idea to come and watch the races. I knew I was at risk of this when I walked in here and saw the pool. I knew I was in the early stages of a full-blown panic attack in a very public place. I get up out of my seat without saying a word to Reuben, simply because I am unable to do so whilst struggling for breath, and hurry to the aisle before running down the steps and through the gap in the stand that takes me out into the corridor beyond. I quickly locate the female toilets and rush inside them, finding a vacant cubicle and locking myself in before sitting on the closed toilet lid and curling myself into a ball. Then, with my head buried in my chest, I let out a cry of pain, one that I have made countless times over the years, and always when flashbacks of that awful day at the pool came rushing back to me. It's only when I have been able to regain control of my breathing and my heart rate that I see I have a missed call on my phone. I initially presume it might be Reuben ringing me to ask where I have gone, or if I'm okay, or to share details of how our children's race has concluded. But it's not him, though I know he will be concerned after seeing me flee so suddenly. Instead, the missed call is from my big brother, Judd. But seeing that only causes my heart to start beating too fast all over again. That's because he is the last person I want to speak to at a time like this. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't hate swimming pools so much. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't know what a dead body looks like. Chapter 2. Cassie. "You guys were amazing," Reuben says triumphantly as he turns and looks at our children on the back seat of our car, each of them with a participation medal around their neck and an ice lolly in their hand. "Right, Cass?" "Are you kidding? You guys were awesome," I reply, eager to act like I am as excited about the twins' race result as my husband is. The truth is that I missed the whole race because I was too busy hyperventilating in the toilets. But there's no way I want Zach and Zali to know that. Thankfully, they didn't notice me running from the stands because they were trying to swim the front crawl as fast as they could, so they have no idea that I didn't watch them reach the other side of the pool. "I was faster than you," Zach says to his sister, who tries to refute that post-race analysis with her own perspective of things. Like a couple of pundits in the studio discussing an Olympic event, the twins continue to witter away with their thoughts on the race while Reuben laughs. As for me, I can just about muster a smile while I keep my eyes focused on the road ahead as I drive us all home. I wish I could enjoy this simple family moment on a sunny Sunday before another week of work and school runs begins, but I can't. Not when my frazzled brain is still trying to recover from the latest setback it suffered. A setback caused by what happened 20 years ago and will haunt me until the day I die. But at least my innocent family members don't have to deal with it. Mercifully, it's only me who lives in this hell. Well, me and my brother. I have still not phoned him back because I am certainly not in the mood for talking to him today. When my phone rings again, I wonder if Judd is trying to reach me once more. But Reuben reads the caller ID from where my mobile is plugged into the car's hands-free system and tells me otherwise. "It's your mother," he says, causing my eyes to flit from the vehicle in front of us to the phone charging in the holder on the dashboard. "Granny!" Zali shouts, as if her grandma can hear her, even though I haven't answered the call. There's no reason for me not to speak to my mother, so I click the phone button on my wheel to connect us. "Hi, Mum," I say, as the light in front of us turns red and I bring the car to a gentle pause. "Everything okay?" "Hi, darling. Yes, everything is good. How's your Sunday going? Were you taking the twins swimming today?" Granny, we had a race, Zack calls out. We were super fast, and we got medals, and then Daddy gave us ice lollies. Wow, that sounds wonderful, Mum replies, her grandparental pride shooting down the phone line and into our increasingly noisy vehicle. You have to come and watch our next race, Zali requests. Of course, darling, I would love to, Mum replies, never one to disappoint a loved one. As I steer our car beyond the traffic light and onto the next busy road, my mother, Lillian, steers the conversation onto another topic. So, Cassie, I have some good news. Your father and I have been talking, and we have come to a decision on what we would both like to do for our 70th birthdays this summer. Finally, I cry for dramatic effect, but only because it really has been a long process to get my parents to say what they want to do to mark the milestone birthdays in the coming months. I've been asking ever since they both turned 69, aware that if they wanted a big party organising, it would take time to contact all their friends and settle on a date and venue. But Mum and Dad didn't want a party or a particular present. In fact, they said they didn't know what they wanted, much to my frustration. But now it sounds like they do. We're all ears, Reuben says, as intrigued as I am to hear what the plan is. Your father and I have decided that for our birthdays, we'd absolutely love it if we could all go back to the place where we made so many happy memories with you and your brother, Mum says, the mention of Judd instantly putting me on alert. We want to go back to Ocean Royal Palace for a holiday, and we'd like you all to join us. Ocean Royal Palace. Holiday. Join us. The words whistle through my head before the road in front of me seems to darken and narrow as I try to process what I just heard. But despite my efforts, my vision only gets worse. And before I know it, I feel like I'm losing my grip on the steering wheel. Oh no, not again. Not here. Not when I'm driving and my family are in the car too. It's another panic attack, and this one is even worse than the last. How do I know that? It's because, in the midst of it, I hear my mother asking me if I heard her. Then I hear Reuben calling my name and urging me to turn the wheel as quickly as I can, followed by the sound of a car horn blaring loudly somewhere very close to us. The last thing I hear before I black out is the sound of my two children screaming from the back seat. Chapter 3. Cassie. Cassie, what the hell happened? Reuben's question is not one I can answer quickly, given how much effort it is taking for me to survey my surroundings and try to figure out where we are. I can see what looks like somebody's garden in front of us, while there is a concerned pedestrian standing outside my window, peering in and seemingly asking me if I am okay. For some reason, my car is on the pavement rather than the road. And while we have been lucky to not hit the wall of the house in front of us, this is still a rather troubling position to be in. As I try to get my bearings, the pedestrian outside is still asking me if I am okay. Am I? I'm alive, that much I know, and given how the last thing I remember was hurtling towards an impending traffic accident, that has to be a positive. A traffic accident? Oh my God, my children! I look behind at the back seat, afraid of what I might see when I do. What if we crashed? What if my children are badly hurt? Or worse, what if they are dead? Amazingly, I see both of their faces and they are clearly unhurt, but they are unhappy. Zali starts to cry while Zack looks at me like he isn't sure he can trust me. Both are awful sights for any mother to witness. Before I can try and soothe them, I feel Reuben shaking my shoulder. Cassie, what is going on? You could have killed us. I look to my husband, and the fear on his face tells me that he is not exaggerating. Could have killed us. Me? Killing my family? I'd never do anything to put them in danger. Yet apparently I just have. I'm not sure what happened, I stammer, genuinely unaware of what caused me to go from driving along safely in our lane to ending up here, parked haphazardly on this patch of pavement with all my family members looking at me like I've gone mad. You veered into oncoming traffic, Reuben explains, a short but shocking sentence that fills me with terror as I contemplate what that could have meant for us all if things had gone worse. I did, is all I can muster in response as I shake my head and refuse to believe it. Yes, what happened to you? Why did you do that? Reuben demands to know, before noticing how much I'm sweating and realizing that it probably has something to do with whatever medical episode I seem to be in the midst of. The other car, I say anxiously. Are they? Oh, they're fine. I managed to avoid them by grabbing the wheel and steering us over here, Reuben says, answering the question as to how we came to be with the front of our car facing very much the wrong direction to where we were just going. As if this sensory overload of a situation needed anything else adding to it, I hear my mother's voice through the car's speaker system. Will somebody tell me what is going on? She cries, her voice dripping in fear, and I realize she must have heard the same sound of screaming and screeching tires as I did. The only difference is she hasn't seen the outcome, so is most likely imagining the worst. We're all fine, Lillian, Reuben says. We almost had a traffic accident, but everyone's okay, so don't worry. An accident? Mum cries. What about the children? Cassie, did you crash? Are you hurt? As Mum rapidly lists her concerns and Reuben does his best to assuage each and every one of them, I suddenly recall what it was that I heard just before I almost drove us head-on into oncoming traffic. Of course. That's it. That's the reason we nearly crashed. That's the reason I inadvertently put my family and some poor stranger in the other car in so much jeopardy. It's because of what Mum said to me before I lost control of all my senses and then quickly lost control of the vehicle I was driving. She said that she wanted us all to go back to that place. Ocean Royal Palace. It sounds so wonderful if you only knew it by its name, but I know it by something else. I know it as the place where my fear of swimming pools originated. I know it as the place where I saw a dead body that only my brother and I know the truth about. Chapter 4. Cassie. 20 years ago. Welcome to the Ocean Royal Palace. Please, let me take your luggage for you. Adults, please help yourself to a glass of champagne. And for those not quite old enough to drink, may I offer you orange juice, freshly squeezed this morning and just as delicious and refreshing as the champagne, I can assure you. I stare at the energetic, charismatic concierge of the hotel that a taxi has delivered us to, before looking at the tray of drinks that the smiling woman standing beside him is holding. As my parents reach for a glass of champagne, I see Frankie, my best friend, take 2 orange juices before handing one to me. Lastly, my brother Judd picks up a champagne glass with the smug smirk of a man who has just turned 18 and so can legally drink alcohol, whilst me and Frankie still have 2 years to go until we reach that significant milestone. Cheers! Dad says to Mum as they clink glasses. To 5 decades of life and, hopefully, 5 more to go. As my parents toast to their birthdays, both of which fall in quick succession on the calendar and are one of the main reasons we always go away on holiday at this time of year, I wish I was able to drink something stronger. That's because I don't really want to be here. Don't get me wrong, I used to love this place as a kid. We've been coming here every summer since I was 7, and I have many happy memories of playing in the pool, running around the entertainment area, and devouring ice cream at the hotel buffet before the heat outside can cause it to melt. But I'm not 7 anymore. I'm 16. And that means there is more to my life now than swimming, playing, and enjoying sugary treats. I'm missing my other friends back home. I'm missing a big house party tomorrow night. I'm also missing a certain boy who will be there. But none of that seems to matter to my mum and dad because they insisted that I come on this, what is most likely to be the last holiday we all take as a family, given that Judd is 18 and plans to disappear off to university at summer's end. I really hope it is. At least Mum and Dad invited Frankie on this trip. She is practically their third child. Such is the amount of time she has spent at our house since the two of us became best friends on the first day of secondary school, when we were both 11 and very much still kids. But we're not kids anymore. We're grown-ups now with grown-up problems. At least I thought that's what we were. I had no idea what a real problem was at that point in life. But by the time the holiday was over, I certainly would know. Chapter 5. Cassie Present. It's a somber car ride home, in the kind of atmosphere you'd imagine after crashing your car. Understandably, Reuben insists on taking control of the wheel to drive us home, and I'm not about to disagree with him. I'm still shaken up after the incident, and I'm not the only one. Zach and Zali are very quiet on the back seat, which is unusual for them. But it was also unusual to be in a car that veered off the road, so it is hardly a surprise. As for my husband, he is saying very little as we drive, but I can tell he is both confused at my sudden medical episode that almost saw us crash, as well as shocked that it could have ended up far worse than it did. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any serious structural damage to the car, although a mechanic will have the final say on that. But the car is still roadworthy enough to get us home, which is a relief. This could have been very different if the bumper had made impact with that garden wall, and I'm not talking about for the car. I'm talking about for those of us who were sitting inside it. But as Reuben parks on our driveway, and we get out of the car that has miraculously avoided any damage, I know this is far from over. I need to go for a lie down, I say to Reuben, and he doesn't look like he wants to disagree with my suggestion. If anything, he looks like he is happy for me to make myself scarce, so that he has some time of his own to process what just happened. Okay, I'll come up and check on you soon, he says, which is sweet. I know he still loves me, but I did put our whole family in danger, and that's not something that anybody can easily forget. Therefore, he is going to have plenty of questions for me at some point, and that will force me to give some very uncomfortable answers. Answers that are not the truth. I trudge upstairs, feeling like I've failed as a mother, particularly when the house is so quiet because the twins didn't tumble through the door being their usual boisterous selves. The pair of them have gone into the playroom, but I can't hear much evidence of playing going on in there yet. They might still be in shock, and it breaks my heart to think of their little minds worrying and wondering about what just happened. I need to talk to them and make sure they know that everything is okay. But I need to get my own head straight first, as I'm no use to them in my current state. For now, I know that Reuben will follow them into the playroom to check on their well-being. I make it upstairs and quickly secure myself behind the closed door of our bedroom. But I'm not going to lie down like I said I was. I have something far more important to do than that. Taking out my phone, I call the one person I need to speak to more than any other right now, and I'm praying that they answer, so I'm not alone in this hell I'm currently drowning in. Nice of you to return my call, come the words from the other end of the line, and while it's far from a warm welcome, I am relieved to hear the sound of my brother's voice. Is it true? I ask him breathlessly. Do Mum and Dad really want to go back to that place? So you've heard then, Judd replies. My silence is my answer. Easier to say nothing than to say yes. I have heard, and it almost caused me to crash a car with my loved ones inside it. Please tell me they're joking, I beg my older sibling. Judd doesn't have a partner or children like I have, but he still has a lot to lose if the past ever rears its ugly head. Which is why we are the only people in the world who understand what we're going through at this moment. Nope, they're deadly serious, Judd confirms. They want to go back there, and why wouldn't they? They loved it there. They made lots of happy memories. As far as celebrating their 70th birthdays goes, it's as good a place to do it as any. But we can't go back, I cry, stating the obvious. You do realize that, right? The silence at the other end of the line makes me doubt that, so I continue. Judd, please, now is not the time for you to play games with me, I snap. You know as well as I do that it's far too risky for either one of us to go back to that hotel. So please tell me that you've already told Mum and Dad that you won't be going with them. How can I shatter their dreams of what they want to do for their birthdays, he says, and I realize that if he isn't going to be the one to do it, it will have to fall on me. But I don't want to shatter their dreams either. Not after all they have done for us as parents. Mum and Dad have been nothing but loving and supportive of us all our lives. So to disappoint them now would be cruel. Don't make me be the bad guy, I beg. Then don't be. Just say yes and let's go. It's a free holiday, he replies, much to my dismay. You do know Mum and Dad have offered to pay for it all, don't you? That news only makes me feel even guiltier about saying no, as well as removing a potential excuse I had that I couldn't afford to pay for my family to attend. But even so, we still cannot say yes to this. I don't care, I cry, losing what is left of my frazzled temper. We cannot go back. How do you not understand that? Well, it's been 20 years, sis, and nothing has happened to us since, Judd says, as if that short, sweeping statement can actually erase 2 decades of paranoia, at least on my part. Nothing has happened to us, I repeat. Just because we're not in prison, that doesn't mean nothing has happened. What about all the nightmares? What about all the stress and the worry every time I hear a knock at the door and wonder if it's the police finally coming to arrest us? What about every time I look at my children's faces and wonder if I'll actually get to see them grow up, or if I'll spend the rest of their lives looking at photos of them in a French prison cell? Calm down, sis, please, Judd says. Try not to get worked up about this all over again. I could kill my brother right now. Maybe things would have been easier for me if I had done so already. But that dark thought is only interrupted by a knock on the bedroom door. Cass, is everything okay in there? It's Reuben. He's obviously heard my strained voice from downstairs and come up here to check on me. But is that all he heard? Or did he hear some specifics of what I said? I need to go, I tell my brother, as I quickly hang up and throw my phone down onto my bed as if I wasn't using it. As I do, Reuben walks in and catches sight of me standing in the middle of our bedroom looking stressed. What's wrong? He wants to know. If only I could answer him. If only I hadn't had to keep a dark secret from him for the entirety of our relationship. But most of all, if only I had accepted what my brother clearly already has. We cannot break our parents' hearts. We cannot be bad children. We have to say yes, or risk Mum and Dad resenting us for the rest of their lives. So now this means one thing. We're going to have to return to the scene of the crime. Chapter 6. Cassie, Present. I tried my best. I really did. I came up with 100 excuses. I said we had work commitments and the children had play dates that couldn't be rearranged, but they offered to change the date. I said I felt bad for my parents paying for the whole holiday and that we couldn't possibly accept the gift. Then I said we couldn't afford to pay for it ourselves, so we would have to leave it. But they then insisted on paying and said it would mean the world to them for their daughter and grandchildren to be part of their celebrations. When none of that worked, I said I was ill. I feigned migraines and bouts of nausea and anything else that could make me seem unwell without unduly worrying my loved ones too much. My mother asked me if it was because I didn't want to go on a holiday with two tiring twins. It wouldn't really be a holiday, would it? She assured me she'd help out with them. And it's true, it would be parenting, only in a different location. But that wasn't the truth. Sure, taking a vacation with kids is not really a vacation, but we've done it before and survived, and we'll do it again. It's more than worth it for the photos and the memories. Just not in France. Anywhere but France, and more specifically, anywhere but that damn hotel. But nothing worked. None of my lies worked. At least no one knows the real lie. No one but my brother, and he has proven to be as useless as me at getting us out of this mess. But at least I tried. As for him, he seems to be living in a bubble of naive bliss, assuming that 20 years is more than enough time for the sins of the past to remain buried and undetected forever. But he could be wrong, and I could be right. Instead of simply going on holiday, we could be hurtling towards our date with destiny, walking into a waking nightmare, facing our fate. How do I know I've failed so spectacularly in getting out of this holiday? In hindsight, allowing my mother to talk me round and tell me how amazing this holiday would be for the kids was a mistake. Certainly, when she said that she didn't know how many holidays she had left in her life, and she wanted to spend as much time with the twins as possible. It might have seemed a bit dramatic because Mum isn't dying or anything like that, but she did still have a point. At 70, who could guarantee anything? All it took was her tugging on those particular heartstrings to seal my fate. I reluctantly said yes, and now here I am, on holiday. I feel the ship lurch beneath my feet and reach out to grab the handrail that runs along the side of this huge vessel. As I do, I suck in a big mouthful of sea air whilst staring out at the ocean that surrounds me on all four sides. We're currently somewhere between England and France, sailing across the English Channel between Dover and Calais. With every passing second, I'm getting closer to returning to the country I vowed never to set foot in again. It's extremely windy on deck, which explains why most of the passengers are currently inside where it's warmer. There's only me out here, as well as a couple of plucky old men who look sturdier on their feet than I do as the ship gently leans from side to side. Each wave we overcome is a gentle reminder that we really are at the mercy of Mother Nature out here. I came out on deck after telling my family that I was seasick, which was partially true. I do feel sick. It's not the fault of the sea, though. I feel sick because of where we are going and the fact that it's far too late to stop it now. I'm aware that I should go back inside and join the rest of the party I'm traveling with, just as I'm aware that I need to do a better job of not behaving strangely on this trip. That's why I force myself away from the handrail and my view of the choppy waters and head towards the door, smiling weakly at the elderly men on deck as I pass them. They both look as though they have lived long lives without any of the anguish I've been forced to face in my shorter one. Once inside, it's a relief to be out of the incessant wind, but it's less of a relief to see the faces of my parents when I make it back to where they're sitting in the ferry's bar area. Mum and Dad have a glass of champagne in front of them, their birthday celebrations already having begun in earnest, while beside them sit my children, eagerly scribbling in their colouring books with a bottle of fruit juice each to hand. Just to their left is Reuben, who is holding a pint of lager while seemingly still trying to get a Wi-Fi connection so he can check the latest football score from the game he's missing while we travel. Then there's my brother, whom I can see standing over by the bar ordering more drinks. He's clearly drinking faster than the rest of us, and clearly using alcohol as his way of coping with what we are both having to deal with on this holiday. But he's not alone at the bar. Standing beside him is a woman I adore, a woman I am lucky to call my best friend, a woman who was invited on this trip because my parents see her as the third child they never naturally had, and therefore were happy to pay for her hotel room as well as their biological children's rooms. Her name is Frankie, and she has joined us on this holiday at the request of my parents, for fun, but also for old times' sake. Frankie came on many family holidays with us when we were younger, especially when I got to the point of being a teenager who felt I was too cool to go anywhere with my parents unless I had a friend in tow. I'm glad she's here, and not only because she's great with Zach and Zali and can help entertain them for some of the time we are away. It's because I'll need the support of my bestie during what is sure to be a troubling week. Frankie has no idea about the secret in our past, and I intend to keep it that way. That's why, as she helps Judd carry more drinks back from the bar, she has no idea that he is drinking so much for any other reason than fun. But if she can keep my sibling occupied, as well as the children, I might just stand a chance of making it back onto this ship in 7 days' time with my freedom still intact. That remains to be seen. This nerve-wracking holiday has begun. But really, my nerve-wracking story began 20 years ago. Chapter 7. Cassie. 20 years ago. They call it Sweet 16, but I call it Sucky 16. That's how it sometimes feels to be this age. It sucks. Like I'm in limbo land between being an adult and a child. I'm not a kid anymore, but I'm still not able to do all the things grown-ups can do. Like order myself a cocktail from the handsome guy behind the pool bar. I have to make do with staying here, on this sun lounger, while my parents and my brother get to enjoy drinks stronger than my sugar-free sodas. And they are certainly enjoying them. Mom is on her second cocktail, a Mai Tai, while Dad is sipping on a large Long Island iced tea. As for Bro, he's currently in the pool with one hand on a plastic cup of beer, very much making the most of being 18 and having his parents funding this fun for him. His enjoyment is only increased by the presence of a female holidaymaker in the pool with him, a woman who looks to be the same age as him and very much looks to be his type in the looks department. Judd has a casual girlfriend back home, one who couldn't make it on this trip because she had a job interview to prepare for, but that doesn't seem to be stopping my sibling from enjoying his new friend's company. He is flirting outrageously with her, in the kind of way that could make any sister nauseous, which is why I turn away from the pool, rolling onto my front and trying to distract myself with the book I have been reading. It works for about 5 minutes, until Dad interrupts my train of thought. "Any chance of Frankie joining us before noon?" he asks, noting how my best friend, hotel roommate, and the 5th member of our party has yet to appear at poolside today. "You know she's not a morning person," I answer before turning the page of my paperback. This book is a fictitious account of one woman's journey to escape her family by fleeing to Asia and losing herself in a sordid sea of adventures, including sex, drugs, and even a crime that she may have committed. And right now, I'd give anything to swap lives with this character. It certainly sounds more exciting than a family holiday. I'm not much of a morning person myself, but that doesn't mean I sleep for the entirety of it, Dad says with a chuckle. "Give her a break, it's her holiday too," I say, defending Frankie, even though I know my father is only jesting and thinks affectionately of my best friend. "Very true," Mum says, chirping up as she finishes her latest cocktail. "And what a lovely holiday it has been so far. I couldn't have wished for anything more for our last family trip before you both leave us poor parents alone." "Poor parents," Dad scoffs. "Speak for yourself, but I cannot wait to get these two out from under our feet and start living again." "Hey, I'm not leaving home yet," I say, reminding them that it's only Judd who is escaping to university, while I will remain, attempting to figure out what I want to do with my own life and how I can best live it in the most independent way. I doubt I'll want to come on holiday with my parents when Judd is gone, though, because then I'll only look like the sad younger sibling who has got left behind while the older one is off having all the fun. As for life beyond summer holidays, all I know at this point is that now that school is finished for me, the last thing I want to do is go into further education. But the alternative to that is to get a job, and that sounds as bleak. I'm realizing that growing up isn't actually as fun as it seems when you're busy growing. "I know you're not leaving yet, but we're working on it," Dad says with a cheeky wink before laughing at his own joke, which is usually what happens. I don't laugh at many of them myself. But despite the light-hearted nature of his words, I think more about Mum's deeper ones. This really is it. The last time the 4 of us, plus Frankie, the 5th wheel who is always welcome, will be on holiday together. At least until we're all much older and Judd or I possibly broach the idea of taking our parents away when we have families of our own. But that feels like a lifetime away. I'm only 16, and having kids is not something I want to consider for at least 20 years yet. I want to travel, figure out a career, find my place in the world before I enter the world of nappies and baby formula. Most of all, I want to live without responsibility and stress and burden. Basically, I want to be young for as long as I can be. Yet why does being 16 already feel like such hard work? Like I should already have everything figured out by now. "We were thinking of getting brunch in the village," Dad says then, sitting up on his sun lounger and showing that he should have applied a little more sunscreen. His shoulders are looking redder than the cherry on the top of Mum's Mai Tai. "It might be nice to get out of the hotel this afternoon and stretch our legs. Maybe go down to the beach. What do you think?" "I think I'd rather stay here and read my book," I say. "You guys go and have fun, though." I can see Mum looks disappointed, but she can't have expected her children to want to spend every minute of this holiday with them, which is pretty much how it has been so far. Judging by how much fun Judd appears to be having with his new friend in the pool, I doubt he'll want to leave with them either. As for Frankie, well, she must still be asleep, even though this is getting late for a lie-in, even by her standards. A child-free lunch sounds good to me, Dad says, before Mum gives him a sarcastic slap on his shoulder and he howls as his sunburn stings. But it does make me laugh, and despite being at an age when my parents routinely embarrass me more than they make me smile, I do still find fun in their presence. I will also miss these family holidays, even if the time is coming for me and Judd to start to stand on our own 2 feet and find our own ways of financing vacations, as well as more people our age to share them with. As Mum and Dad leave their sun loungers and prepare to head off for what promises to be a boozy, belly-bursting brunch, they have a word of parental warning to offer before they depart. "You and your brother stay together. Don't just wander off," Mum says. "Text us if you want to join us, and we'll make sure to meet you," Dad adds. "Don't leave the hotel without letting us know you are on the way. We don't want you getting lost." "We've been coming on holiday here for years," I say with a shake of the head. "I'm pretty sure we won't get lost." "Just stay together and keep us updated," Mum adds. "And I hope Frankie joins you soon, but remember, no drinking for either of you girls. You two aren't old enough yet." "Oh, just go," I snap, annoyed at being reminded of how me and Frankie are younger than Judd and unable to do what he can do. No sooner have our parents left than I see Judd climb out of the pool and head to the bar. It looks like he's ready to order himself another beer. When I see him walking back with an extra drink in his hand, I presume it might be for his female friend who is waiting for him in the pool. But I'm wrong. "Here, sis. Don't tell Mum and Dad," he says, as he hands me a fruity-looking cocktail. "Thank you," I say, surprised at my siblings' generosity. Although not that generous, because this is an all-inclusive resort, so our parents have technically already paid for whatever drinks he orders for himself. But now they are out of the way, he has decided I should be allowed to partake in the drinking fun too. As I put the straw to my mouth, I decide that I will do just that. "Here's to a fun afternoon," Judd says, as he raises his beer to me before going back to the pool. I watch my brother return to his flirting and assume what he said would come true. How could I have known that it was actually going to be the worst afternoon of our young lives? Chapter 8. Cassie. Present. Welcome to France. 3 short words that send a shiver down my spine. That's what the text message says from my phone's network provider as I arrive in this foreign country and instantly get notified what it will cost me to send texts or make calls whilst I'm here. It's a standard message that anybody who has been on holiday with a mobile phone will have received, and most people wouldn't give it more than a cursory glance before getting on with enjoying the first few moments of being abroad. But it carries much more meaning to me, which is why I find myself staring at the words as my heart begins to beat faster. Our ferry has docked in Calais, and now I'm officially back here, in this country that I never wanted to be in again. As I anxiously look ahead at the coastline that looms large right in front of me, and at all the other passengers who have crossed the channel, I swallow down a hard lump in my throat that threatens to cause me to gag. Then I glance at my brother to see if he's battling with the same symptoms of stress that I am. But I see him, smiling and laughing. The effects of all the beer he's consumed on this voyage, giving him the false confidence to believe that everything is going to be fine. Shuffling down a corridor and then several flights of stairs, We eventually make it to the loading bay, where we left our cars after driving them on board back in Dover. It goes without saying that Reuben is still on driving duties for us, so he gets behind the wheel of our car while I take the passenger seat, and the twins squeeze themselves onto the back seat, where some of our luggage is stowed in between them. The boot holds the suitcases, and we have a roof rack for our bicycles too. We look the part of the typical British family abroad, overstimulated, overpacked, and overwhelmed. As Reuben starts the engine and waits for the cars parked ahead of us to drive down the exit ramp, I glance to my left and see the car that parked beside us when we drove on here several hours ago. It's my father's car, and I can see him getting inside, along with my mum, my brother, and Frankie. My bestie catches me staring at her and gives me a wave, a gesture I return before she disappears into the dark interior of my father's vehicle. I wonder what they'll be talking about in there. I also wonder if there might be a rekindling of the romance that has occasionally sparked up between Frankie and my brother several times over the years. They are both currently single and certainly not getting any younger, so it could be possible. Frankie seems in a good mood considering recent events, I say, as Reuben continues to grip the wheel and wait for his turn to move forward. As for the children, a quick look behind me sees that they are already glued to their iPads. Anything to make this journey more tolerable for us all. Yeah, is all my husband offers to my conversation starter about Frankie and her recent breakup with the boyfriend she had been dating for almost a year. Seriously, what's your problem with her? I have to ask then, because it's been obvious ever since he found out she was accompanying us on this trip that Reuben has not been keen on the idea. I just think it's strange to have her here, he says. It's a family holiday and she's not family. Yes, she is, I correct him. Okay, so not by blood, but she has been a part of my family for a very long time. Far longer than you've been with us, I add, to tease him. It's weird, that's all, he repeats, as the car in front of us finally moves and we get our turn to start edging forward. I wouldn't have thought it could be much fun for a woman her age to go away with us all when she could be doing her own thing, without noisy kids and an aging couple. A woman her age? She's the same age as me, I cry, slightly offended. You know what I mean. You're 36 with a husband and kids. She's 36 with nothing. She has plenty, I say, defending her. She's been unlucky in love, granted, but she has a very fulfilling life besides that. Does she? She hates her job, and other than you, I'm not sure if she even has any more friends. Why are you being like this? I cry, relieved that Frankie can't hear this discussion because she would be mortified if she could. I'm just saying, I don't see how this holiday could be of interest to her, that's all. Maybe there's another way she's going to enjoy this holiday, I muse, as both Reuben and my father start driving at the same time. What do you mean? She and Judd seem to be getting on well so far. They're both drunk. And they're having fun. They're single. I wonder. Nonsense. Nothing's going to happen between those two, Reuben says dismissively. It already has, I correct him. It was a long time ago, and I thought both of them agreed it was a mistake. Mistakes? It wasn't just once, remember? Whatever, Reuben mutters as we get closer to leaving the ferry. Things change, and there's no denying they have chemistry. No, they don't. I frown as I look at Reuben, unsure why he can't simply humour me and my theory that my brother and best friend are potentially going to become very close on this trip. If only he had, Maybe it would have given me the distraction I desperately needed to forget for a moment about where I am. But there's no danger of that happening when we leave the ship, and I get a look at France. The country stretching out endlessly before us, inviting us to drive deeper into it for the sake of exploration and adventure. I don't want to explore. I want to get back on the ship and go home. But my husband is only driving us in one direction, and it's not back the way we came. As my father's car takes the lead, with him knowing the way to the hotel far better than Reuben, who has not been here before, I hear my phone beep again with a new message. I assume it's going to be another text from my network provider, giving me more information about how much using my phone will cost me while I'm here. But if only that's all it was. Instead, it's a text from a number I don't recognize. Just below the line of digits of whatever number this is, I see the message. It's short, simple, and shocking. So much so that I audibly gasp as I read it. You should never have come back here. Chapter 9. Cassie. What's wrong? Reuben asks me. Huh? You just gasped, he says. And that's when I snap out of my terrified trance and remember that I'm not alone, so I can't go freaking out at this sudden development. Oh, nothing, I reply, but he is not buying it. What is it? He still wants to know, glancing at my phone, which I'm still staring at, so I better think of something fast. Oh, it's just, somebody in one of the reality shows I watch is getting divorced. Reuben lets out a laugh then. Is that it? I thought it was something serious for a second. I'm glad that I seem to have fooled him into thinking that it is no big deal. But just because he thinks that, it doesn't mean that I can. I know this is a big deal. This is as serious as it gets. Who has sent me this message? Who is warning me that I should never have come back? As Reuben continues to drive us further into France, I stare at the text message in horror, my mind racing for an explanation. I cannot come up with one, and the only person I can even try and figure this out with is seated in the car in front of us. I need to talk to my brother and get his take on it. I also need to see if he's received a similar message. Knowing that I cannot hold a phone conversation with him without everybody else in our 2 cars hearing it all, I have no choice but to send him a message, as we can correspond privately that way. So that's what I do. My fingers flying across my phone's screen with so much urgency that I could almost cause it to crack. Did you just get a weird message? I wait for Judd's reply, praying he has his phone in his hand, rather than it being stuffed in his pocket as he stares gormlessly out of the window at the French countryside. You mean other than the one you just sent me? I'm not amused by my brother's lame response, but I am glad that he is communicating quickly because I need him to stop the panic attack that I feel is only minutes away. Yes, did you get anything else? Anything that said we shouldn't have come back? What? No, nothing like that. Why? I forward him the troubling message I received and wait for him to read it. What is this? I got it as soon as we got off the ferry. I don't know who sent it because the number is unknown to me, just a series of digits, but they obviously know me. I wait for Judd's next message, as if he can explain this away as something silly and stop me worrying. But I guess he can't, because he doesn't reply at all, forcing me to prompt him. Bro, what are you thinking? I'm freaking out over here. Again, I have to wait, my heart thudding in my chest. Why is he keeping me waiting? Unless he's now freaking out even more than I am. Is that what's happening? If so, will anyone in his car realize that something is seriously wrong? Just like Reuben almost noticed in this car. It's probably a wrong number, somebody pranking somebody else. Don't worry about it. Judd's message, when it eventually comes, was not worth the wait. A wrong number. Is that how he honestly thinks this can be explained? It would have to be a hell of a coincidence for someone else with a very big reason not to come back to France to receive a text message saying they should never have come back. Coincidences can happen, but then again, I'm not that lucky. This is no coincidence. Somebody knows. Somebody must be watching us. We need to go back and get out of here before it's too late. That's what I send to my brother, the fear I feel inside spilling out in writing. And now I'm racking my brains for any way I can convince both Reuben and my father to turn these cars around and drive us back onto the ferry. But of course, there isn't a way. At least, not a good one. Not one that can be explained easily. So I stay quiet. Worryingly, so does Judd. It's as if neither of us knows what to say or do next. So we do nothing. Our text messages cease. All the while, the pair of us get closer and closer to the hotel where everything went so wrong for us. Cassie. 20 years ago. My brother can be so annoying, but today he's not too bad. I can hardly complain about him when he's just got me my 4th cocktail since our parents left us by the pool. As I take another refreshing sip of the alcohol that is giving me a warm, fuzzy feeling to go along with the warmth I'm getting from the sun, I glance at my sibling, who is back in the pool. It's been a couple of hours since Mum and Dad went to the village to get brunch, and in all that time, Judd has been flirting more and more with that woman he has taken a fancy to. She's been flirting a lot in return, speaking in English, but with enough of a French accent to tell me that she is from somewhere in this country. The more they drink, the more I worry I am getting close to seeing my brother snogging someone right in front of my face. Maybe it would be a good time to leave the pool and go back to my room. I should probably do that anyway, because Frankie has still not made an appearance, and I am starting to get worried. I check my phone, but see that she still hasn't returned any of my texts. I also see that it's later in the afternoon than I assumed it was. Have I also lost count of the number of cocktails I've consumed? If so, maybe I should stop drinking or risk being very drunk when Mum and Dad eventually come back. If they find out Judd was getting me drinks, we'll both be in so much trouble. As will the barman, who has been providing the drinks all afternoon without checking that Judd wasn't passing them to someone underage. A text message suddenly lands on my phone from Mum, as if she can sense that I'm up to something I shouldn't be, and I read it nervously. But she's not psychic, so she isn't telling me to stop drinking alcohol and consume some water. Instead, she's telling me about some event in the village. Hey, are you guys okay? There's a fair in the village and lots of people are here. You should all come. Shall I send your father back to get you? Mum's inquiry sets my mind at ease that she and Dad aren't going to suddenly spring out and surprise us, so there's no need for me to quickly pour my drink away just yet. The mention of a fair in the village does also explain why the pool area is so quiet, because right now there is only me, Judd, and his flirtatious friend here. That doesn't excuse the lifeguard from abandoning his station, but one glance at the empty chair by the side of the pool lets me know that the French teenager, tasked with keeping an eye on the swimmers here today, has gone AWOL for the time being. The barman isn't even at his station either, seemingly taking advantage of an unusually quiet afternoon to take a break, or perhaps sneak a drink of his own. I decide to reply to my mother's text. "We're fine, thanks, Mum. The fair sounds fun, but I'm going to go back to the room and check on Frankie. Judd is busy with his new friend. That turns out to be a massive understatement when I look towards the pool and see my brother with his lips planted firmly on the face of his new acquaintance. I'm not sure if the wave of nausea I experienced then is because of what I've just seen or my overindulgence in drinks this afternoon. But I decide this is a good moment to make my exit. And I'm not the only one on the move. "I'll be right back," my brother's new friend says, and she is now getting out of the pool. She wraps a towel around her wet bikini before heading in the direction of the bathrooms. "Gross," I say, once she's out of earshot, letting my brother know that I am totally yucked out by his behavior in front of me. "Sorry, sis, forgot you were still here," he says with a laugh, before flicking some pool water in my direction. I narrowly avoid getting wet as I scoop up my belongings from the sun lounger, leaving only my half-finished cocktail behind. "I'm going back to my room," I tell Judd. "Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone, like get that girl pregnant or anything." "Now who's being gross?" Judd asks me. "If I ever need my little sister to talk about my sex life, I'll ask. But, spoiler alert, I never will." I screw up my face before turning to be on my way, but I end up almost walking directly into a guy I hadn't heard approaching. He looks to be a little older than I am, possibly even older than Judd, and he's clearly as drunk as my brother is. He looks me up and down through glazed eyes before sneering and then lurching awkwardly towards me. "Hey, what's your name?" he slurs in a French accent, and I have to step back to avoid his hand making contact with me. Why is he trying to touch me? I'm no stranger to unwanted male attention, having spent several of my school days avoiding guys who had unreciprocated crushes on me. So I know the best thing to do in this situation is to walk away. But when I try to do that, I feel a tight grip on my right wrist. He's grabbed hold of me. What the hell? "Hey!" I cry, trying to pull my hand away from his, but he doesn't let go, and given the size of his biceps, it's no surprise that he possesses the strength to hold me. "What's wrong? I just want to talk," he sneers, though the look of intent on his face suggests otherwise. "Get off me," I try again, but he still holds tightly to my wrist. "Hey, what are you doing, man? Let go of her!" I hear Judd call, and while it's nice of my brother to leap to my defense, he really shouldn't have to. This guy should listen to me when I tell him to release me, but he isn't listening to either of us, and then he suddenly pulls me closer to him. As my body bumps into his, I smell alcohol on his breath, confirming what I suspected. But he's also strong, and now I'm starting to worry that he's really not going to let go of me. Not unless I can do something that catches him by surprise. Thinking fast and moving even faster, I push him backwards and his eyes go wide as he staggers back before realizing that the floor he was just standing on has suddenly gone from under him. He lets go of my wrist just before he falls into the pool, and as he crashes through the water, I hear Judd let out a loud cheer. "Yeah, go sis!" he calls out, clearly enjoying my act of defiance, and I have to admit it did feel pretty good. At least, it does until I see the guy's surface, and, as I could have guessed, he does not look happy at what I just did to him. I decide to not make things any worse by taunting him, so I turn to walk away, hoping Judd will decide to vacate the pool area too, just in case this guy gets angry and tries to take it out on him. Before I can take more than a single step, though, I feel a hand grab one of my legs before I'm suddenly pulled back towards the pool. Now it's my turn to feel the ground vanish from underneath my feet, and a second later I am in the water too. As I go under, I gasp for breath, but receive nothing other than a mouthful of water, causing me to panic and kick out, thrashing my arms and legs as I try to get back to the surface and suck in some oxygen. I manage to get back above the waterline, but no sooner have I done so than I see the guy who pulled me in. He's right next to me, and he reaches out towards me before putting his hand on my head. And then he does the unthinkable. He pushes me down under the water again. I feel the terror that comes from the realization that I might be about to drown, and as such, I kick, punch, and fight as hard as I can. But this guy is so strong, and I cannot get back to the surface, and now I'm really thinking I'm going to die here, and I cannot believe this is happening, and the guy suddenly takes his hand off my head, and I'm free to push myself back to the surface. Bursting through the water, I gulp in as much air as I can, unsure how long I have before I am pushed back under again. But that doesn't happen, and when I get my bearings, I see why. The guy who just caused me so much distress is floating in the pool, on his side, his eyes closed. It almost looks like he's asleep, or maybe he's unconscious. Then I see my brother and realize what could have caused this. Judd is shaking his right hand as if trying to regain the feeling in it, and I guess he just punched this guy in defense of me. "Get out of the pool quickly," he says, and I don't need telling twice. The pair of us pull ourselves out of the water and move away from the edge, just in case that guy tries to reach out and pull one of us back in again. But when we look back at him, I see there is no danger of him trying anything like that. I know that because he is still unconscious, although he has moved. He's no longer floating on his side. He's now floating face down. "Let's get out of here," Judd says, grabbing his things from the sun lounger before heading for the hotel. "Wait!" I cry. "We can't just leave him." "Yes, we can," Judd replies. "He might drown." "He'll be fine. Come on." I have a quick choice to make. Stay here and see if this guy wakes up, the same guy who almost drowned me in this pool and will no doubt be very angry when he comes around and sees me still lurking here. Or do what my big brother says, the person who just saved my life and will always look out for me and my best interests. I look at the guy who tried to hurt me, and I make my decision. I follow my brother. Chapter 11. Cassie present. We're still driving through France and therefore still getting closer to the hotel that I never wish to set foot in again. As if that wasn't bad enough, I still have no idea who sent me the mysterious text message, nor what I should do about it. What's the last thing a person needs when they're already at the height of anxiety? 2 warring children to really add to the sensory overload. "What's going on back there?" I ask, as I turn to see the twins both looking pained and both producing an awful whining sound. "Stop squabbling!" Reuben calls out. Then I see it, the source of the problem. Zali's iPad seems to have fallen into the footwell, and because she can't get it, she has taken Zach's. "Give it back!" he cries before hitting his sister. "Ow!" she squeals before hitting him in return, and now both of them are crying, which is the last thing any of us need in a confined space. "Stop it!" I try, but as any parent knows, saying something and getting your children to do it is not as straightforward as that. Zach and Zali continue to squabble, and I realize this isn't getting resolved until my daughter has her iPad back so I have no choice but to try and retrieve it from the floor of the car. That's no easy feat when I'm sitting in the front and at an almost impossible angle to get it. As I twist and turn to try and reach down, I feel the muscles in my back aching and worry that my lower lumbar area is going to pay the price for this ill-advised maneuver. How many chiropractors' offices are full of parents who made a movement they shouldn't have whilst looking after their children and then had to spend the next several months and several £100 getting it fixed? As my fingers finally find the iPad and I hand it back to Zali, I have a feeling I'm going to be joining them. I need to concentrate on the road, Reuben says, as I turn to face the correct way, the ache in my back likely to be bothering me for the rest of the journey now, at least. Just calm down, they're okay, I say to him, not wanting him to get too stressed, because it's already stressful enough driving in a foreign country without anything else adding to it. Thankfully, the twins are quiet again, staring at their screens, and while I don't usually want them to do that for such an extended time, long car journeys like this are simply about survival for all the family's sake. While that little drama was a distraction from my much bigger problem, it only takes one look at my phone to remember that there could be a worse fate awaiting me in the near future than backache. I reread the ominous text message that I got no sooner than we had left the ferry, but there have been no more messages since. Nor have there been any more messages from my brother in the other car. That means I need to do something to initiate conversation myself, so I start to type out a message. But I'm not sending this one to my brother. I'm sending this to my mystery tormentor. Who is this? What are you talking about? They are simple questions, but will they have simple answers? I stare at my phone as I wait to see, but no matter how hard or how long I look at my mobile, no new message appears. Whoever it is has decided to ignore my questions, but they can't have expected me to ignore them. So what happens now? I feel the car slowing, and as Reuben applies the brakes, I look ahead to see why. Dad's car ahead of us is indicating left to turn off the main road, and as I see this, I am hit with an instant wave of sickness. I recognize this place. This is the last turn-off before we get to the hotel. If I remember rightly, we are only about 10 minutes away from there now. As I stare through the windscreen and try not to freak out, I get a strong sense of déjà vu, and it's because I'm recognizing all of this. The woods on the left-hand side of the road. The large green sign telling passing motorists how far it is to the next village. The hill that rises ahead of our car. The one that eventually dips and reveals even more hills beyond it. Memories. Recollections. Flashbacks. Before I can remember anything specific that I really don't want to, I type out a message to Judd. Everything looks the same. Will he reply to that? Or continue to ignore me and pretend like everything is fine? It's a road in the countryside, sis. It's hardly going to have changed. My brother is probably right, but that doesn't mean it makes me feel any better. Things only get worse when, exactly 10 minutes later, the hotel comes into view. Ocean Royal Palace. Those 3 words alone are enough to give me nightmares whilst back in England. But now I'm here, in France, looking right at the very hotel and getting closer to it by the second. How have I not been sick already? This looks nice, Reuben says, but I'm hardly going to agree. Are we here? Zach asks, but I don't hear my husband's response to our son's question. That's because I can't hear anything beyond the rushing of blood in my ears. Anyway, I don't need to hear what he says because I know the answer. Yes, we are here. Yes, I am back. And yes, I am having a flashback. I see police cars. I see ambulances. I see the body bag. Chapter 12. Cassie. When checking into a hotel, most people are looking around and seeking positive things. Is the atmosphere pleasant? Are the staff friendly and well presented? Does it look like it was the right decision to book a holiday here? But not for me. I'm forced to look around and check for more sinister things. Like, could there be anybody working here who was here 20 years ago? Anybody who might recognize us and connect us to what happened 2 decades ago? Anybody who might dredge up the past and make my worst fears come true? It's for these reasons that my eyes are anxiously scanning the face of every person we pass as we enter the hotel, wheeling our suitcases alongside us. The twins are running ahead, their feet pattering across the polished marble floor of the reception area, the pair of them savoring the opportunity to stretch their little legs after being squeezed into the back of the car ever since we left Calais. The adults who follow them are less nimble on their feet, although my parents are striding purposefully towards the reception desk, eager to check in and begin what they expect to be a lovely stay. "I remember it now," Frankie says, as she looks around the reception area. "It's had a makeover, but the layout is the same. Do you remember, Cass?" "Yeah," I mumble, not keen to reminisce on our previous visit here for a second longer than I have to. "It still has the same smell," Judd says, typical of him to notice such a thing, although my brother isn't wrong. There was always a distinctive smell that greeted the nostrils upon entering this hotel. It's a pleasant one, as it should be when walking into a 5-star hotel, but the scent instantly transports me back to those previous family holidays. At one time, I was like my twins are now, running around reception, excited to move around the large open spaces, to find the pool and the playground, and to have lots and lots of fun before going home and returning to school. Oh, to be young, innocent, and free again. It's a world away from how I'm feeling now, which is best described as older, guilty, and trapped. "Welcome to the Ocean Royal Palace," comes the greeting from the smiling woman on reception, her blonde hair tied back into a bun and her navy blue uniform impeccably ironed and pressed. I see the name Juliet on the golden badge pinned to her blazer, as well as her manicured nails poised over the keyboard of a computer, ready to do all the typing and administration required to get us checked in. Juliet looks to be around mine and Judd's age, but that's okay because it means she can't have worked here when we last visited. A nervous glance at the other staff behind the large reception desk with her also reveals that many of them are closer in age to us too, so that goes some way to settling a few of my nerves. I was afraid that there might be employees here who experienced the same terrible events that we did 20 years ago, and if so, might remember something that could connect my brother or me to it. But it seems like we're okay. Until... "Champagne?" I spin around to see a smiling man in his 60s holding a tray of fizzing champagne glasses out towards us. He's wearing the same uniform as Juliet, only his name badge says Anton, and it instantly sparks another memory. I know this man. He worked here when I was younger. He was here the last time I visited. But if I remember him, Does he remember me? "You're still here," Dad cries, clearly far more pleased to see Anton than I am. "Yes, I've been here for so long that I'm a part of the furniture now," Anton replies, his charming French accent complementing his distinguished silver hair and tanned face. For a man in his 60s who has spent the majority of his adulthood working in hospitality, the long shifts on his feet have clearly helped him stay in great shape. It helps that he obviously enjoys what he does for a living, or else he wouldn't still be here doing it. "Please take some champagne, or I'll have no choice but to drink it all myself," Anton says with a chuckle, and my parents laugh before reaching out for a glass of their own, followed by Judd, Frankie, and then Reuben. That just leaves a solitary champagne flute sitting on the silver tray, and Anton eyes me with intrigue. "Do we have a non-drinker in our midst?" he asks. "If so, I can get you a fruit juice or a sparkling water, or maybe even a mocktail with a pretty umbrella. For the pretty lady, of course." Anton winks at me, and while it's clear his repertoire includes cheeky humour and harmless jokes, all I can think is that he doesn't seem to remember us. So what if we all remember him? As long as nobody remembers me, I might just be okay here. As Juliet types away on her keyboard, matching our forms of ID with the booking information on the hotel's internal system, Anton turns his attention to the twins. "Look at you two. I have a feeling you're going to keep me very busy during your stay," he says, before asking them if they can dance. Zach and Zali nod their heads shyly, but don't move, prompting Anton to do a little jig of his own, complete with a little bit of tap dancing, and the twins react with glee to the sight of it. As Anton's polished black shoes clickety-clack on the marble floor, I catch Reuben giving me a sideways glance. "Who is this guy?" he asks me. "Anton is the best concierge in the whole of France," Dad answers enthusiastically. "Just France," Anton says, ceasing his dance and putting a fake frown on his face. "I thought I was the best in Europe." "Oh, my mistake," Dad says, before Anton bows in appreciation, something else the twins love. Seeing how much they enjoy Anton's presence reminds me of how much I enjoyed it when I was their age. Judd, too. The pair of us would love coming here and being entertained by Anton, who was a much younger man back then. He has not lost any of his passion or enthusiasm for making guests feel welcome in the years since. "Okay, I have you all checked in now," Juliet announces, sliding several key cards across the reception desk towards us. Mum hands them out to their respective owners, having been listening to Juliet, who was allocating rooms and explaining which key card belongs to who, while we were all busy being entertained by Anton. "Time for me to get to work," Anton exclaims, scurrying away through a door behind the desk, before reappearing with a large trolley on which he efficiently begins the process of loading our luggage. Reuben makes the innocent mistake of trying to help Anton lift the bags, only to be politely reminded that in a five-star establishment like this one, the guests will not be expected to do any of the heavy lifting. "How else do you think I get muscles like these?" Anton asks as he drops one of our suitcases onto the trolley before flexing his biceps and winking at Frankie. She laughs, as do the twins, whilst Mum, Dad and Judd take a sip of their champagne, seemingly at total ease with being back here after all this time. I wish I could relax like they apparently can, but I still have so many worries on my mind. But I do my best to keep them concealed as Anton leads us all towards the elevators, telling us that he will meet us on the 5th floor where our rooms are waiting for us. We ascend to the relevant floor before stepping out into a long, carpeted corridor that gives me another flashback to being here. The twins instantly begin a race to see who can get to the other end of the corridor first, and Zack just about takes the honours before Anton reappears, wheeling the trolley out of a private staff elevator and smiling as he sees the little ones having their fun. He shows my parents to their room first, followed by Judd's and then Frankie's. Lastly, it's our turn to go into our double family room, and as we step inside, I get a glimpse of the huge double bed, the two twin beds in the second, smaller adjoining room, and the expansive bathroom with perfectly polished fixtures and fittings. "Wow, what a room," Reuben says, impressed, and Anton has to agree. "One of our finest, and may I say, it's wonderful to have you stay with us again." That last comment was directed at me because he's looking right at me. I realize he does remember me. How? I was only 16 the last time I was here. He must have helped thousands of guests in the last 20 years. How does he remember me? "I have to say, I am pleased that you all decided to come back," Anton goes on. "After what happened the last time you were here, it really was a terrible time. But it's good to see that it hasn't put you off staying with us again and enjoying all that this fabulous hotel has to offer." My breath catches in my throat. "What happened?" Reuben asks, a perfectly innocent question because he has never heard the story of my last family holiday here. None of us has ever spoken about it openly since then, or at least not in my husband's presence. "Thank you for your help," I say quickly, before reaching into my purse and pulling out some local currency. I give Anton a tip, and the concierge discreetly pockets the bundle of euros he has been handed before thanking me and taking his leave. "Enjoy your stay," Anton says, but not before adding, "I'm sure I'll be seeing plenty more of you while you're here." He looks at me one last time before he closes the door behind him, leaving us alone. "What was he talking about then?" Reuben tries again, but I pretend to be distracted by the twins and rush away to stop them jumping on the bed. By the time I've done that, Reuben has busied himself with the unpacking. As my family take the opportunity to get settled into this expansive room that will be our home for the next week, I try to settle the sense of unease swirling in my stomach after learning that Anton remembers me and my family. But I don't achieve it because, despite stepping outside onto the balcony in search of some fresh air, I only end up seeing the one thing I never wanted to see again for the rest of my life. Down below, with the sunlight sparkling on the surface of it, I see the thing I have had so many nightmares about: the pool. At least this time, there's nobody floating face down in it. Chapter 13. Cassie. Any hopes I had that Reuben might forget about Anton's reference to the past are extinguished precisely 5 minutes into our first meal of the holiday. We're all in the hotel restaurant, taking our first opportunity to explore and enjoy the all-inclusive buffet, when my husband speaks up and simultaneously sends a shiver down my spine. "What happened the last time you were here?" he asks the table, causing everyone at it to pause their eating and look up from their overfilled plates. Everyone, that is, except the twins, because nothing could stop them eating. "This chicken is delicious," Judd says. And while it could be a simple observation about the quality of the food he is enjoying, I suspect it is actually an attempt at changing the subject before any more can be said. Reuben waits for a proper answer to his question, and after a couple of awkward lances between me, my parents, and even Frankie, who has paused with a piece of pasta on her fork, Mum speaks up. "Why do you ask, dear?" she inquires. "It was something the concierge said after he showed us to our room," Reuben explains. Anton, is it? He said he was surprised we'd come back here after what happened last time. He said something about it being terrible, so I was wondering what it was that happened. You've never talked about it, Dad asks me, as if it's my fault that my husband is in the dark about this particular subject. No, why would I ask. It's not a nice thing to talk about. Plus, I never thought we'd come back here, did I? I couldn't resist the opportunity to remind everybody that it was not my idea to be here right now. Now I'm really curious, Reuben says, picking up his glass of red wine and holding it inches from his lips, looking every part like the local gossip who simply has to hear the latest juicy bit of news. But this is far more important than some hearsay between a couple of neighbors over the garden fence. This involves the biggest event in my entire life. You're right, Judd. The chicken is delicious, Frankie says, agreeing with the observation my brother made a few moments ago. I think I'm going to have to go and get extra. Good idea, Judd replies, and they get up from their seats and carry their plates back to the buffet. I consider making a swift exit from the table, especially if it's the only way to avoid the impending topic of conversation. But unlike my brother and best friend, I am encumbered by parental responsibility. Zach and Zali, seated in between me and their father, are making a bit of a mess with their meals, so I can't just waltz away and leave them to it. As I try to get my children to put their food in their mouths rather than on each other's clothes, Reuben presses on, refusing to let this subject go. Seriously, what happened here, guys? I really want to know, he says. Will somebody just tell me? My mother sets her wine glass down, so I guess she is going to field this one. As I'm sure you do know, this was always our favourite place to visit as a family, she says, and I fear this is the beginning of her telling the story of our last visit here. Yes, I know that. I've heard you all talk about this place many times, and all the happy memories you made here. Reuben agrees, as I try to take a large butter knife out of Zach's hands before he can slice his sister's arm with it. So that's why, despite what happened the last time we came here, we refused to let it tarnish all the good times that we had. Dad cuts in. Hence why we wanted to come back again, to make another nice memory. And, as you can see, this hotel really is a wonderful place. Yes, it's very nice, Reuben says, looking around at the large restaurant and the smiling serving staff who walk around between the busy tables of hungry guests. But you still haven't told me what happened. It was awful, Mum says then. Truly, truly awful. Terrible, Dad adds, shaking his head. Such a tragedy. Again, I consider leaving the table and look across the restaurant to where Judd and Frankie are waiting to fill up their wine glasses from the self-service station in the corner, after filling up their plates with more chicken. If it seems like a recipe for disaster for a paranoid person to have access to unlimited free alcohol, I'd have to agree, which is why I'm sticking to water for as long as I can. I cannot believe there has been a big secret in the family all this time and I never knew about it, Reuben says, looking from my parents to me. Seriously, you guys have to tell me now or I'll feel incredibly left out. It's not pleasant, I say. That's why we don't talk about it. But you are family, and we should have mentioned it to you before, so here goes, Dad says with a sigh, putting down his knife and fork and preparing to be the narrator of the awful event from the past. Before he can get into it, though, Mum suggests a trip to the ice cream section with the twins, and they willingly oblige, scampering away with their granny, who obviously knows this tale is not one for their little ears. But if Dad knew the full story of how awful it really was back then, there is no way he would be preparing to tell it. He'd shut up immediately and change the subject and ignore any of Reuben's requests for further information. Or he'd do what his son has chosen to do and go and get more alcohol from the self-service section. Or perhaps he'd do what I am currently doing, which is my best to zone out so I cannot hear another word that is about to be said at this table. But because my parents do not know the full story, they are going to tell it. And why wouldn't they? They think there is no problem recounting the terrible past because they don't know what really happened. Chapter 14. Cassie. 20 years ago. The silence in the elevator is painful, that neither one of us dares to speak. It's been this way ever since we left the pool and walked back through the hotel. Neither my brother nor I have said a word to one another about what we have just walked away from, if only because we don't want anybody to overhear us and realize that we have had something to do with that boy who was floating face down in the water. But as the elevator doors slide open on our floor and Judd starts rushing towards his hotel room, I cannot take it any longer. "We have to go back and check on him. What if he's drowning?" I cry. "Please, Judd, just stop and listen to me." I pull at my brother's arm, but it doesn't get him to slow down. "Get off me," he says, as if I'm some annoying mosquito that keeps landing on him and being an irritant. But I'm more important than that. I'm his sister, and I'm also the only person who knows what just happened. He punched a guy, and that guy is unconscious in a swimming pool. That's a recipe for disaster if he doesn't regain consciousness and get out the pool before he takes on too much water. So why is my brother acting as if nothing is wrong? "He'll be fine," Judd says, as he reaches his hotel room door and takes his keycard from his pool bag. "Just forget about him." "I'm scared," I admit. "I was scared too," Judd snaps. "I was scared when I saw that guy harassing you, and I was scared when I saw him holding your head under the water. So that's why I hit him. It was his fault it happened, nobody else's." "I know that, but that doesn't mean we can just leave him to drown." "Oh, he'll already be out of the pool by now and bothering somebody else," Judd says with a shrug. "But how can he possibly know that from up here where we can't see the pool? Who knows what is going on down there since we left? I hope my brother is right, but what if he isn't?" "We need to check to make sure," I say. "We can't risk getting in trouble." "You'll be in trouble if he sees you," Judd says, as if I'm stupid for not realizing that. "And so will I be, so we're best trying to avoid him for the rest of our holiday." "Please, I just need to know he's all right." "Fine, go and check then," Judd says as he unlocks his room. "I'm taking a shower." "Wait!" I cry out, but the door closes behind him, and without a keycard, I can't access his room to go after him. I let out a groan of frustration and consider pounding my fists on his door to get him to reopen it. But I don't want to draw any attention to myself, and I've already been loud enough. Then I consider just going into my room and acting as if everything is okay, like Judd is doing. But I'm not like him. I'm more of a worrier than my brother is, so I won't stop worrying until I know for sure that the guy he punched has made it out of the pool safely. That's why I start walking back towards the elevator. I press the button to call it to this floor and wait impatiently for it to return, all the while having an awful feeling in my stomach that I should have stayed at the pool and not listened to Judd when he said we had to leave. The elevator finally arrives, and as the doors open and I go to step in, I see who is trying to get out of it. "Frankie," I say when I spot my best friend. "Are you okay?" "Oh, no, not really," she says, and a quick look at the energy drink in her hand, as well as the tissue in the other, tells me she might be suffering from some kind of illness. "What's wrong?" I ask her, stepping back so she can step out of the elevator. "I don't feel so good," she tells me, and that explains why she hasn't made an appearance at the pool all day. "Oh no, you should have told me," I say. "I thought you were being lazy and staying in bed." "I wish I had stayed in bed," she admits. "I've just been to the supermarket to get some drinks and headache pills, but now I feel even worse. I need to go and lie down." "Of course," I say, stepping aside so she can get to our room. I consider following her back there, but remember that I was on an urgent mission of my own before I bumped into her, so I better stick to the plan. "I'll be in the room shortly," I call after her. "Get some rest." Frankie gives me a cursory wave over her shoulder without turning back, and I check to make sure she has made it safely into our room before I get into the elevator. Taking it down to the ground floor, I step out into the reception area, hoping that whatever illness my friend has contracted isn't contagious, or else I'm likely to catch it too, considering we are sharing a room. But more than anything, I'm hoping that there isn't anything awful happening at the pool. The only way to find out is to hurry towards it, so that's what I do. I pass the reception area and the two staff behind the desk, who are currently on the phone, urgently speaking in French, barely acknowledge my presence as I pass them. The staff here usually say hello, or at least offer a smile when a guest passes them by, but not this time. I guess they are busy. Just as busy as the staff I see ahead of me, who seem to be talking to a number of guests who are looking a little anxious. As I get closer to them, I realize that the guests are being prevented from going through the large glass doors that lead out to the pool area, but it's not clear why. The weather looks fine out there, so it's not as if a rainstorm has caused the pool to close suddenly. Then I get a little closer and am able to see what is going on outside through the glass doors. When I do, it makes perfect sense why the staff in here are not letting anybody go out there. It's because the pool's lifeguard is trying to resuscitate somebody. I don't even need to see who it might be. I already know. It's the guy my brother punched. It's the guy we left in the pool. It's the guy who I feared would drown, so I came back to check on him. But it seems I'm already too late. Judd was wrong. He hasn't regained consciousness. That means I was right. We are in big trouble. Chapter 15. Cassie. Present. Drowned, Reuben says after hearing what my father has just told him about how a teenager was found face down in the pool and was unable to be revived by both the lifeguard and the responding paramedics. Oh my God, that's awful. Yes, it is, Dad agrees. How did it happen? Reuben wants to know next, as I find another reason to hate my brother. This time because he is getting to skip this entire conversation by keeping himself busy at the buffet. The police think he was swimming alone and got into difficulty, Dad answers. He had banged his head, and the autopsy showed high levels of alcohol in his system. So all that combined together made a recipe for disaster. How old was he? My husband asks, and I glare at him, wishing he could just drop this rather than carry on like some incessant journalist hungry for facts. 19, Dad replies, shaking his head. Such a shame. And his poor family. He was here on holiday with his parents and sister. What an awful experience for them all. That is awful, Reuben agrees. No wonder you guys never talked about it. We're talking about it now, I remind him, but we shouldn't be. It's not nice, and it was a long time ago. We don't need to be reminded of it. As if sensing the worst of the conversation is over, Mum returns with the twins then, and I welcome the distraction. I greet them and their big bowls of ice cream warmly, making a point of showing everyone else at the table that we have more important things to deal with right here in the present, rather than in the dark and distant past. But Reuben doesn't drop it quite yet. I just don't understand how it could have happened. Where was the lifeguard? I check to see if the twins are paying attention, but they are far too busy with their desserts, and I bet they're more bothered about getting seconds than what the adults are discussing. That was a big factor in the incident, Dad says ruefully. There was supposed to be a lifeguard by the pool, some French teenager, but he had left his station. Apparently he left it quite a lot, but that time things went wrong. So he was prosecuted, as was the manager of the hotel. Negligence. I don't know the ins and outs of French law and how it differs to that in the UK, but I believe they both got suspended jail sentences, whilst the hotel received a hefty fine. And I'm guessing that kid never worked as a lifeguard again. That's the least they deserved, Reuben decides, as if he was the judge presiding over their case himself, forcing me to nibble nervously on my lower lip when I think about how not everybody who deserved a public punishment after that day received one. Or at least not in the form of handcuffs and a prison sentence. But psychological punishments were another matter entirely. I just can't believe somebody could drown in the middle of a busy hotel, Reuben repeats, frowning like a detective who feels there must be something more to the case than meets the eye. You'd think somebody would have seen him in the water and been able to help him. Please, can we change the subject? I have to beg then. It's not nice to think about. I'm curious as to why you came back here, considering what happened, Reuben asks, like a dog with a bone, or our twins with ice cream, in that he is refusing to let it go. Then again, considering his hectic family life and dull day job as an auditor, this is probably the most interesting thing he's heard in a long time. I know you've said you had many happy memories here before that, he goes on, but that one awful memory surely overpowers them all, does it not? We try not to let it, Dad says simply. And I'm sure that poor boy wouldn't want this place remembered for all the wrong reasons. Maybe we all owe it to him to try and make new, happier memories here too. That poor boy. Owe it to him. Dad is talking as if that guy who drowned was some innocent angel. But of course he doesn't know the truth. He only knows what the deceased's parents said about their son in the media after his death. And of course, in that interview, they only spoke about their child in glowing terms. He was such a pleasant young man. He had his whole life ahead of him. He was destined to go on and do great things. I had to disagree with that, at least internally, because the only way he would have gone on to do great things was if harassment and physical violence could now be considered great. Do you believe the version of events? Reuben asks my parents then, causing me great concern. Why is he casting doubt on what they just told him happened? I mean, do you believe he was just drunk and banged his head and that was it? Or do you think something else could have happened? My husband's obsession with true crime and conspiracy podcasts is showing itself here. Why can't he just accept what he has heard and shut up? Why wouldn't we believe it? I snap at him before my parents can answer and potentially start throwing around a few wild theories. The police investigated it, and that was what they decided happened, so that is what happened. There's nothing more to say on the matter. It's only when I've stopped talking that I realize I've protested a little too strongly, and in the process, drawn a lot of attention to myself. Considering attention is the last thing I want to draw to myself when on the subject of that drowning, I realize I need to say something else, and quickly. Sorry, I'm just tired. It's been a really long day of travelling, I add. Plus, I get upset when thinking about what happened here. That's understandable, darling, Mum says, reaching out across the table to take my hand. And you're right. It has been a long day. We're all tired. I think I'm going to go back to the room, I say before looking at Reuben. Are you okay to finish up here and bring the kids back? Sure, he says, not entirely convincingly. Now he knows he won't be able to sit and drink red wine when the twins are fully under his watch. I get up from the table before I feel guilty about abandoning them and head for the door. On my way, I pass Judd and Frankie, who are returning from the buffet with very full plates and very full wine glasses. Going back for more too, sis? Judd asks me, but I ignore him as I walk past, only briefly offering a smile to Frankie, so she knows that I'm only in the mood to ignore my brother and not her. As I leave the restaurant and reach the elevator, I let out a deep sigh, the tension from the table slowly starting to leave me, now that I've removed myself from my family and that awful topic of conversation. But the tension returns tenfold when I take out my phone to see that there is a new message waiting for me on there. It's the mystery person who messaged me after I disembarked the ferry. The person who said I should never have come back here. They have a new message for me. I can't believe you returned to the scene of the crime. Chapter 16. Cassie, 20 years ago. I'm racing up the staircase of the hotel, 2 steps at a time, and only because this is the quickest way I can get away from that scene at the pool and back towards my brother on the 5th floor. The elevator would be too slow. There's no time to wait for the stupid button to light up or for the screen to tell me which floor the elevator is on. I need to move fast, so the stairs are the quickest way. By the time I burst through the door that takes me out onto the 5th floor, I'm out of breath. My heart is pounding and my legs are aching from the physical exertion, but I'm not slowing down yet. I keep running as fast as I can until I reach my brother's hotel room, and then I bang on the door with all my teenage might. Judd, open the door! I need to talk to you right now. I don't care who else might hear me as I shout. I just need my brother to hear me. But the door doesn't open, so I have no choice but to repeat what I just said. Judd, open the damn door! I have to tell you something. It's urgent. Despite it not seeming possible, I was apparently able to inject even more desperation into my request than the first time, as I hear the door unlock and then it opens. Now my brother is standing in front of me, bare-chested, and just a pair of boxer shorts on his lower half, looking at me like the stupid big brother I've always known him to be. I realize then that this will be the last moment in his life that he can get away with the gormless, happy-go-lucky act. As soon as I tell him what I saw at the pool and how it's connected to what he did to that guy, he'll never be the same again. He'll never be innocent. He'll join me in this hellish new reality. What? He asks me, with all the impatience of an older brother who has no time for his annoying little sis. And I'm just about to launch into the news that there is a dead body by the pool when I see a flash of movement behind him. My next words catch in my throat as I wait to see what or who is also in this hotel room with my brother. And it's a good job that I do wait, because I get confirmation that he is not alone. This also might explain why my brother is in a state of partial undress. The girl he was frolicking with in the pool is now in his hotel room. "Can we get some privacy here, sis?" Judd asks me, clearly annoyed and possibly a little embarrassed that he has been caught having some adult fun in his bedroom. It could only be worse for him if one of our parents had caught him instead, but still, it's cringe-inducing either way. "Hey," the woman over my brother's shoulder says casually as she pulls on the t-shirt that she had discarded before I interrupted them. "I need to talk to you, alone," I say quietly, and Judd seems to get it. Or maybe he's just too embarrassed to protest. He's not the only one, and a second later his guest slips past us both in the doorway. "I'll see you later," she says to my brother, and then she's gone, scurrying away down the corridor, presumably back to her own hotel room. Her fun is spoiled for now, although I'm sure she will be sneaking back here and trying her luck again after dark. But Judd is going to be far too preoccupied to entertain her later, once he hears what I have to tell him. Though best to do it away from any prying eyes or eavesdropping ears out here in the corridor. So I brush past him and step into his room. "Close the door," I order. "What is going on?" he asks me, though thankfully he does as I say. No sooner has the door clicked shut behind him than I drop the bombshell that will blow up his world like it has already blown up mine. "He's dead," I say solemnly. "What?" "The guy you punched, the guy in the pool. He's dead." "What are you talking about?" "I saw him. He's lying by the side of the pool, and the lifeguard is trying to resuscitate him, but it's not working, and the hotel staff aren't letting people go outside, and it's because they know he's already dead, and there's going to be a big investigation now, and—" "Sis, slow down." Judd's loud voice cuts me off mid-flow, and I stop speaking. That's when I realize how much I am shaking. "He's being resuscitated?" Judd asks me. "Yes." "Okay, so that means there's a chance he will live," Judd argues. "They wouldn't try it if he was already dead, so maybe he's going to be okay." "No, he's not okay. He's gone, Judd. I know it. He's dead, and you killed him." Those last words hang in the hotel room air like the heavy weight that they are, as I stare at my brother and hope he can come up with a way out of this mess for us. He has to, right? He's my big bro. He's always looked out for me. He'll know what to do. He'll know how to save us. Won't he? "Listen to me," he says, suddenly stepping forward and placing both his hands on my shaking shoulders. As he does that, I feel a strange sense of relief, as if he really is going to make this all better, and all the worrying will be over in a short while. But then he speaks. "If he is dead, then we need to make sure that nobody ever knows we were with him before he died," Judd says. "What?" I gasp, shocked that he is still going to try and maintain our secret rather than confess, alleviate our guilty conscience, and face whatever fate is waiting for us. "Listen to me. Nobody can know what happened," he repeats. "If we stay quiet, we'll get away with it. They might just think it was an accident and he drowned with nobody else around. We can get away with this. Nobody has to know we were involved." "But you killed him," I cry. "You hit him and he drowned." "It was in your defense." "He was drowning you. What was I supposed to do?" "You were trying to help me, and that's what we can tell the police. They'll listen to us. If we explain how scared you were and how you were only trying to save me, then they'll understand." "No, they won't. They certainly won't understand why we ran away, will they? They'll just arrest me and maybe even you. And do you want to take your chances with the French police? Do you understand how the legal system works here? I know I don't. I don't know a word of French, and neither do you. So how are we supposed to talk our way out of this? We could end up in prison here, miles away from home, and we might not get out again for a very, very long time. Do you understand? I do understand. It's terrifying and awful, but I understand. Judd might be right. The police might not accept our version of events, and even if they do, they surely won't accept that we ran away while that guy was face down and dying in the pool. We could have at least pulled him to the side and made sure he could breathe. But we didn't. We ran away, or at least Judd ran away and told me to follow him. Why did I have to listen to my brother? Why didn't I do what I knew was right? If only I had stayed, that guy might be alive now, and we wouldn't be facing years behind bars in a French prison. Before either of us can say any more, we hear the one sound that sends a shiver down our spines. Sirens. Judd rushes to the window and pulls back the curtains, and when he does, I see his shoulders sag. "Is it an ambulance?" I ask him, but he shakes his head. "No, the ambulance is already here," he replies. "Now the police are too." I don't need to join him by the window to know that he wouldn't lie about such a thing as that. So I stay where I am, on this little square of carpet in this hotel room, and I only wish I could stay here forever. But I know I can't. We're going to have to leave this room soon, and when we do, we're going to walk into a very different world than the one we woke up in this morning. "What do we do?" I ask my brother. "We stay quiet," he says, fixing me with a steely glare. "We stick together. We keep this a secret." With that decision made, our fates are sealed. Chapter 17. Cassie. Present. The first thing I did after receiving the second concerning text message from the mystery number was forward it to my brother. The second thing I did was rush into my hotel room and dry heave over the toilet bowl. It's that position I'm in when I hear Reuben and the twins arrive back at the room. The children are hyped up and full of sugar after a big meal, and Reuben is singing to them, a sure sign that he's a little tipsy from his own indulgences at the buffet. Before any of them can enter the bathroom and see the disheveled state I'm in, I force myself to my feet, flush the toilet, and make it to the sink, where I wash some cold water on my face in an attempt to cleanse my troubled soul. Spoiler, it doesn't work. "Hey, Cassie, you in here?" Reuben calls out. "Just 1 minute," I reply, aware that I didn't lock the bathroom door and he could walk in at any second. I still need a few more moments to get my emotions under control after that second shocking message. But like any parent who needs a little time to themselves will know, it rarely happens. The bathroom door flies open and in runs Zali, quickly followed by Zach. "Mummy, Mummy, he's chasing me," my daughter cries as she rushes to my legs and wraps her arms around them. "Got you," Zach cries as he catches up with her and starts to tickle her, and she screams, the acoustics in this enclosed bathroom making it sound even louder than it would do usually. If the stress of the text message wasn't enough to induce a migraine, the high-pitched shrieking from my children will surely complete the job, and I'm quickly overwhelmed with the situation. "Stop it! Calm down!" I shout, which isn't the usual way I would greet my children when they burst into a room in a playful manner. Reuben quickly picks up on that fact when he appears in the doorway and sees my distress. "Zach, Zali, come in here now," he tells the kids, and thankfully they listen to him, continuing their game of chase in the bedroom. As they run away, I let out another deep sigh, but then I realize Reuben hasn't left the bathroom with our children. He lingers, looking concerned, which is the last thing I need. "What's going on with you?" he asks me. "You were acting weird at the dinner table, and you don't look well at all." "I'm fine," I lie, before realizing that was a futile response, and I should have feigned sickness or something. "I'm just tired, like I said," I add, when I remember the excuse I gave to leave the table in the first place. "Why are you lying to me? I can tell it's something else," Reuben says, seeing to the core of me like any good husband should. "Tell me what it is." "I just told you, I'm tired," I snap. "I need to get out of this bathroom because I feel trapped and the questions won't stop if I stay here." I rush past Reuben and head for the door, seeing the twins jumping up and down on the huge double bed as I go, but they don't look in danger of falling off, so I don't interrupt them. "Where are you going?" Reuben calls after me. "I forgot to get some bottles of water from the bar before I came up here," I reply. "I'll be right back." "But there's water in the fridge," he says before the door closes behind me, and I'm out in the corridor, away from the squealing and shrieking, and, most of all, the questioning. I check my phone, but there is no reply from Judd, which infuriates me, but does not surprise me. I need to talk to him right now, so I head to his hotel room, which is just a few doors further along the corridor from mine. After knocking several times, I figure he isn't in there, so I head downstairs. He's probably either at the buffet or in the bar, making the most of the first night of free food and drink, even though it's not free at all. It was all paid for up front when my parents booked this trip. I check the buffet first, but other than spotting my parents still seated at the table, I don't see anyone else I recognize. I quickly leave before they see me and head for the bar, hoping to find my brother in here. My search comes to a stop when I see him sitting at a table in this classy section of the hotel, a glass of beer in front of him and his hands behind his head as he relaxes in a comfortable-looking armchair. How the hell does he look like he's having the time of his life while I'm feeling like my life is ending? I rush towards him, but the wind is taken out of my sails briefly when I see somebody taking a seat in the armchair next to him. It's Frankie. Damn it, my brother is not alone. How am I supposed to talk to him openly with my best friend here too? I realize I'll have to figure it out because it is highly urgent that I discuss the most recent text message with Judd. So I approach the table, and when he spots me, he smiles. "Hey sis, what are you drinking? They serve your favorite cocktails here." "And they're delicious," Frankie adds, before lifting up her margarita to highlight her point. "Can I talk to my brother? Alone, please?" I ask Frankie, who pauses with the edge of the salt-rimmed glass only inches from her lipstick-red lips. "Oh, sure. Excuse me," she says kindly, before getting up from the armchair and walking away, taking her cocktail with her. I watch her go and settle herself at another seat across the bar. Once I'm satisfied she's far enough away, I sit down in the seat she just vacated. "What now?" Judd asks wearily, as if I'm the only thing standing between him and a happy holiday. Maybe I am. Or maybe there is somebody else who is about to ensure his holiday has anything but a happy ending. "Did you get the message I sent you?" I ask him. "I got another text from that number and forwarded it on to you so you could read it." "I haven't looked at my phone for a while," Judd replies, and I can believe that because the glazed look in his eyes tells me he hasn't looked at much else other than beer recently. "Read it," I urge him, before waiting for him to take out his phone. He sets down his glass with clear annoyance before reaching into the pocket of his smart black jeans and taking out his mobile. Then he reads what's on the screen while I wait impatiently. "Okay, I've read it," he says a few seconds later. "And?" "And what?" "And what are we going to do about it?" I cry. "Just ignore it," Judd says, as if that's in any way a possibility. "We can't ignore it," I snap back, before lowering my voice for what I'm about to say next. Somebody knows what we did. If somebody really knew, then we'd have been arrested already, Judd says with a shrug. But we haven't, so nobody knows. Whoever this person is, they're just playing a game, but they obviously don't have any evidence, so what is there to worry about? I need to know who it is. I need to know what they plan to do. Just calm down, Judd tells me, but I'm furious with my brother. And not just because of how he is acting now. It's because of how he acted back then too, 20 years ago, when I foolishly allowed him to talk me into staying quiet about this. It was the biggest mistake of my life. And while I have to take my portion of the blame for that, it never would have happened if Judd hadn't led me into making it. "I hate you," I say, at a loss for anything else to add. And for the first time since we started speaking, Judd drops the calm, cool and collected act and looks visibly shaken. "Hey, come on, don't say that," he tries, but I don't listen to whatever he might want to say next, because I march out of the bar and leave him alone. I don't even bother to look for Frankie on the way out, which might be a mistake, because she'll surely wonder what Judd and I just discussed and why I stormed off in such a heated fashion. But I can deal with that later. For now, I'm going back to my room, where I'll probably face another awkward conversation with my husband, who will want to keep asking me what is wrong. But as I reach the room and unlock the door with my keycard, I enter into a different realm of awkwardness than the one I was expecting. I see Reuben sitting on the edge of the double bed, but the twins aren't with him. He's not alone, though. Frankie is sitting beside him, and for the briefest of seconds, they look very, very close. Chapter 18. Cassie. "What's going on?" I ask of my husband and best friend, as the pair of them look towards me with surprise on their faces. "I thought you were still in the bar with Judd," Frankie says. I realize she must have slipped up here while I was busy talking to him. I presumed she was seated somewhere on the other side of the bar, sipping her margarita, but I guess not. "I only needed to talk to him for a few minutes," I explain, though it feels like I'm not the one who should be explaining myself. "What are you guys doing?" "We're talking," Reuben says then, before getting up off the bed and walking towards me. I can't help but feel like it is a forced movement designed to increase the distance between himself and Frankie, a distance that seemed very, very small when I first entered the room. Talking? Is that all they were doing? It's possible. I mean, they weren't kissing or anything like that. Sure, they looked close, but they could have been simply sitting next to each other on the bed. I'm tired and stressed and fresh off another argument with my brother. Maybe my mind has jumped to conclusions. Maybe there's nothing strange going on here at all. "What are you talking about?" I ask, as Reuben reaches me and puts what seems like a concerned hand on my arm. But it was also the hand that was very close to my friend's thigh when I walked in here, unless I am seeing things, which might be possible with how frazzled I feel. "We're worried about you," Reuben says. "Yeah, you don't seem yourself," Frankie adds, before getting up off the bed too. "Where are the twins?" I ask, looking around for them. When Reuben tells me they're in their adjoining bedroom, I relax a little. Surely nothing untoward would have been going on with the children so close. But of course, nothing would have been going on. Not between my husband and best friend. No way. I'm fine, I lie, though I'm about as far from fine as I think I've ever been in my life. No, you're not, Reuben correctly says. We want to know what's going on. Please tell us. Yeah, come on, Cass. Tell us, and we can help you, Frankie says, and I really wish that was true. I want to go home, I admit then. What? Reuben asks. Why? We just got here. Being back here has brought back some awful memories, I say. You know, with the drowning in the pool that Mum and Dad told you about. Reuben looks sympathetic then and tries to take me in a hug. I don't resist, needing some support and feeling myself weakly succumb to his embrace as he wraps his arms around me. Oh, love, I understand it must be awful to be reminded of it, Reuben says. I have to admit I was surprised that your parents wanted to come back after hearing what happened the last time. They love it here, I say bitterly, though it's not my parents' fault. Even after what happened, they haven't let it spoil their enjoyment of this place. I wish I could do the same, but I can't. I understand, Reuben says, his voice close to my ear as he continues to hold me. And even though there's no way he can possibly understand, I don't correct him on that. It is really hard, Frankie says then. I'm finding it tough too. Maybe not as bad as you, Cass, but I have had a few flashbacks to that time. I guess that's why I've been ordering so many margaritas. Maybe that's what I need to do too, I say sadly, making light of my grim situation. Maybe, Frankie says, and I see she's smiling at me when I look up at her from Reuben's shoulder, although she still looks sad at the same time. I don't feel self-conscious for having a vulnerable moment with my husband in front of my best friend. Nor do I feel bad about saying that I want to go home. It's best to be as honest as I can be, which is why I repeat my wish. I really want to go, I say again. Can we leave? I peel back from Reuben and look him in the eyes, desperate for him to say yes so that we can start packing. What? We can't just leave, Reuben replies. Your parents have spent a lot of money on this holiday, and we've only just got here. Plus, what would we say to the children? They're excited. They think they have a week of playing in the pool to look forward to. The pool. How can I stand there and watch my children play in the same place where I also watched a young man drown? Reuben's right, Frankie chimes in. We can't leave yet, not after we spent all day getting here. You just admitted yourself that you were struggling with being back here too, I remind her. Yes, I am, and I always knew it would be tough, but maybe it's cathartic too in a way. Cathartic? Yeah, maybe it's better that, rather than avoid this place for the rest of our lives, we have come to lay a few ghosts to rest. For our mental health, you know. Our mental health, I repeat, shaking my head. I don't know about you, but my mental health has got worse since I've been here, and I'd guess yours has too. Or do you want to order another cocktail and see if that makes you feel any better? Cass, don't be like that, Frankie says, and I admit I do feel bad for being sarcastic with my best friends. Why don't you try and get some sleep and see how you feel in the morning, Reuben suggests. I think an early night would be a good idea for us all. No, I'm going to talk to Mum and Dad and tell them that we're leaving, I say, and I head for the door before either of them has the chance to convince me to stop. Pulling the door open and rushing away down the corridor, I remember I saw them in the restaurant before I found Judd. so they're most likely still down there now. I head for the elevator then, but just before I reach it, I see a man in a uniform looking right at me. It's Anton, and he has his mobile phone in his hand. When he sees that I have spotted him, he quickly puts it back into his pocket, offers me a smile, and then makes a swift exit through a side door with the word personnel written on it. I stare at the door as it closes behind him and get an awful feeling in my stomach. Why did Anton just look so sheepish then? Why did he hide his phone as soon as I saw him? Why do I get the feeling he might have something to do with the weird messages I've been getting? He was here at this hotel 20 years ago after all. Chapter 19. Cassie 20 years ago. Please try and stay calm. I understand this is a distressing time, but if you can just let me explain the situation, I hope it will help put your minds at ease. Those pleading, pitiful words come from the manager of the Ocean Royal Palace, a man in his 50s with enough wrinkles on his forehead to suggest that he didn't need any extra stress in his life. But he's certainly got it now, what with one dead guest and hundreds of others wanting to know what happened. I'm sitting with Judd, Frankie, and my parents. The 5 of us are wedged in alongside everybody else who has been unfortunate enough to book a stay at this hotel during this troubling time. But unlike anyone else, I have even more reason to feel stressed and afraid. All these other guests are worried that the hotel might not be safe, or that something terrible might happen again. But I'm worried that the manager is going to announce that this wasn't just a freak, tragic accident, and that a murder investigation is underway. An investigation that is going to lead right back to me and my brother, who is sitting beside me, and who is now discreetly placing a hand on my left leg to stop it anxiously jiggling. Somebody is crying. Somebody is shouting. Everybody is worried. In the meantime, the deceased has been taken away in a body bag, his family having left with him in the ambulance, I presume, although, thankfully, I haven't seen them. I couldn't bear to, and I don't need to. I'm able to assume how much distress they are in. I feel enough guilt for playing a part in their grief without having to see it with my own eyes. But I did see the body bag, as did several other hotel guests, which is why the manager is now getting so much attention. "How could this happen?" somebody cries. "How do we know we're safe here?" another asks. "Who is to blame for this?" comes the third question. And I see the hotel manager take out a handkerchief from the inner pocket of his suit and dab at his furrowed brow. It is hot outside, but it's cool in here with the aircon. However, I don't think even a trip to the North Pole could get this guy to stop sweating in the face of such a barrage of questions. If he thinks this is bad, I can see several police officers to my left who are keeping the pool area segregated from any trespassers while they investigate what happened out there. I'm sure they will have plenty of questions for the manager, and I imagine they will be even harder to answer than the ones he is trying to field now. But will they have any questions for me? My leg is jiggling again, so Judd repeats the process of putting his hand on me to stop it, but all I can do is glare at him. He's the reason this is all happening, so how dare he try and get me to calm down? I'd be perfectly calm if that guy was still alive. But he's not. So now what happens? Please, I can assure you that this hotel is perfectly safe and that we will get to the bottom of what happened. While we do that, apart from the pool area, the rest of the amenities of this hotel are still here for you to enjoy, so there is no need for anybody to feel like they have to cut their holiday short. "I want a refund," somebody cries, and several people voice their agreement with that idea, much to the manager's frustration. Nothing's worse than somebody losing a life, but a business losing a lot of money is no good either. This is not going well for the manager, which must be why somebody else steps in to try and ease a few concerns. It's Anton, the chirpy concierge, and if ever there was a need for his positive demeanor and people skills, this would be it. Please, this is an awful time for everybody, but most of all for the poor family of the person who sadly lost their life today, Anton says. This gets everybody to quieten. We are truly, truly sorry for what has happened, and we will work quickly to find out what caused this tragic event to make sure it can't happen again. But we appreciate this is a worrying time for you and your families, so we understand if some of you wish to leave. If you do, please move to the right side of the reception area. Those who wish to stay, please feel free to continue to use all the facilities, barring the pool, or return to your rooms. Thank you. Anton has achieved what the manager failed to do, in that he has clearly given the guests an option and brought some order to a situation that could easily have got out of control. As a lot of loud murmuring begins all around us, I look to my parents, because Anton has just told us what we need to do. We need to decide whether we stay or go. Okay, guys, what do you think? Dad asks. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to go home? We'll put it to a vote. A vote? Somebody has died. We should leave, I cry, and Frankie is in agreement. Yeah, it feels weird to stay here after what has happened, she says, and now it's my turn to agree with her. I'm expecting everybody else to share a similar sentiment, which is why it's a shock when they don't. But this is our last family holiday, Mum says ruefully. What has happened is awful, but I don't want our final memory to be of something like this. I agree, Dad says. We can still have a good holiday without being disrespectful to the poor young man who has lost his life. I think we should stay. Are you serious? I cry. I don't want to stay. We said we'd put it to a vote, and it's 2 apiece, Dad says. So that gives the casting vote to you, Judd. We all turn to my brother then, and I'm praying he does the right thing and says he wants to leave. That's all he has to say, and then Mum and Dad will be outnumbered, and we'll be on our way home before this can get any worse. Ideally, before the police can start asking us any questions. All my brother has to do is be on Frankie's and my side, and we are out of here. I want to stay, he says. And I stare at him as if he's suddenly grown 2 heads. What? I cry. Why? Because Mum and Dad have spent a lot of money on this holiday, and it's the last time all of us will be together in a place like this at our age. Who knows when we'll have a family holiday again? Mum nods her head, as if she is sad that this is the end of the family trips, but pleased that one of her children understands that. That decides it then, Dad says. We're staying, and we're going to make the best of it, okay? Frankie looks disappointed, but there's not much arguing she can do when these aren't her actual parents. As for me, I know I could change Mum's and Dad's minds if they only knew what had really happened at the pool. If they had any idea both their children were in danger of going to prison, then they'd be speeding us out of here this second. But they don't know. Only Judd and I know the truth, which makes it inexplicable that he chose to stay. What is he thinking? I will ask him, but only when we are alone together. Until then, as the rest of the hotel guests make their own decisions on whether to stay or leave, I glance nervously in the direction of the pool again. When I do, I see the French police officers are still out there, still investigating, still trying to get the truth. I have to hope they fail. Chapter 20. Cassie, present. The size of this hotel is impressive, but it makes trying to find somebody a nightmare. That's what I'm experiencing now, as I realize that my parents are no longer in the restaurant, nor are they in the bar. So where are they? I really need to speak to them and, more specifically, tell them that I'm ending the holiday early and going home. I know they'll be shocked and upset and try to change my mind, but I won't listen to them. This won't be like the last time I told them I wanted to leave and they shut me down. Back then, I was still under their parental control, but now I'm a grown-up and I can do whatever I want. And what I want to do is put as much distance between myself and this place before whoever has been messaging me can do something even worse. I keep looking for Mum and Dad, checking the second, smaller bar here, but I can't see them anywhere. Then I check the games room, a place for kids to have some fun on the noisy arcade machines, but they aren't there either. I didn't expect them to be, but I have to look everywhere. I find a reading room, then with a shelf for guests to exchange books. But the only person in there is a middle-aged woman who looks up from her paperback through black-rimmed spectacles before returning to her story. I bet my story is far more shocking than whatever fictional one she is reading, but I don't stop to share it with her. Hopefully she'll never read about me, my brother, and the dead body. But that remains to be seen. I'm starting to get frustrated at not being able to find my parents, as well as a little fearful that I might have to go outside and check by the pool area in case they're getting some fresh air out there. I have managed to give the pool a wide berth since I got here, only glimpsing it once from my balcony, which was more than enough. I really don't want to get any closer to it than that, and once I've left, I won't have to. But I can't go anywhere without informing my parents about my plan to leave, because telling them is the considerate thing to do. Then, finally, I spot them. I see Dad first, wearing the same smart shirt he wore to dinner. He's sitting at a desk, looking at a brochure of some sort, and Mum is seated beside him, looking at it too. Opposite them is a man with a spectacular tan, his glowing skin a sign that he spends all of his summer in this part of the world rather than just a week or two like most of the guests here. I can see by the uniform he is wearing that he must be an employee of some sort, either of the hotel or one of the local tourist businesses. And as I get closer, I realize exactly what it is. He's clearly selling some sort of tourist excursion, and by the looks of it, my parents are in the mood to buy. Sorry to interrupt, but I just need to speak to my parents, I say, feeling bad that I might be about to put this man's sale and his percentage of commission in jeopardy, but needs must. Is everything okay? Mum asks me as she and Dad look up from the brochure, while the man on the other side of the desk leans back, dropping whatever salesman act he was just in the middle of performing. Can we have a moment? I ask of the man who doesn't owe me a favor, but will hopefully give me one. Sure, he says, before getting up and offering me his seat. I'll be back in a minute. We still have plenty to discuss. He leaves with a smile, clearly still confident of selling whatever excursion he was about to pitch. But that might change when I drop my bombshell on my parents. What's going on? Dad asks. Are the kids okay? It's sweet that his mind goes straight to them, ever the doting grandparent, so I smile to let him know they're fine. Yeah, they're in the room with Reuben, but I need to let you know that we're going to leave tonight and go back home. Mum and Dad share a shocked look. But we've just got here, Mum says. I know, and I'm sorry, I really am. I know how much this holiday means to you, and goodness knows how much you must have spent on it. I can pay you back, eventually, but right now, I need to leave. Why? Dad asks. What's happened? It's not anything that's happened today, I say, which is a bit of a lie because the text messages have been happening today. It's more about what happened in the past. The death in the pool. Being back here has brought back some awful memories for me, and I'm really struggling. I can't be here. I'm sorry, but I think it's best if I leave. Oh, love, Mum says, standing up and giving me a hug. I'm sorry to hear that you've been struggling with the past. I must admit, I have had a few dark moments where the past has come flooding back, and it hasn't been nice. But it was a very long time ago. Not long enough, I say. I'm sorry. You guys stay and have fun, but I'm going to go. With Reuben and the kids, of course. We'll drive back, and I guess we'll get a ferry tomorrow. Just slow down a second, Dad says, rising up from his seat too, though he can't hug me because Mum is still busy doing that herself. I notice then how fragile Mum feels, a little bonier than usual, and a second later I realise she has tears in her eyes. What's going on? I ask, not believing that saying I am going home early could cause my mother to openly weep. Sure, I knew she'd be sad, but tears? I think we need to tell you the real reason we booked this holiday, Dad says, only for my mother to let go of me and try to shush him. Wait, what? The real reason? I ask. What are you talking about? Just leave it, Mum tries, but my father shakes his head. No, we should tell her. She'll understand then. Understand what? I ask, getting nervous now because I've never seen my parents acting this strange before. Your mother isn't well, Dad blurts out, then ending the suspense. Except now it's in the open, I wish I could go back to being oblivious. Mum, I say, looking to the woman standing in front of me, the one I just noticed felt a little weaker and skinnier than usual. We weren't going to tell you, she says quickly. Nobody knows except your father. Tell me what? Mum goes to speak, but her emotions get the better of her, and all she can do is wipe her eyes. Your mother has been having tests at the hospital, Dad says, taking Mum's hand and giving it a squeeze as she wipes her eyes. We're not sure what the issue is yet, but the symptoms suggest it could be something serious. That's why we wanted this family holiday. Doing it for our birthdays was just an excuse. The real reason is that, while we hope that her final test results are all clear, we don't know for sure, so we wanted to come here together one more time, just in case. Oh, Mum, I say, tears now filling my eyes, and I give her a hug this time, squeezing her more tightly than the previous embrace, before worrying that I might be hurting her because I don't have enough details about her illness yet. I do know one thing for sure. I cannot end this holiday early. Not now I know Mum is ill, and having us all here together is something she wants in case she has a tough time ahead of her. That means I'm staying, just like the last time. Chapter 21. Cassie. 20 years ago. I cannot believe I'm still here. More than that, I cannot believe Judd voted to stay. He had the deciding vote, which meant he had the power to get us out of here. All he had to do was say the word, and we could have been halfway home by now. But he chose to prolong the holiday, and in doing so, chose to prolong my misery. I speak to him privately the first chance I get. What the hell are you thinking? I demand to know, when it is just us two in his hotel room after the ill-fated vote in the hotel reception area, where several disgruntled guests are still voicing their concerns about the death on the premises. Several more have already left, and I envy them more than anyone can ever know. What? Judd asks, as if he couldn't possibly know what I'm so wound up about. If it hadn't been for me following him in here, I have no doubt he'd have closed and locked his hotel room door behind him to stop me getting in. But I made it in before the door shut, so now I can give him a piece of my mind. Mum and Dad gave you the option to leave, but you chose to stay, I remind him, still aghast at this decision. Why would you do that after what happened? Are you stupid? I'm not the stupid one, Judd snaps back then, losing his air of calm in the face of my fluster. How do you think it looks if we all just leave? Like we have something to hide? Like we have a guilty conscience? Like we had something to do with that guy's death? But we did have something to do with it, I cry. Yes, I know we did, Judd shouts back, his voice louder than I've heard it in a long time. It's evident now that the strain is showing on my brother. It's just taken me pressuring him to bring it to the surface. So what? You voted for us to stay here so we look less guilty, is that it? Well, yes, kind of. And also because if we leave, we have no idea how the investigation is going. But if we stay, we can keep tabs on it. I don't know about you, but I'd rather know if I'm going to get in trouble instead of going home and looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. I realize that there is some apparent method in my brother's madness, but it is still madness, whichever way I look at it. All I can think is that we need to put as much distance between ourselves, the scene of the crime, and, most importantly, the police, before anybody figures out what we did. But don't you see, it's going to be so hard for us to stay here and keep our secret, I tell him. There's too much pressure. We're too close to the situation. If we left, things might get easier. Things are never going to get easier, Judd replies, startling me with his grim admission. Don't you realize that wherever we go and whatever we do, this is going to be with us forever? The only question now is it with us while we're getting on with our lives back home, or is it with us while we rot in a prison cell? That is a very sobering statement, but it is true, and the realization makes me feel even more sick. You know I'm right, Judd says, but we will get through it, together, I promise. He puts a hand on my shoulder, and it's a relief to have my sibling's support rather than to be arguing with him, even if what he is saying is truly awful. This will be the hardest time because it's only just happened, Judd goes on. That's why it's important that we track what is going on with the police. If we stay and we realize they have nothing to go on, we'll start to feel better about this. But if we leave, we'll be imagining the worst all the way home, and I can't live like that, can you? Given the choice of both terrible options, the first one does sound better than the second. We stay here, Judd says firmly. We try to relax as best we can. We see what the police are doing. Then, with a bit of luck, we leave as planned in a few days and go home, worrying less about all of this than we are right now. Does that sound good? It hardly sounds good, but it does make some kind of sense. So I agree to it, and that is that. Having left Judd's room, I go back to my own, only to find Frankie getting changed into swimwear. Isn't the pool still shut? I ask her, unsure how she could go swimming in a place where somebody had died, even if it had reopened already. Yeah, the main one is, but the adults-only pool is open. Are you feeling better now? I ask her, recalling how ill she looked when I saw her earlier, as well as the fact she stayed in her room for most of the day. Not really, but I've spent enough time in here, she says. Want to join me? As I watch her pick up a towel and stuff it into her bag, I can't think of anything worse than setting foot near a pool again. I think my swimming days are over. It will be hard enough taking a shower, never mind submerging myself fully underwater. I get a flashback then to how that guy was holding me under the surface, apparently drowning me, or at least trying to give me a scare. He certainly succeeded, and then I think about how it must have looked above the surface, how Judd must have seen his sister in such danger and acted on instinct. The punch he threw was to save me, I do know that. And I also know he wouldn't have genuinely meant to kill that guy. He was just trying to stop him from hurting me. The problem is, it went too far. And in the process of saving my life, my brother has found a way to ruin it. I think I'll stay here and watch some TV, I say, and Frankie nods. I wish we could leave, she tells me. I can't believe your parents and brother wanted to stay. But we can get through these next few days, and then we'll be home, okay? I smile at Frankie, who always seems to find a way to be strong. As she leaves the room to go for a swim, I realize staying in here alone with my thoughts is a bad idea. So I leave the room a short time after her and head downstairs. I am not walking in any particular direction, other than avoiding the main pool area, of course, but I pause when I see a couple of police officers ahead. They are talking to a man and a woman around my parents' age, both of whom look incredibly pale and stressed. There is a young woman with them too, whom I recognize as the woman Judd had been with in the pool, the same one who was in his hotel room before I forced her to leave quickly after I interrupted them. It's only when I hear what one of the officers says that I work out who these people are. We understand this will be incredibly difficult for you, but it might help jog some memories of your son's movements yesterday, he says. And as they are led in the direction of the pool area, I hang back in horror. These are the family members of the deceased. Not only did Judd kill that guy, but he was about to sleep with his sister before I walked in on them. It's only when one of them calls me out that I notice I have been caught gawking. "Stop staring at us," the mother cries. "Stop being so morbid." I'm sorry," is all I can say before I turn and hurry away. Tears in my eyes as I process the grief written on all three of their faces. I feel terrible for making them think that I was taking voyeuristic pleasure in their pain and suffering, because that's not what I was doing at all. I was simply shocked that I had stumbled upon the people who were grieving more than anybody else at the hotel. "Wait!" a voice calls out behind me, and when I turn around, my breath catches in my throat. It's her, the sister. The one who was in the pool with Judd, the one who was in his room when I burst in, all panicky and afraid. She is saying something I can't hear to the police officer beside her, causing the man in uniform to look at me. Then he starts walking towards me. Chapter 22. Cassie. Present. As if this place couldn't hold any more bad memories for me, I have a new one to add to the pile. This will forever be the place where I found out that my mother could have a serious illness. I can't believe it. I can't believe Mum is ill. She kept it so quiet. But now I know, which means now I am worrying about her. It also means there is no way I can leave here early as planned. Not when this could be the last time Mum is well enough to enjoy a family holiday. She deserves to make the most of every precious moment, just in case. So we all have to stay here together. I've spent all day worrying for myself, but now I'm worrying for my mother too. No wonder I need a strong drink. I'm currently sitting in the hotel bar, doing my best version of what is commonly known as drowning your sorrows. I have a glass of red wine in front of me, and I plan to have several more placed here by the smiling bartender before I leave and go back to my room. I've already messaged Reuben and told him I will be late to bed, hinting that I had some bad news from Mum and will tell him when I'm back. But it has given me the time and space I need to sit alone with my increasingly dark thoughts and try to make some sense of the mess my life is in. I don't want to lose Mum. She has to get better. I pray that she will. I also pray that if the worst does happen and she is to succumb to her illness, the last memory of her children won't be of them being arrested for something that happened 20 years ago. I tell myself that it won't be, if that's the last thing I ever do. But that's before I receive another text message. I guess you're not going anywhere. Too bad for you. I drop my phone and look around the bar, eyeballing every single person in here, because this text must have come from one of them. They are watching me right now, and they knew I wanted to leave, but had my plans thwarted. But who are they? I can't see anybody looking at me, although they would have to be pretty bad to be staring in my direction and giving themselves away. There's no way I can stay here and keep drinking now. I need to get out of this bar and back to my room, so I stand up to leave. But before I can go, "You're not leaving, are you?" a man says. "I was just about to ask if you wanted to enjoy a cocktail with me." I spin around and see a handsome guy standing behind me, his white shirt unbuttoned just enough for me to see the top of his smooth, toned chest, and his face close enough to mine for me to notice how white his teeth are and how blue his eyes are. He speaks with a French accent, that much is clear. He is also at least a decade younger than me. What is not clear is why he is speaking to me. "Excuse me," I ask. "I'm ordering a cocktail. Would you like one? I find there's nothing more pleasant in life than sharing a good drink over a good conversation." Well, maybe one thing is more pleasant than that, but first things first. This guy is flirting with me, quite brazenly too, and after being lost in so many stressful thoughts about Mum and the past, it's taken me a few seconds to catch up to what is going on here. But now that I have, I quickly nip it in the bud. "I'm sorry. Thank you, but I'm going back to my room, where my husband is waiting for me," I add. "Ah, you're married? That's a shame," he says. "Is it?" "I should have known," he goes on. "It's not often a woman who looks like you is single." I don't even know what to say to that, so I simply make a point of scratching my face with my hand that features my sparkling wedding ring before I stand up to leave. "Another time, perhaps," he says, then with that dazzling smile of his. I'm pretty sure I'll still be married if and when this guy tries to hit on me again, but I just smile weakly before turning to leave. "My name is Marco, by the way," he says. "I'll see you around." I smile again, but don't offer him my name in return before leaving, hurrying through the bar and almost making it to the door, when I realize all that wine has made me need an urgent trip to the bathroom. I head into the ladies' bathroom in the bar and see one cubicle is already occupied, so take the only other one in here. It's only then it hits me that Marco could be the mystery person who has been messaging me. What if that was his way of getting closer to me without giving himself away? What if he is my tormentor, and he was going to tell me what he wanted, but only after I'd agreed to have a drink with him? I wonder if I should try and find him again. But what if I'm wrong, and he really was just some guy trying to pick up a woman in a hotel bar to take back to his room? I don't want to give him the impression that I am interested in him, if that is all he is after. I don't know what to do, but before I can worry about it any more, I hear a voice that I recognize. It's coming from the next cubicle. It's Frankie. "Listen to me," Frankie says in a low voice. I realize she must be talking to somebody on the phone. "We need to be careful. We're playing with fire." Who is she talking to? What does she need to be careful about? And how is she playing with fire? "I know you said it was a bad idea for me to come here, but I'm entitled to a holiday too, and I was invited," Frankie goes on. I wonder then if she might be talking to her ex, the one who broke up with her before she came away with us. Is he still in contact with her and giving her a hard time about going away? But what does that have to do with playing with fire? "Just calm down," Frankie goes on, making me guess that whoever is on the other end of the line must be getting quite agitated with her. "Just listen to me. Do I really have to spell it out?" Spell what out? I lean in closer to the cubicle beside me, eager to hear what Frankie says next. But when I do, I wish I hadn't. "We have to be more careful. If Cassie finds out about us, she'll kill me." Chapter 23. Cassie. I hold my breath. Then I exit the cubicle as quickly and as quietly as I can before leaving the bathroom. At first, I consider going back to my room and pretending I hadn't just overheard my best friend say something very concerning. But I decide to stay, to linger outside the bathroom, and that's where I am waiting when Frankie walks out a few moments later. "Cassie!" she cries when she sees me, no doubt surprised at my sudden appearance, and presumably hoping this is as close as I have got to her in the last 10 minutes. But it's not, and it's time to let her know that. "Who were you talking to on the phone in there?" I ask her, removing all doubt that I eavesdropped on her conversation. "What?" she tries. "I was just in the bathroom, and I heard you talking to somebody. Who was it?" "Cassie, I don't know what you're talking about, but—" "Please don't lie to me," I plead. "We're best friends, aren't we?" I hate that I have to add that last part, because it makes me sound incredibly needy and also incredibly scared, but I feel I have no choice. After what I just heard about Frankie saying I would kill her if I found out about something, I am now terrified of what it could be. As if I didn't have enough things to be terrified about. "Of course we're best friends," Frankie maintains, which is a positive, I suppose. But can we be besties if she's keeping a secret from me? "Tell me who you were talking to in there," I ask again. Frankie lets out a sigh before confessing. "It was Judd." I nod because that could make sense. "And why did you sound so stressed?" "I wasn't stressed. Frankie, you said that you were playing with fire and that if I found out I would kill you." Frankie sighs again. "We're seeing each other," she says quietly. "What?" "Me and Judd. We're back together again. Kind of. I mean, it's not serious, and Judd would kill me if he knew I was telling you, but who knows where it might go this time." I could be surprised or shocked or disgusted. Instead, I just laugh. "Is that it?" I say, still chuckling. "That's all it is." Frankie looks at me like I've gone mad. "I thought you'd be angry at us," she says, but I'm still laughing. "Why would I? It's no different to anything you and my brother have done before, is it?" I say, reminding Frankie of the various times in the past she and my brother have started some kind of romance, only for it to fizzle out as quickly as it started. "I suppose not," Frankie admits. "And you said it might be something more this time." "It could be," Frankie admits, and I am sure she blushes a little as she says it. Then I'm happy for you both, I say. Not that they really needed my blessing, but I know they would appreciate it. It's nice that you both have each other. I guess my parents and I have always thought you'd end up together one day. Frankie is still blushing. Bless her. Seriously, she asks, you're not mad at me? Seriously. On the scale of things that I have to worry about at the moment, this couldn't rank much lower, no offense. Frankie seems to relax, as do I now that I know I don't have one more awful thing to have to deal with on this holiday from hell. It's such a relief to find out that at least somebody is having a little fun in this life. You weren't meant to hear that conversation, Frankie says, stating the obvious. Yeah, I figured that, I say, shaking my head and smiling at my mate. And you probably weren't supposed to sleep with my brother, but here we are. Frankie lets out an awkward laugh before I step forward and give my friend a hug. It's a tighter hug than I initially anticipated giving her, and presumably a far stronger one than Frankie would have expected after confessing to sleeping with my sibling. But I need it more than her. I need comfort and support after the day I've had. I realize then that neither Frankie nor Judd will know the news about my mum's health yet, but I won't be the one to tell them. I'll let Mum do that. As our conversation ended earlier, she assured me that she would tell them sooner rather than later, so we can all deal with this difficult time together. As for the sinister text messages I'm receiving, I'm still very much on my own with that problem. Promise me you won't get yourself so worried about something so silly in the future, I say to Frankie as we separate. Seriously, we're stronger than that, okay? Frankie nods, looking a little foolish, and probably feeling it too. I need a drink, she says then with a laugh. Fancy a nightcap? I think about Marco and how he's probably still in the bar, so decide against it. I'm really tired, so I'm going to go to bed, but you go for it. We split up then, but I can't resist calling after her to say one last thing. Try not to end up in my brother's bed tonight, yeah? I say mischievously, though really I couldn't care less about that. Frankie still looks embarrassed as she waves me off before I walk away, passing through the hotel reception, which is quiet at this time of night. I pause when I pass a seated area, remembering what happened here 20 years ago, on a couple of sofas just like the ones here now. It is an extremely stressful memory, but being questioned by the police was never going to be easy, especially when you have something to hide. Chapter 24. Cassie. 20 years ago. My parents are seated to the left of me, and my brother is seated to my right. So far, so good. But we're not alone. There are two other people sitting with us, and that's the problem. They're sitting opposite us on these sofas in a quiet corner of this large hotel reception, and they are staring right at me. Not at Mum or Dad or Judd, just at me. They are waiting for me to speak. They are waiting for my answer to their question. But all I can think is, how am I going to lie to the police? Is the best response that I can come up with after being asked if I saw the deceased at the pool on the day of his death. His sister said you two were there that afternoon, one of the officers says. He is speaking English in a French accent and making me curse the fact that he is bilingual. I wish there was no way for these police officers to question us, and that our different languages were a barrier to any further investigation. But language isn't going to be the thing that prevents this case from being solved. But lies might be. Yeah, we were there, Judd speaks up. What time? The officer asks. We were there for most of the day, Judd goes on before looking at me and my parents. Right, guys? We all went down to the pool together in the morning, and then you two left. Mum and Dad nod to confirm that's what happened. Yeah, we left the pool area around lunchtime. Dad agrees. We went into the village. There was a fair going on. Yeah, Mum adds quietly, and I can see how anxious she is. There's no way she suspects Judd and me of doing anything wrong, but she still doesn't appreciate her children having to face questions concerning a death. I was swimming and you were sunbathing, right, sis? Judd says, looking to me now. He is doing his best to help guide me through this, so I allow myself to go with the flow as best I can. Yeah, I mumble. I was sunbathing. Who else was at the pool? The second officer asks. Antoinette, Judd says. The deceased's sister, the officer clarifies, and Judd nods. Yeah, but I just knew her as some girl I met by the pool. We were hanging out, flirting, having a good time. Us three were the only people there. The lifeguard wasn't at his station, the officer asks. No, Judd says. He kept wandering off, and I hardly saw him at all that afternoon, if I remember rightly. Did you, sis? I shake my head. No, he wasn't there much, I agree. I know that confirming this is going to mean that the lifeguard is going to get in a lot of trouble. I'm also aware none of this could have happened if he had been doing his job properly. If he was where he was supposed to be, he'd have seen that guy drag me into the pool and hold my head under the water, as well as Judd punching him to save me. He could have not only confirmed that we were acting in self-defense, but also he could have jumped in the pool while the guy was unconscious and floating face down and dragged him out of there. He wouldn't have died if the lifeguard had been there, and me and my brother wouldn't be in this mess. What happened next? Comes the latest question. Antoinette got out of the pool to go to the toilet, Judd replies, and then we decided to leave. Precisely what time did you leave? Oh, I've no idea. I didn't check the time. Did you, sis? Judd asks me, and I shake my head. The police officers must know that my brother is doing most of the speaking for us, but so far they haven't asked him to be quiet so they can have a go at grilling me. I'm hoping they won't change tack and try that at any point, but it remains to be seen. So you just left, without saying goodbye to Antoinette? Not quite, Judd admits. When we were in the pool, I told her that she was welcome to visit me in my room if she liked. She said she was tempted by that suggestion, so I told her my room number and figured I'd see her later. And did you? Judd looks a little embarrassed to be answering this in front of our parents, but he nods. Yeah, she came to my room shortly after I got back there. It's true, I say, forcing myself to speak up because it'll look better if I don't just wait to be prompted every time. She was in there when I knocked on my brother's door. Why did you knock on his door? I'm asked then, making me wish I'd just kept my mouth shut. I say, before realizing I can tell the truth here and it won't affect anything too badly. Because I'd been for a walk around the hotel and saw there was something happening by the pool. It looked like there'd been an incident, so I went to tell my brother about it. The incident being the deceased trying to be resuscitated. That's right, I say, the awful flashback running through my brain. Thankfully, nobody else in this conversation can see what I can see behind my eyes. If they could, I'd already be in handcuffs. You didn't see the deceased at the pool at any point? Comes what I hope will be the final question. And Judd and I shake our heads in unison. No, he says, before I repeat the same word myself. Okay, the first officer says. I think that's enough for now. We may have more questions. When are you due to check out? Not for a couple of days, Dad says, being as helpful as he can to the police. And why wouldn't he be? He doesn't know that he could lose both his children to the French justice system if the truth ever came out. As the officers leave us, I wonder if that will be it. It wasn't easy, but it certainly could have been harder. For now, it looks like the questions are over, and maybe they'll never start up again. As Judd and I share a nervous glance before following our parents away from the reception area and back upstairs to our rooms, neither of us knows what will happen next. As it turned out, that was for the best. Chapter 25. Cassie, present. Sleep doesn't happen when you have so many things on your mind. Mum's illness, the drowning incident, the fact I might one day be waking up in a prison cell rather than a comfortable bed. There's no chance of getting some restful shut-eye with all those worries to deal with. So I didn't. I just lay in bed and waited for the sun to come up. Now it has, the twins are up too, running around the room, making far too much noise for this early in the morning. How did you sleep? Reuben asks me as he rubs his eyes while our children shriek and squeal around our bed. It was okay, I lie. Feeling any better than yesterday? Yeah, a little bit, I lie again, before pulling back the duvet and rushing away to the bathroom so I don't have to lie any more. It feels so foreign to me to lie to the man I love, so I'm glad I don't have to do it often. I only have to do it when the past rears its ugly head and I struggle to conceal my paranoia, prompting Reuben to ask me if I'm okay. For most of our marriage, I have maintained the image of a woman who has nothing more to worry about than what her children are up to and what to watch on TV once they've gone to bed. After locking myself in the bathroom, taking several deep breaths and then having a shower to try and wash away my worries, I re-emerge from the bathroom, doing my best to feel positive about what today will bring. But it's impossible when I check my phone and see I have another message on there. Will today be the day that the truth comes out? I don't get long to process that frightening question because Zach and Zali start fighting, and Reuben sounds like he needs my help breaking it up. I stuff my phone into the pocket of my shorts before lending my assistance to this sibling squabble, and once it's resolved, Reuben suggests we get out of the room before it starts again. I think they've been cooped up in here for long enough, he says, and I can't disagree with that, so we all head downstairs for breakfast. But despite the buffet offering a wide range of tasty treats, from bacon and eggs to croissant and muffins, I barely eat a thing. I lost my appetite the second I read that new text message. As I look around the table and see my family members wolfing down their food, I seem to be the only one not tucking in. Mum and Dad join us shortly afterwards, followed by a hungover-looking Judd and a sleepy-looking Frankie. And now we're all here, Mum announces her news. Thankfully, it's not the troubling medical update she announced to me last night. We've booked us all on a trip today, she says with a smile. I can't help but marvel at how brave she is being in the face of her current health woes. If I didn't know about them, I would have probably tried to come up with an excuse so I could get out of whatever this trip is. But I do know now, so I am going to make sure I spend as much time with my mother as possible. It might also be good for me to get out of this hotel, because even though my worries will travel with me wherever I go, it can't hurt to have a change of scene to do that worrying in. Where are we going? Judd asks, before taking a large bite of his croissant. We're going on a cable car ride, Dad announces excitedly. What's a cable car? Zack asks. And while my parents answer that question, I look at my brother, because I'm eager to tell him about this latest message. But he's too occupied with stuffing his face with all the food he piled onto his plate to notice me trying to catch his attention. I don't know how he can eat like that when we're back at the scene of the crime. As for Frankie sitting beside him, she is nursing a black coffee and nibbling on some fruit, and I wonder if the pair of them spent the night together. It would explain why they both look so tired. Frankie in particular, given that she admitted to me last night that she and my brother had rekindled whatever spark they'd had before. It's probably to be expected that they have been visiting one another's hotel room since we got here. But just like Mum's health issues, I'll keep this information to myself until a later date. Once breakfast is finished, we all convene in the reception area as we wait for our transport. As we hang around, Juliet approaches us from behind the reception desk. Have a wonderful day, she wishes us. The views from the top of the mountain are incredible. Mum and Dad thank her, and I see how excited they are for today. As the twins run around us, shrieking wildly, I wish I could share in everyone else's enthusiasm. But while I can't on the inside, I can at least fake it on the outside. That's why I make sure to smile and look as happy as I can whenever I notice my parents looking in my direction. I have to stay brave for them and all they are going through, despite having plenty of troubles of my own. We leave the hotel to get inside a minibus that drives us to where the cable cars are located. I see that they will be taking us up what looks like a very big mountain, and while I imagine the view from the top is spectacular, it's the long journey to the top that makes me a little nervous. I would have thought something like this would have made Mum nervous too, but I wonder if her diagnosis has given her more of a YOLO approach to life these days, as in, you only live once. Sometimes it takes some bad news from a doctor for people to truly seize the day. If so, good for her. But as for me, I have enough to worry about without adding heights to my list. This is safe, right? I have to ask the Frenchman, who shows us to 2 vacant cable cars that will take us up the mountain. I make sure to look at my 2 children after asking, so he understands why I might be concerned. But he smiles to reassure me. Perfectly safe, he replies, so I guess I have to take his word for that. Okay, so who wants to ride with who? Dad asks, as the 2 cable cars pause momentarily for us to climb in. But they won't stop for long because they're connected to all the other cars here, and some are halfway up the mountain. So we better make a decision fast. I want to go with Grandma and Granddad, Zali cries, and Zack agrees. I guess that decides it then, Mum says with a laugh, before tousling the hair of her grandchildren. Us 4 will take the first car, and you 4 can take the other. Mum, Dad, Zack and Zali get into the nearest cable car, leaving me, Reuben, Judd and Frankie to get into the one behind it. No sooner have we done that than I feel a jolt and we are on the move, ascending rapidly up the steep slope. Anyone else nervous? I have to ask, but Judd just scoffs as he looks out of the window. We'll be fine, Reuben says, taking my hand and giving it a squeeze. It'll be fun. As for Frankie, she does a bad job of stifling a yawn, and I feel some sympathy for her, figuring this can't be the most fun thing to do if you're sleep-deprived or hungover, or a combination of the two. We're about halfway up the mountain and already extremely high when I get my chance to talk to my brother privately. Reuben is on the other side of the cable car, pointing something out in the distance to Frankie. So with those two occupied, I sidle up to my sibling and keep my voice low. "I got another message this morning," I whisper, before showing him the most recent text. He reads it and then shrugs. "Just ignore it," he says, making me want to slap him, although there's no way I could do that discreetly in here. "I can't," I whisper back. "Have you messaged them?" "Yes, but they don't reply." "Then call them," Judd says, clearly losing his patience with me like I've already lost it with him. Before I can say anything more, he taps the button on my phone's screen that calls the number of the mystery messenger, making my heart race. "What are you doing?" I whisper, but it's louder than I intended. Reuben and Frankie turn around to look at us. I am just about to cancel the call in case the mystery person actually answers and says something on the line that my husband or best friend overhears. But then I hear something. I hear a ringing phone. It takes me a few seconds to realize what is happening. When I do, Judd and I look at one another in astonishment. The phone we are calling is in this cable car. Chapter 26. Cassie. How can this be? How could the person who knows my secret be either my husband or my best friend? How can this be happening? "Whose phone is that?" Judd asks as the ringtone continues to sound. And in this enclosed cable car, it's starting to feel deafening. Or maybe it's because it's combined with the sound of the blood rushing in my ears. I'm still too stunned to speak as I stare at Reuben and Frankie, unable to determine exactly who has the ringing phone in their possession, but in no doubt that it is coming from their side of the cable car. As for this side, Judd and I share another look of astonishment before somebody else adds their voice to this confusion. "Why is everybody acting so weird?" Frankie says, seemingly bemused. Or is she annoyed? It's hard to read her expression, just like it's hard to know if it's her who has the phone or my husband. Whoever it is an awful outcome, because it means that my mystery tormentor is not some random person from the past, but somebody who is very much a part of my present, somebody close to me, somebody I trust. Or at least they were, until I uncovered them as an enemy. "Which of you has the phone?" I demand to know. "Yeah, come on, you've been caught," Judd says. "Stop messing around and take the phone out." It feels good to have my brother's support here, in this enclosed space, high above the ground, in this moment of tension where I'm waiting to discover who has been threatening me. I'd hate to be dealing with this on my own. It can't be Reuben. It doesn't seem plausible that my husband would be messaging me such things. But on the other hand, how can it be Frankie? She's my best friend and someone I have trusted since I was 11 years old. I almost don't want to know, but I have to. Reuben and Frankie look at each other, almost as if they're as curious about this ringing phone as Judd and I are. But one of them must be putting on an act. One of them is faking it. The game is up. They've been caught. There's nowhere to hide. So why are they delaying the inevitable? "It's not my phone," Reuben says, as if irritated that he even has to point it out. "I don't recognize that ringtone, and here's my mobile, which, as you can see, is not ringing." Reuben has pulled his phone from his pocket and holds it out towards me and Judd, allowing us each to see that he is correct. It is not ringing. So that must mean... "It's not mine either," Frankie says, reaching into her pocket and producing her own mobile. She holds that up too, and bizarrely, that phone isn't ringing either. Yet the ringtone continues to sound. I haven't disconnected the call yet. That means the number of the phone that has been messaging me is still in this cable car. So who has it? Reuben looks at Frankie then, frowning, before stepping away from her and towards me. As he does that, the ringtone doesn't come any closer. So that tells me the phone is not in Reuben's possession. So it must be in Frankie's. "Empty your other pocket," Judd says. "What? I don't have another phone on me," she replies, and sure enough, her other pocket is empty. "What about your handbag?" I say then, noting the accessory on the floor of the cable car, the one she wore over her shoulder on the way here. "There's no phone in there," Frankie says. "I just showed you mine. I don't have two, do I?" "Prove it," Judd says. And Frankie realizes she is going to have to, so she reaches down for her handbag before unzipping it and rummaging around inside. Then her face falls. So does mine when I see what she is holding up. It's a phone. And it's ringing. Chapter 27. Cassie. "It's you," I say in equal measures of shock and disgust. "What is going on?" Reuben asks. "I can't believe this," Judd says. That just leaves the guilty party as the only person who hasn't spoken yet since the unveiling of the incriminating evidence. I wonder what Frankie's next words are going to be. They better be good. "This isn't my phone," Frankie cries, and I should have known she'd try and continue the lie. Even after being caught red-handed, she's not going to admit it, and I can see now that nothing should surprise me about her going forward. For all I thought I knew about my best friend, this cable car ride has taught me that I might never have truly known the real her. "Of course it's your phone," Judd snaps. "It was in your handbag." This must be very difficult for my brother, too. Not only has he known Frankie for a very long time, but he has been intimately involved with her. So he must be experiencing quite the barrage of emotions like I am, as this cable car continues to get higher and higher up the mountain. We can't be far from the top now. Not that any of us care about the views at this point. Not when there are far more important things to deal with. "Will somebody please tell me what is going on?" Reuben cries, exasperated, and reminding me that there is still one person in this cable car who has no idea what Judd and I have been hiding for 20 years. But I want it to stay that way. I need it to stay that way. But that all depends on what Frankie does next. Because based on the messages she has been sending me, she knows our secret. What is she going to do about it? "I honestly don't know whose phone this is or how it got in my handbag," Frankie maintains. And I'm not sure if still refusing to drop the act is preferable to her blurting out the awful truth in my husband's presence. Maybe it would be better if Judd and I could continue this conversation with Frankie at the top of the mountain, just between the three of us, so that whatever is said and whatever is revealed can stay between us. But can that happen? Or are things already too far out of control? "Cassie, what's going on here?" Reuben tries again, and I look from Frankie to my husband and feel utterly useless. I don't know the best way to deal with this. Judging by my brother's silence beside me, he has no idea either. Suddenly, the cable car judders, causing us to all lose our balance and reach out for the handrails. I guess if we'd been sitting down, we wouldn't have lost our footing, but we're all far too tense to take a seat. But then I realize why we have stopped. We're at the top. Now the doors are opening. Quick as a flash, Frankie moves for the exit and makes it out the second the doors slide open. "Hey, wait!" I call after her and follow her outside. The air is cold out here, the temperature much cooler than it was at the bottom of the mountain, which is to be expected. I don't have time to worry about keeping warm, not when Frankie is obviously doing her best to get away from me before I can find out how she knows my secret, and why she has chosen to torment me with it. "Frankie, come back," I say, trying to close the distance between myself and my target. But it's tricky, because we're not the only ones up here. This mountaintop is full of tourists, many of them wandering around and looking for the best vantage point to take a photo of the spectacular views down below. I know they're spectacular because I get a brief glimpse as I turn my head and see how high we actually are. But I quickly refocus and turn my attention back to Frankie. She's running away through the crowd. But no matter where she goes, she's stuck up here on this mountaintop with me, so she must know running is futile. That doesn't seem to be stopping her from trying, though. "Mummy!" I freeze when I hear my son's voice, turning around and seeing Zach running towards me. He's closely followed by Zali, and despite needing to pursue Frankie, I can't just abandon my children in this busy place. Not when I can't yet see my parents or Reuben and Judd. They must still be closer to the cable cars, while I have run a fair distance from them. Now my children have too, and as they reach me and ask me if I enjoyed the ride up here, I turn back to look for Frankie. I can't see her. Damn it, I've lost her. But she can't have gone far. My eyes scan the crowd, and I see what looks like a tourist centre a little further ahead. I bet she's gone there, because there's nowhere else she can go up here. So I'm going to go there too, and when the rest of my family finally catch up with us, I tell them so. "I need to talk to Frankie," I say before I set off again, hoping that for my parents' benefit, Judd will come up with some cover story as to what is going on, although Reuben might dispute it, given what he experienced in our cable car. I can't worry about that right now, because Frankie has to be my priority. So I keep running until I reach the tourist centre. I burst inside, almost bumping into a woman in a thick fur coat, which seems a little overkill for summer, even if we are on a mountaintop and it's a few degrees colder up here. Moving past her, I scan the crowded room for any sign of my former friend, but I cannot see her anywhere. I check the adjoining cafe too, but can't place her amongst the full tables, the busy staff behind the counter, or the long line of thirsty tourists queuing to pay for drinks. Where has she gone? I do another sweep of the building, to no avail, so I give up and go back outside. I see the same thing I saw before going inside, a mountaintop full of people. Frankie doesn't seem to be amongst them. I'm so busy looking around the crowd that I fail to see my family has reached me again. "Where is she?" Judd asks, and all I can do is shrug. "I don't know," I reply feebly. "Darling, what's happened?" Mum asks me. "Judd says you and Frankie have had a disagreement about something, but that doesn't sound like you two. Is everything okay?" "No, Mum, everything is not okay. In fact, we're about as far from okay as we are far from home right now." Before I can come up with some lame answer to appease my mother, I see her. I see Frankie. She's several feet away and on the move, but it's definitely her. The problem is, I know I can't catch her in time. Not when she jumps into a cable car just before it closes its doors and begins its descent down the mountain. Chapter 28. Cassie. I stare at the cable car that holds Frankie until it dips out of sight, stunned by how desperate she is to avoid talking to me. She must hate me a lot to send me those awful messages. I'm shocked that she can't even give me an explanation about what's going on. But just because she's managed to avoid talking to me now, it doesn't mean I won't get an answer. I'll catch up to her. All I have to do is get down the mountain myself, and then she'll have nowhere to run. Cassie, look at me! I feel two strong hands take hold of each of my arms before Reuben's face appears right in front of mine. My poor husband looks stressed, which is why he has resorted to grabbing me and demanding that I give him my full attention. Tell me what is going on here, because this isn't making any sense to us, Reuben says. I look past him to the puzzled faces of my parents. Next to them are Zach and Zali, who are so young that they probably understand even less about what is going on here. Last but not least, there is Judd, who is looking at me like he knows this is going to be a very hard situation to explain our way out of. I guess I'm going to have to try, so I take a deep breath before opening my mouth to do just that. Frankie has been harassing Cassie, Judd says, speaking up before I have a chance to. What? Reuben cries. I could almost say the same thing. As I glare at my brother, I hope he knows my expression means that he is to shut up immediately, because whatever we say, we cannot say the truth. But when did my brother ever listen to me? He's clearly not going to start now as he carries on talking. Frankie needs money, he goes on. She has been asking Cassie for cash to pay some debt, and Cassie has given her a little bit, but it's not enough, and Frankie keeps pestering her for more. As my family members try to process this story, I do the same thing. But it's a relief that my brother is not blurting out the truth as I feared he would. Instead, he has concocted some fictitious tale about Frankie needing me to help her pay off some fabled debt. As lies go, I guess it's as good as any other we could think up right now. She's in debt? Mum asks, and Judd nods as if he is privy to all the information, except it's information that is totally untrue. You've given her money? Reuben asks me. How much? I guess this is the part where I have to play along with my brother's tale, so I think fast. Not too much, just £500 or so. I figure that is a reasonably safe amount to say that I gave to a friend, although Reuben's reaction tells me otherwise. £500? That's a lot of money. I suppose it is. I should have said 300, but it's too late now. Of course Cassie was going to help Frankie, Judd says, leaping to my defense in this realm of lies. They're best friends, or at least they were before. Judd's voice trails off, and I'm not sure if it is on purpose or if he's run out of things to make up on the spot. But his improvisation skills are even better than I give him credit for. Frankie kept coming back for more money, Judd goes on, the rest of my family hanging on his every word now, even the twins, who are far too young to understand the intricacies of lending money and paying off debts. But they seem to be giving it a good go. She is pressuring Cassie to give her more. Isn't that right, sis? The way Judd has just told a lie and then comes straight to me to confirm it reminds me of the time we spoke to the police after the pool incident, and Judd did most of the talking for both our sakes. Just like back then, I have no choice but to do what my brother wants. Yeah, I agree. She keeps asking me for more money, but I told her I don't have any more to give her. So what is she doing? Dad asks. I just told you, Judd cries. She's been harassing Cassie. How? Mum asks. Judd seems unsure for a moment, so I quickly step in. I've been receiving text messages, I say. They were coming from an unknown number, but I just tried calling that number when we were in the cable car coming up here. When I did, a phone in Frankie's handbag started ringing. Mum and Dad look aghast, while Reuben is less stunned because he was present in the cable car, of course, so he got to witness what I'm describing. Or at least some version of it anyway. "That's awful," Mum says. "Yeah, it is," Judd throws in. "I have to say, this does not sound like the Frankie I know," Dad muses, then suggesting he is having a hard time believing this. "That's why it was such a shock for us when Cassie heard that phone ringing," Judd says, expertly answering with speed. "And that's why she has been trying to catch up with Frankie to ask her what is going on. But Frankie has run away because she knows she has been caught." That neat little tale brings us right up to date, so I figure that between us, my brother and I, have done a fairly decent job of getting our family members to at least have some understanding of what is going on. In the grand scheme of things, what we have just done is akin to putting a single plaster over a small cut when there is a gaping wound right next to it that is still going untreated. The fact is, Frankie knows what Judd and I did 20 years ago. The only thing I don't know is what she plans to do with that information now. No, scratch that. There is something else I don't know. I don't know how Frankie found out about mine and Judd's secret in the first place. Was it a recent discovery on her part, or has she known all along? Chapter 29. Cassie. 20 years ago. It's time to go home. Time to get away from this hotel. Time to try and forget about the terrible thing that happened here. To my eternal relief, the police did not need to speak to any of us again, seemingly satisfied with what we told them. But that might change the more they keep investigating and potentially unearthing any clues. So before that might happen, I want to be as far from here as possible. I'm so glad to be leaving that I woke before sunrise and finished packing my suitcase, eager to get my luggage zipped up and positioned by the hotel room door so that I wouldn't have to be here a second longer than I had to. I assumed my roommate would feel the same, but despite getting up early and making noise in our shared bedroom, Frankie hasn't stirred. She's still lying in her bed, seemingly fast asleep, even once the sun is up and even after I deliberately allow my alarm to sound, the one I set for 8 a.m., as if I wouldn't already be awake, staring at the ceiling. It gets to the point where I have no choice but to physically wake my friend myself. "Hey, Frankie, it's time to go," I say, gently shaking her shoulder, and thankfully she opens her eyes to let me know that she is still alive. If she hadn't, I'd have really started to worry that there was something more sinister going on with her than sleep, so it's good to see her conscious. But while she might be awake, she doesn't look happy. "Ugh, what time is it?" she asks me as she rubs her face. "It's 8:15. We need to get going or we'll be late for our ferry," I remind her. Not that I should have to, because Dad made sure to tell us all precisely what time we were due to meet in reception this morning. We should be there for 8:30, not a minute later. And that is more than late enough for me, but not for Frankie, it seems. She just rubs her face again before rolling over in her bed. What is she doing? She can't go back to sleep, can she? I can start to feel myself growing irritated with my friend, so I take a moment to try and relax, because snapping at her is not going to help. Frankie has never been a morning person, so remembering that, I give her a few more minutes of space to come around. But as it reaches 08:25, she still hasn't got up. And given that she has a few things still to pack, I'm now past the point of patience. "Frankie, you need to get up," We're going to be very late, I say, hating how I sound like my parents when they used to get me up for school, especially because I'm still school-age myself. As a teenager, I should be lounging in bed without a care in the world, like Frankie is doing right now. But it's just another reminder that after what has happened, I'll never be totally carefree ever again. Frankie finally forces herself up, but rather than packing, she lets me know that she might have something troubling on her mind too. I need to talk to you about something, she says, whilst I'm busy putting her things into her suitcase because she clearly isn't in any rush to do it. What is it? I ask impatiently as I keep packing. It's important, she says. Like, really important. Can it wait? We really need to get going, I reply, not really feeling the importance of whatever this is when we have to be out of this room in less than 5 minutes. No, it can't wait, Frankie says, causing me to pause. Okay, what is it? Frankie is on the verge of telling me when there is a knock at the door. I bet that's Dad checking where we are, I say, annoyed that he's had to come here and hurry us along, especially when I have been ready to go for hours. Wait, Frankie calls out, but I ignore her as I open the door, expecting to see my frowning father on the other side of it, tapping his watch and asking me what the time is. That's why it's a surprise to see somebody else there instead. Good morning. How did you sleep? Comes the friendly question from the charming concierge, who looks like he slept far better than I did. I don't need to check the name on his tag to know who this is, because I've seen and heard plenty from this man during our stay. It's Anton. But why is he here? Yeah, I slept fine, I say, and Anton smiles. That's good to hear. Always nice when you get a good sleep ahead of a big day of traveling, he says. I believe you're checking out today. Would you like any assistance with your bags? That explains why he is here, and I'm glad he is, because his help should speed up the process of getting out of this hotel. Sure, that would be great, thank you, I say, stepping aside and allowing Anton in. I know Frankie won't be thrilled to see we have a guest, especially because she has barely got out of bed yet. But that's the point. I want her to hurry up, and I have a feeling that the presence of an eager, energetic employee will finally get her moving. Oh, I'm sorry, Anton says as he steps into the room and sees that Frankie isn't quite as ready to go as I am. No, it's fine, I say, not wanting him to leave until at least one piece of luggage has progressed from the bedroom to the corridor. I wheel my suitcase over to him before turning back to Frankie to help her finish packing hers. As Anton carries my suitcase out to the trolley in the corridor, I realize that I am still moving with more sense of urgency than Frankie, which is weird because she voted to leave this hotel early just like I did. Therefore, I thought she'd be as desperate to leave as I am. So why is she dawdling? I remember then that she had something she wanted to talk about before Anton interrupted us. But he's back again now, ready for the next suitcase, so I leave it until we are finished here. 5 minutes later, me and Frankie are traveling down in the elevator, and while we end up being a couple of minutes late to meet the rest of my family, it could have been worse. I see Anton emerge from the staff elevator with his trolley and our bags, and he takes them outside while Dad finishes checking out at reception. Then we all walk out of the hotel into a bright blue sky morning, the kind that a holidaymaker will miss once they get home and find the weather isn't so perfect there. But I don't care about some sunshine. I just want to get out of here, and once the luggage is loaded into our car, we are finally ready to go. Thank you so much, Dad says to Anton. My pleasure, the cheery concierge replies. I hope you will be back to visit us again one day. I can't think of anything worse than coming back here, but I don't say that. I just quietly go to get into the back seat of the car. As I do, I hear Anton say something that sends a shiver down my spine. I have a feeling that you will be. I glance back at him, wondering why he said that, but he's already walking away into the hotel to offer his services to the next guest. Come on, let's hit the road, Dad cries as he gets in behind the wheel, so I get in the car too, and once we're all in, the engine starts and we are on our way. We're 10 minutes into the journey, the radio is on, Judd is taking a nap, Mum and Dad are discussing directions, and I feel we are now a safe distance away from the hotel for me to start to relax. That's when I figure it's a good time to talk to Frankie about whatever she was going to say to me back in the room. What did you want to tell me? I ask her, looking at my friend seated beside me in this cramped car. Frankie turns away from the window where she had been staring at the passing countryside and looks at me. It doesn't matter, she says, before turning back to look out the window. I shrug then and close my eyes, trying to take a nap like my brother. With a bit of luck, I'll sleep until we are on the ferry, and then we'll be leaving France behind for good. I never have to come back here again, and I'm excited about that. Good riddance to this place and the awful thing that happened. May it stay in the past forever. Chapter 30. Cassie, present. I feel terrible for so many reasons. I feel terrible for my parents and the kids, who have had their day trip ruined by what happened. I also feel terrible for Reuben, who still has no real idea what is going on with his frazzled wife. And I even feel sorry for Judd, who trusted Frankie just as much as I did, if not more, because he knows her in far more intimate ways than even I do. But most of all, I feel terrible because I know that what has happened today must be connected to what didn't happen 2 decades ago. All the way back to the hotel, from the top of the mountain, during the cable car ride, to the minibus that is driving us back to our accommodation, I can only think about that morning 20 years ago, when Frankie was trying to tell me something important, only for me not to listen to her because I was too eager to leave. If only I had stopped and given her a second to say whatever was on her mind, maybe this wouldn't be happening now. Because that had to be it, didn't it? That had to be the moment she was going to tell me that she saw what Judd and I did to that guy in the pool, and she knew our secret. If she had said that, I could have explained things to her, and maybe this could have all been avoided. But I didn't, because I was too impatient, and because Anton interrupted us. And now here we are, 2 decades later, and only now has it emerged that Frankie knew what happened. I got down the mountain as quickly as I could, but there's only so fast a cable car goes. It's not like a normal car where I could hit the accelerator pedal and overtake some of the cars in front. I had no choice but to sit and wait for the car I was in to make it slowly down the mountain. The incredible view of the lush green forests of this part of France, juxtaposed with the grim reality in the cable car that all was not nearly as serene as it was on the outside. By the time I got to the bottom of the mountain, despite holding out hope to the contrary, I could not find Frankie anywhere. I had presumed she would have gone back to the minibus, but she wasn't there with the waiting driver, which then made sense. She would have known he would have insisted on waiting for the rest of us before leaving, so she must have found another way to get back to the hotel quicker. Once I'd explained to the minibus driver that one of our party had already left ahead of us, he was happy to drive me and my family back. All I can hope now is that we get to the hotel before Frankie can grab her passport and the rest of her belongings and move on again. She clearly doesn't want to talk to me anymore about what she knows. Somewhere over the last 20 years, she has progressed from confiding in me to keeping secrets, and even going as far as to use those secrets against me. I know that what I did in the past has affected every aspect of my life as time has passed by. But it has obviously done the same to my best friend too, and Frankie has now transformed from someone I thought of as a sister to somebody who seems to hate me for having to carry a secret too. It's a relief to get back to the hotel, and I rush inside to find her, leaving my family back at the minibus. But on the way through reception, I bump into a familiar man. "How was the trip?" Anton asks me. "The views from the top are phenomenal, right?" I don't have time for Anton and his chatty ways, just like I shouldn't have had time for him 20 years ago because he prevented Frankie from saying something very important to me. I won't let it happen again, so I ignore him and rush upstairs to my friend's room. But despite banging on the door, there is no answer. Have I already missed her? Has she already packed her things and left? If so, where might she be going now and, most importantly, what might she be planning to do next? The rest of my family arrive on the same floor, stepping out of the elevator as I give up on Frankie's room and head back to my own. "No luck finding her?" Judd asks me, and I shake my head before unlocking the door to my room and going inside. Reuben and the twins follow me in, and I'm glad no one else does, as I need some time to try and gather my thoughts. But there's no chance of that, because Reuben notices something very concerning in our room. "Have you been in the safe?" he asks me, and I turn around to see the door to our hotel room safe is wide open. "No," I reply. "It was locked when we went out," Reuben says, and it takes a few seconds before I realize why this could be a very big problem. "Frankie," I say under my breath, before I rush towards the safe and try to check inside it. But Reuben is already doing that, and that's why he's the first one to notice that we are missing some valuable possessions. "The money's gone," he says, and if that didn't sound bad enough, he speaks again. "And one of the passports is missing." "What?" I cry before I see for myself. The wallet of local currency we brought as spending money on this trip has gone. There was at least €500 in there, but it's vanished. Then I see 3 passports where there should be 4. So I take them out and begin flicking through their pages to confirm whose we have and whose we are missing. I feel I already know the answer. I bet it's mine that is missing. Sure enough, I am right. "I can't believe she would steal from us," I say, disgusted at this latest revelation. "You think Frankie did this?" Reuben cries, aghast. "Yes, who else?" "How did she get in our room?" he asks. "I don't know." "And how would she know the code to the safe?" "Because she knows what number we use," I reply. "It's the same number we always use, our previous 2 house numbers." "Yes, but how would Frankie know to try that?" "Because I told her once," I say sheepishly. "You did what?" "I thought I was just chatting with my best friend. I had no idea she was going to use that information to steal from me." "But she has." "Yes, I can see that," I cry. "Mummy, what's wrong?" Zali asks me. "Nothing, darling. Everything's okay," I say, but that couldn't be further from the truth. "We need to tell reception so they can contact the police and get looking for her," Reuben says, and he makes a move for the telephone by the bed. "No," I cry, aware that the police are the last people I want poking around in anything involving me. "Let me just check downstairs for her. Wait here." I rush from the room then, hoping I've bought myself a bit more time before Reuben can get the police involved. But I'm not stupid. I know they need to be contacted about this theft, as it will look suspicious to my husband if I don't allow that to happen. But I need to do things my way, not anybody else's. There is simply too much at stake here. I make it down to reception, hoping that I get lucky and find Frankie here somewhere, waiting for a taxi, maybe, or better yet, having a change of heart and deciding that she isn't going to keep running from me after all. I need my passport back. I would like the money back too, but most of all, I want to know that she isn't going to tell anyone about my secret. There is no sign of Frankie in reception. "Are you okay?" comes the question from the receptionist when she sees that I have run in front of her desk and stopped, presumably looking like a woman with the weight of the world on her shoulders. "No, everything is not okay," I say, rushing over to her and recognizing her as Juliet, the woman who checked us in. "The safe in my room has been broken into and several things have been stolen." "Oh my, that's awful. Which room are you in?" Juliet asks. "Room 508, I reply, and she frowns at that information. "What is it?" I ask. "Your friend was here earlier, Frankie. She said she had left something important in your room and asked if she could have a key card to retrieve it." "And you gave her one?" "As you are all part of the same travelling party, I didn't think there would be a problem." "You thought wrong," I cry. "She's stolen from me, and now I don't know where she is." "I'll call the police," Juliet says, reaching for the phone beside her on the desk. "No, wait," I protest. "We are best friends. Or at least we were. I just need to find her and talk to her and find out what is going on with her, why she has done these things. Just let me try and do that before we get the police involved." That seems fair to me, but it's not my decision to make. As this is an incident that has happened on hotel grounds, I am obligated to follow procedure, Juliet tells me. Procedure. I'm going to have to let her make that call. I'm going to have to accept that the police need to come here, and I'm going to have to deal with whatever consequences come my way. Chapter 31. Cassie. Not for the first time in its history, the police are in this hotel. Although they didn't get here quite as quickly as they did when there was a body in the swimming pool, because a theft in a hotel room is quite different. 3 hours after Juliet made the call, a couple of police officers stroll into the reception area of the hotel, ready to start with their questions. They are questions I'm fearing, though. I know I can't just be open and honest with the police in the hopes that it results in them catching the guilty party. Not when the guilty party can also implicate me in a crime far worse than they committed. "Can you explain to us what has happened?" An officer asks me and Reuben, both of us facing these questions while my parents look after the twins upstairs in their room. "Yes, we have had money and a passport stolen from the safe in our room, and we know who did it," Reuben replies quickly, as if not to waste any more time so Frankie can be caught. "The thief is my wife's best friend, or at least she used to be." He gives Frankie's full name so the police can note it down, while I shake my head, a gesture that the police don't fail to notice. "Are you saying you don't believe it?" I'm asked. "No, I do believe it. That's why I'm in shock," I say. "Like my husband said, she was my best friend, so to steal from me like this seems so out of character." "Is there any reason you can think of why she would do this?" comes the next question. All I can think is that Frankie took my passport to stop me leaving the country. Without it, I can't get back on the ferry to return to England. I'm stuck here, and because of that, I'd have nowhere to run if the police were to find out about my connection to the body in the pool 20 years ago. But of course, I can't say that, so I choose to say nothing, leaving it up to Reuben to speak. Frankie and my wife had an argument this morning, he says. We were in a cable car and they had a disagreement. Frankie came back here ahead of us and gained access to our room, thanks to that ditzy receptionist over there. He glares in the direction of Juliet, who is currently in deep conversation with the hotel manager and no doubt facing being reprimanded for her mistake in all of this. When we got back here, we went to our room and saw that the safe was open and the money and Cassie's passport were missing. Reuben finishes. She knew the code I used for safes and alarms and things of that nature, I say then, before the police can ask how Frankie could have unlocked the safe. A while ago, I told her that I always use the same 4 digits. The two officers share a look, as if to say, that serves you right. What was the argument about? They ask me. Frankie has been harassing my wife for money, Reuben says, again answering for me. Not that I'm complaining because I feel too sick to hold much of a conversation. Her brother, Judd, knew about it and told us after the argument occurred. How was she harassing you? Comes the direct question to me. She was sending me messages, I say. Can we see those messages? I'm asked, but I was prepared for this, so I shake my head. I deleted them. What? Reuben cries. Why would you do that? Because they were upsetting, and I didn't want to look at them anymore, I say. I know I should have kept them, but I had no idea this was going to happen. I had no idea Frankie would steal even more money from me. But she has, and you've just gone and deleted key evidence against her, Reuben cries, as if he can't believe my stupidity. But there's nothing stupid about me deleting evidence that actually links me to a dark secret from the past. A dark secret that these police officers would be salivating over if they knew. I deleted the messages while Juliet was on the phone to the police, aware that they would want to see my phone when the conversation got around to Frankie's harassment. So now those texts have gone. The problem is, I can't do anything to stop any new ones arriving, so I really hope the police don't want to see my phone. Thankfully, they seem to have lost interest in it after my admission about deleting the texts, so my device can stay safely in my pocket for now. We will do what we can to locate Frankie, one officer says, as the other closes his notebook and stands, clearly drawing this conversation to a close. I feel relieved that they haven't pried more into things that I am hiding, but at the same time I get a sense of hopelessness that the task ahead of them is almost impossible. They are going to try and locate one woman in a large country. What chance do they actually have of finding Frankie? If they do, it's likely she'll have spent the money she stole and either sold my passport or discarded it somewhere along the way. She might have taken it by chance, accidentally bundling it up with the money she was more interested in. I don't know, but it's hard to forgive her for this, whatever her intentions were. If the police do find her, what will happen then? She'd be in a lot of trouble, that's for sure. But could she try and bargain with the police and ask for a lesser punishment in exchange for giving up some information that relates to something very serious that happened here a long time ago? I suppose I could also play my own part in potentially reducing any punishment she might get for this. And I could do that by making it clear how good friends we once were and how out of character this is for Frankie. I also don't like the idea of her going to prison in a foreign land, and would much prefer her to get back to England, where I would know she was safe, closer to home. Most of all, I don't want to admit that this might be it for our friendship. What if there is still a way back for us somehow? The answer to that depends on finding Frankie and how she explains herself when we do. As I watch the police officers leave the hotel, I cannot help but think that it is for the best if they never find Frankie. That would certainly be the best way of not only ensuring she stays safe, but my secret stays safe too. I need a drink, Reuben says. Care to join me? Sipping something strong does hold a certain appeal at this moment in time, but I should be sensible and try to keep a clear head, so I refuse. I'll go back to the room and check on the kids, I decide. I won't be late, Reuben says, before giving me a hug, and after the day we've both had, it feels like each of us needs it. It's gone dark outside as I make my way back upstairs, but it's not late enough for the twins to be asleep yet, so I don't need to rush to help with their bedtimes. That's why I stop off at Judd's room on the way, figuring it would be useful to talk to him and have some kind of a debrief after what has occurred. But he doesn't answer his door, and when I kneel down to check underneath it, I can't see a light on in there, so I guess he must be out. I should have known he would already be doing what Reuben plans to do now, and be drinking his feelings in a bar somewhere. My brother is so predictable. At least somebody is, because Frankie sure wasn't. I make it back to my room, but just before I enter, I hear the distinctive sound of both of my children wreaking havoc on the other side of the door. I have no idea what my parents are doing, but they are certainly not controlling Zach and Zali's wild temperament. I keep listening and hear Dad telling the twins to calm down, and Mum trying to get them to come and watch television on the bed with her. While the screeching does momentarily cease, it soon starts up again. It sounds like a zoo in there, and I quickly realize I am not in the right headspace to deal with it at present. Feeling guilty, but also aware that every parent is entitled to a break, I walk away from the door and take the elevator back downstairs. I'm not sure where I'm going, only that I should probably keep walking until I have my worries under better control. I pass the hotel restaurant and then the bar, but I must end up in a daydream because before I know it, I'm outside and only a few yards away from the place I have avoided for 20 years. The pool. I can see it in the distance, but it feels like I'm close enough. Before I can turn and walk away, I hear some shouting up ahead. I only go closer when I recognize one of the voices as belonging to my husband. As I get nearer to the pool, I get visual confirmation that Reuben is here, and I see Judd too. But before I can ask either of them what they are doing, I see somebody else. A woman, in the pool, floating face down. I look from my husband to my brother to the lifeless body in the water. We all know who this is. We can all see that Frankie is dead. Now, chapter 32. Cassie. I can't help it. The sound just escapes from my mouth. I scream. I keep on screaming until Reuben rushes towards me and tries to calm me down. It's okay, he says, as he turns me away to shield me from the shocking sight. But it's too late, because I've already seen it, and I'll never forget it. Just like I will never forget the sight of the body in the pool before this one. That's 2 people who have drowned in this pool. Both times, I have been here. The same goes for my brother. But while I know what happened to cause the first death, I have no idea what caused the second one. I'm far too upset to even consider how this could have happened. My tears are flowing freely, and my heart is beating way too fast as my friendship with Frankie flashes before my eyes. All the good times, all the laughter, all the memories, they are all over now, and they have ended here, of all places. What happened? I cry as I choke back tears. I don't know, is all Reuben says before another loud scream pierces the air. We look to see a couple standing near the pool, a man and a woman, both dressed for a night out, but their plans now surely in ruins, having stumbled upon this awful scene. As the woman screams, her partner does the same thing Reuben did to me and tries to shield her from seeing any more, but again, the damage is already done. "Is she dead?" Judd asks as he stares in horror at the sight before us. "I think so," Reuben replies. The woman nearby shouts, "Help her! Get her out!" Then the man has his own idea about what should happen next. "Call for an ambulance," he offers, "and the police." "We can't," comes the quiet, shocking response from Reuben beside me, only audible enough for me to have heard. "What do you mean we can't?" I ask him. "They'll think we did it," he says, shaking his head. "They'll think we killed her. We had a motive, she stole from us, now she's dead." "We didn't kill her," I cry, stating the obvious, or at least I think it is. But the truth is that I don't know what has happened here. By the time I arrived, Reuben and Judd were already here, so they should know more than me, right? "Help me," Judd calls to Reuben before he tosses his phone to the side, pulls off his shirt, and then jumps in the pool. Reuben springs into action too, handing me his phone and kicking off his shoes before diving in, the pair of them getting over the same shock I have suffered sufficiently enough to try and salvage this situation. But what if we were all too slow to react? What if, by standing around in a state of surprise, we have wasted the last few seconds when Frankie could have been saved? I watch as the two of them take hold of the limp, lifeless Frankie and begin to guide her to the side. As they do that, the man standing behind us is on the phone, requesting the emergency services. Judd has tilted Frankie's head so that her face is out of the water, and her airways are free to take in oxygen. I think it's already far too late, and I cannot bear to watch as they get her out of the water and lay her on the pool side. But as they try, I am taken back to the times when Frankie and I used to play around in a pool together at our local leisure centre when we were in our teens. They were Saturdays spent splashing each other instead of swimming, gossiping about other girls at school while bobbing up and down in the water, and feeling like we were independent because our parents weren't in the water with us. They were good times, always capped off with snacks in the cafe afterwards. What I would give to go back to those simple days again now. When we weren't adults with problems. When I hadn't been involved in a person losing their life. And when Frankie hadn't lost her life. If she would cough or splutter or do something that shows signs of life, then maybe there would be room for optimism, as grim as those sounds would still be to hear. But she isn't making any noise. She looks pale, and I don't need a paramedic to tell me she is dead. I also don't need anybody to tell me, as frightening as this is, if Frankie dies, the knowledge she has of my secret dies with her. It feels awful to think that it might be for the best if Frankie doesn't regain consciousness, but there is no denying that it would solve my biggest problem right now. Having spent the whole of this holiday living in fear of the person who was messaging me, and then discovering it was Frankie and fearing what her next move would be, I no longer need to worry about her. If she's dead, Judd and I can continue to do what we have done for the last 20 years and live our lives safely away from the prying eyes of the French police. A member of staff appears from inside the hotel and begins trying to resuscitate Frankie. Anton quickly follows him, and I notice him notice me standing here. Just like me and Judd, he has now been present for 2 deaths in this hotel, and that's quite the exclusive club that the 3 of us have membership of. As more and more people rush outside to see what the commotion is about, and Reuben puts his hands on his head and looks at me helplessly, I have no idea what will happen next. It's going to be unpredictable, just like it was before. Chapter 33. Cassie. 20 years ago. The journey home from a holiday is often an emotional one. Usually, if all went well, the participants of the holiday would be feeling a little somber that it is over. There is a sense of sadness about the return to reality that looms on the horizon, as well as the awareness that it will be a while before more good memories can be made on a vacation again. There is certainly a somber mood in this car as we travel back towards Calais to catch the ferry home, but it has little to do with the holiday being over. If anything, I couldn't be happier about it. No, the reason for the tense atmosphere in my father's vehicle as it zooms along a French motorway is because we all know that what we experienced on this latest holiday will stay with us forever. And it wasn't good. How was your time away? Someone might ask when you get home, and you would answer in a standard fashion. It was great, thank you. The weather was perfect, the hotel was nice, and the food was delicious. I had a really relaxing time. It was just what I needed. Unfortunately, none of us in this car are going to be saying that when we get home and face questions about our week in the sunshine. If we're honest, our answer will be a little more dramatic than that. It was a bit of a disaster, actually. Somebody drowned in the pool at the hotel, and the police were investigating when we left. That's what I'll say to people if they ask me how my holiday went. That is all I will say. Or maybe I won't even say that. Maybe I'll just stay quiet and say nothing. It would be out of character for me to not be chatty about a recent life event. But maybe it's time for me to become more discreet, more closed off, more wary of everyone around me. Yes, I won't say anything. I'll be quiet, like I'm being quiet now. As is Judd to my left, and as is Frankie to my right. The three of us on this back seat have never been so silent in our lives, and it's a far cry from how we were on the journey to France a week ago. All three of us were chatting, joking, teasing, and basically enjoying life like a bunch of teenagers should. But none of us are enjoying life anymore, and that extends to the adults in the front of the car. Mum and Dad are uncharacteristically quiet too, and while it saddens me to see them this way after all the money they must have spent on this holiday and their determination to get us to have fun, I'm not sad enough to try and cheer them up. Not when I'm feeling so bad myself. They did try to talk to me and Judd about what we may or may not have seen by the pool that fateful afternoon, whilst they were busy elsewhere, enjoying the festivities at the local market. But it's not a conversation I wish to repeat, because after Judd and I had stuck to our lines about not seeing or knowing much, they started to ask more personal questions. How are you both feeling? How are you both coping? You do know that we are here for you if you need to talk, right? My poor parents thought their two children could be traumatized from staying in a place where a death occurred. Imagine if they knew what kind of trauma we really had. It's best they don't, because this has been bad enough. As far as final family holidays go, as this one was labelled, it couldn't have gone much worse. I know that fact will be a huge disappointment to my parents, especially my mum, who values family time above all else. But it's just the way things have gone. Hopefully, somehow, once we are home and getting on with our lives again, each of us will forget the things we saw and heard in the hotel in France. That includes seeing the body bag, the paramedics, the police, hearing the sobs of distress from guests, and glimpsing the pale faces of the deceased's family members as they processed their loss. Please, let us forget it all. Please, don't make life any harder than it already is. I close my eyes to try and get some rest, a futile task, but I attempt it anyway. But when I open them, I realize the car has stopped. We're at a petrol station, and Dad has got out to refuel. Mum joins him out on the forecourt before Judd takes the opportunity to stretch his legs too, mumbling something about snacks before he leaves me and Frankie alone in the car. I consider getting out too, but notice that my friend is not making any attempt to leave the car. So if she's staying in here, I decide to stay too, if only because it gives me another opportunity to ask her what she wanted to tell me back at the hotel before we checked out. "What was it you wanted to say earlier?" I try, wondering if Frankie will dismiss this like she dismissed it just before we got in the car to start this torturous journey. "I told you. It doesn't matter," she replies coldly. "There's obviously something bothering you because you haven't said a word since we left the hotel," I point out. "Neither of you." Touché. "We're still friends, aren't we?" I ask, a statement that sounds incredibly needy of me, but I am worrying that something has shifted between us at some point during this trip. If I had to pinpoint exactly when it was, I would say it was since the body in the pool was found. But then, everything else shifted in my life at that exact moment too, so our relationship is hardly alone in that. My relationship with my brother certainly won't be the same again either after what has happened. But what is not obvious to me is why Frankie seems to be so distant with me, unless she knows what Judd and I did. If so, I'd rather she just admit it so I can beg her to keep it a secret forever. But will she? "Have you ever done a bad thing that was a total accident?" I ask Frankie, wondering if there is a more delicate way to broach the elephant in the room. Or rather, the elephant in the car, the image of which would amuse me if I wasn't totally stressed out. "What?" she replies. "Have you ever done something that you didn't mean to do, but then it's too late, and you can't take it back or change it? So you have to stay quiet about it." I stare at Frankie, wondering if she is on the same wavelength as me here. "I don't know," is all she says. "Whatever it is, whatever is bothering you, it's okay," I tell her. "It'll get easier, whatever it is." That might seem fanciful, depending on what she is thinking about and what she knows, but it's got to be worth a shot. If anything, it's a good reminder to myself, too. "If you had a secret," Frankie says after several seconds of silence, "a big one, something scary, would you keep it or share it with someone else, just so you weren't alone with it?" I stare at my friend and see how afraid she looks. "Something scary," she said. "Like this conversation, for instance." "I don't know," I reply honestly. "I guess it depends." "On what?" "On whether or not I could totally trust the person I was sharing that secret with." I keep looking at Frankie, hoping she knows that I am trustworthy, and she can tell me anything and it will stay between the two of us. "You can trust me," I say then, just in case it's not clear at this point. But what Frankie says sends a chill through my entire body. "Can I?" she asks. I don't know what to say to that, but it doesn't matter because we're interrupted by my parents getting back into the car. A moment later, Judd joins us, a bar of chocolate and a fizzy drink in hand, and with that, we are on our way again. It's no surprise that the conversation is still at a minimum as we journey on towards the ferry port. What is a surprise, at least to me, is that my best friend feels she might not be able to trust me. Why is that? Is it because she knows what I have done? Chapter 34. Cassie Present. Déjà vu. That strange sense that you have experienced something before. That feeling that you are reliving a moment. I'm currently in the throes of déjà vu and I don't like it. That's because I don't feel like I'm reliving one of the happier moments from my life. It's the total opposite of that. What I'm going through at this present moment is a repeat of a scenario I never wanted to go through again. Déjà vu sucks. Déjà vu can go to hell. Thank you all for gathering here, comes the opening message from the hotel manager to the crowd of guests who are either sitting or standing before him in this large reception area. This is where we have all gathered as we wait to hear what the manager has to say about a body being discovered on his premises just several hours ago. This is currently a very difficult time, but first and foremost, I want you all to know that my staff and I are here to support you all, and this is the beginning of that process. Support us? We've come on holiday and somebody has died in the pool. A bald-headed man at the back cries out. Yeah, how are we supposed to feel? Comes the cry of a mother seated nearby. We're in shock. We've been traumatized. My children are here with me. How do you think this is going to affect them? Several other people start to grumble and groan before the manager raises his hands and has another go at saying what he hopes will be the right thing. Please, I understand your concerns, but I want to assure you all that this hotel is perfectly safe. And something like this, as shocking as it is incredibly rare. This isn't the first time somebody has died here, a voice calls out. My stomach sinks, and I'm sure the manager has a similar reaction to that point being made. But it's news to several other people, which is why there are a few gasps around the room, followed by a lot of nervous chattering. It's clear the manager has already lost control of the crowd he is addressing, and again, it reminds me of the time I sat here and listened to the previous manager try to calm a bunch of nervous guests after a body had been found in the pool. Just like that time, I imagine this manager's days are numbered in charge of a prestigious hotel, because an incident like this doesn't look good on anybody's CV. But also, in a repeat of history, somebody comes to the manager's rescue just before the crowd of disgruntled guests gets any more out of control. You are correct. This is not the first time there has been an incident like this at this hotel, Anton says as he steps out from the sidelines and takes center stage, relieving his ailing manager. That confirmation only leads to more audible sounds of shock, but Anton keeps his composure and waits patiently for the room to quieten again. 20 years ago, a young man sadly lost his life here after drowning in the pool, Anton explains. Unfortunately, a woman has lost her life here today, and there will be a police investigation to determine exactly why that was. But in the meantime, we need everybody to stay calm, because panicking is not only unhelpful, it is also going to make things even more difficult for those who were close to the deceased. I'm thankful that not everybody knows that Anton is referring to me and my family, because if they did, all the eyes in the room would now be looking in our direction. But Anton is looking at us, or more specifically, he's looking at me. So I have no doubt that he knows how close I was to Frankie. Since discovering she was dead, I guess I have gone into a state of shock. I've barely spoken. I've barely done anything. Fortunately, Mum is looking after the twins, keeping them upstairs in the room, away from all this awfulness downstairs. Zach and Zali don't know what has happened to Frankie yet, but we'll have to tell them soon. For now, I need to focus on getting through the next few hours. As well as trying to process my shock and grief, I will also have to process the inevitable questions that come from the police. We'll be spoken to anyway, simply due to our connection with Frankie. But add in the fact that we had already reported to the police that Frankie and I had been arguing, and that she had stolen from us, and it's obvious that Reuben is right with what he said by the pool. We had a motive to hurt her, so we could very well be suspects in her death now. I didn't kill Frankie, and I don't know who did. I don't know if anybody did, or if it was just a tragic accident. But what I do know is that this could be karma for what happened in the past. Is the universe trying to course correct itself and find a way for me to pay for my secret in one way or another? Because I got away with something in the past, it might mean that I'm going to unfairly take the blame for something that has happened now. Something that I had nothing to do with. I feel sick. I might actually be sick. But for the time being, I sit and zone out, missing the rest of what Anton is saying to the gathered guests, because all I can think about is how the police are going to be talking to us very soon. I'm not wrong, and before I know it, Reuben and I are being questioned about Frankie and everything that happened before she died. Our interrogators are two male police officers, one in his 50s, the other in his 30s. Both of whom appear to be giving this case the laser-focused attention it deserves. Much to my dismay. "You told us she had left the hotel," we're reminded by the older officer, as the younger one gauges our reactions to the quiz we are now undertaking. "Yes, she had," I say. "Yet she was here when she died," the younger officer chirps up. "She must have come back," Reuben replies. "Why would she do that if she had stolen from you?" the older one says, forcing me and my brother to turn our heads every time a different one of them speaks. Is this a tactic? Some way of trying to confuse us and force an unexpected answer from one of our mouths? I think the fact that I'm even considering that shows just how paranoid I am right now. "I don't know why she came back," I snap. "But she was here and now she's dead, and you need to find out what happened." Shouting at the police is never a recommended strategy, but my nerves are shot and I don't have the self-control to do anything else at this present time. "I'm sorry. My wife is very upset, as you can imagine," Reuben says, putting an arm around me. "Frankie was her best friend, so seeing her like that, well, it's just awful. If someone stole from me and caused me to go to the police, I'm not sure I'd still consider them my best friend," comes the curt reply. I start sobbing, and the officers choose to stop the conversation there, but not before leaving us with a warning. "We'll need you to stay here while we conduct our investigation. Don't leave. Don't return to England," the stern-faced, silver-haired officer says, while his younger colleague looks on. Only slightly less serious, but then he isn't quite as worn down by gritty crime as the man he works alongside. With that order ringing in our ears, they leave us alone. I don't bother calling after them to remind them that because Frankie stole my passport, I couldn't leave the country even if I wanted to. I just stay silent, a tactic that has always seemed to serve me better than the alternative. As I do, Reuben keeps his arm around me and gives me a soft kiss on the head. He tells me that everything is going to be okay. I hate when my husband lies to me. He doesn't do it often, but he is doing it right now. He has to be lying. There is simply no way this is all going to be okay. Chapter 35. Cassie. In times of great stress, human beings have turned to various methods to regain control of their anxiety. Comfort eating, alcohol, a long walk, asking for advice from a trusted confidant, or, another option, extremely intense exercise. I've chosen that one. My heart is pounding and my legs are burning, but I don't slow the speed on the treadmill I'm currently running on. I do the opposite. I speed it up, forcing my lower limbs to work faster, driving myself on to exhaustion, if only because stopping and standing still feels like a worse fate than collapsing. It's as if I've decided that the only way to combat the racing thoughts in my head is to try and make my body go faster than them, as if I can outrun my frantic mind simply by upping the speed on this piece of equipment in the hotel gym. Part of me knows I'm wasting my time, but a bigger part of me knows that it's either this or I curl up in a ball and cry. So exercise has to be the healthier choice, right? But as I look at myself in the mirrored wall opposite the row of treadmills, there is nothing healthy about my appearance. I'm sweating, obviously, but my face isn't red and flushed full of blood like it should be from moving with such intensity. Instead, I look so pale, like I've seen a ghost, or more specifically, like I've seen two dead bodies in my life. My hair is a mess, a consequence of totally neglecting it ever since the drama in the cable car. My eyes appear sunken, a result of a lot of sleepless nights, while I seem to look skinnier, a fact probably caused by my loss of appetite since I first started getting those troubling text messages. I look awful. I look wrecked. I look like a guilty person. But while guilt is very much a part of my personality, it is not associated with this most recent death. I didn't kill Frankie, so I don't feel guilty for her being dead, at least not in terms of me doing anything to cause it. But I do feel guilty for setting her on a path towards death. Maybe if I hadn't chased her on that mountaintop, she would still be alive. Maybe if I had let her know that there was some way we could try and talk this all through, she might still be here. I don't know what happened to Frankie between stealing my money and my passport and ending up floating face down in the pool, but I certainly played a part in it. Judd did too. If he hadn't called that number, I would never have known Frankie was in possession of the phone that had been tormenting me. I thought it was a good thing that I found out, but nothing good has happened since. I'm struggling to catch my breath as my lungs react to the crazy workout I'm putting them through, but I still don't slow down. I don't increase the speed anymore, though, because any faster and I will fall off this treadmill. This pace is perfect. It's just about keeping me a half step ahead of my paranoia. But like anyone who spontaneously undertakes an intense fitness regime without adequate preparation, there's only so far that the human body can be pushed before it demands a break. I get that shocking signal from my body in the form of a terrible shooting pain in my left knee. I wince as I feel the sensation, wondering if I have successfully sprained a muscle that has gone from being underused to overworked in a short space of time. I decide to stop the treadmill before the treadmill stops me, and as I get off, I feel the stinging in my knee lessen slightly, telling me it was probably just a warning sign rather than something more serious than that. It should be a relief, but is anything truly a relief these days? Not wanting to go back to my room yet because the twins still don't know about Frankie and I don't know how to tell them, I slump down onto one of the exercise mats and lean my back against the mirrored wall. As I sit there, waiting for my heart rate, breathing and joints to return to their normal working order, I pick up my phone from where it lies beside my sweatshirt. I see I have a message from Ruben telling me that he loves me and hopes I am okay. There's also a message on there from Dad, letting me know that the kids and Mum are fine. As for Judd, I have no idea what he is doing, but he hasn't checked in on me, so I won't bother checking in on him. But before I can put my phone back down, I see a new message come through. When I read it, my heart starts racing even faster than it was when I was running at full pace on the treadmill. That's because this message is shocking. It's scary. Most of all, it makes no sense. If Frankie is dead, who has just sent me these 3 chilling words? This isn't over. Chapter 36. Cassie. If I thought I was running fast on the treadmill, I'm moving even quicker now. I'm racing from the gym in the direction of my brother's hotel room, desperate to tell him about this new text message, because he's bound to be as stunned about its existence as I am. This isn't over. That's what the message said. But how can that be? I thought it was over. I thought it was over when we caught Frankie with the phone that had been sending me the strange messages. I thought it was over when she ran away after stealing from me, further proving her guilt and descent into villainy. And I certainly thought it was over when she died in the pool. But the messages haven't stopped, despite Frankie's demise, which makes me wonder how it could be possible. Either Frankie wasn't the only one who knew my secret, or somebody else has done a very good job of framing her for sending those messages. I reach Judd's room and bang on the door, but as always he doesn't answer. Why is he never in his room when I need him? Where does he keep disappearing to? But I don't have the mental capacity to become paranoid about another person right now, especially not my brother, who I need more than ever. So I try to tell myself that there is nothing that he is hiding from me as I leave his room and return to my own. No sooner have I walked through the door than I see Reuben, and it looks like he is packing. "What are you doing?" I ask him, even though it appears to be obvious. He's throwing everything we have into our suitcases, so it's hardly a mystery. But what is a mystery is why he's doing it now. "I think we should go," he says. "Go? Go where?" "I don't know. I just think we should leave this hotel." "We can't leave. The police told us we have to stay." "I know they did, but I've been thinking about that and I'm worried," Reuben says, pausing to scratch his stubble before resuming packing. "Can we really trust them? We're in another country here, Cass. Is it wise to put our faith into a local police force who might be keen to pin Frankie's death on one of us, just for the sake of saying they have solved this particular crime?" "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the fact that the police might not be on our side here. We're tourists, not locals, so we might not be treated well. That means we need to look out for ourselves." "We can't leave even if we wanted to," I remind him. "I don't have my passport, remember?" "I'm not saying we leave the country, but we can surely find another hotel, or an Airbnb, somewhere less stressful than staying here, where only bad things seem to happen." My husband really is worked up about this, and I can see he is desperate to leave. He almost seems as desperate as I was a few days ago when we only just arrived. I guess he's finally realized what I always knew. This place is bad news. "We can apply for a new passport for you from here," Reuben says. "We can explain what happened to your previous one, and they'll be able to check because we reported it stolen. So they'll issue you a new one, and then, depending on how this is all going, we can leave and go home. Doesn't that sound good?" "But we need to know what happened to Frankie." "I know that. But how long is it going to take? What are we supposed to do in the meantime? We can't just stay here indefinitely and wait to see what the police may or may not do. What about our jobs? What about the twins' school? We have our lives to get back to. We can't stay in this hotel forever. Nobody is saying we have to stay forever, I tell him, as he continues to throw things in the suitcase. But it's early days in the investigation, and how would it look if we just left? It would look like we were guilty and had something to hide. It's not lost on me that I sound exactly like my brother when he was persuading me to stay 20 years ago. They already think we're guilty, Reuben cries then, finally breaking off from the packing to look at me properly for the first time since this heated discussion began. Can't you see that? Didn't you notice the way those police officers were looking at us when they were asking us questions? They've already made their minds up, Cass. They know we had a motive to hurt Frankie after she stole from us. And considering we were both there by the pool when her body was found, I think they consider this case a slam dunk. In fact, I'm shocked neither of us has been formally arrested yet. It's terrifying to hear Reuben lay all that out for me, but even more so when I think about how he might be right. In the absence of any other credible suspects in Frankie's death, why wouldn't they be looking at us as the ones who caused it? Maybe we should leave, or at least try to. But even if we do, that doesn't change the fact that somebody is still messaging me. Somebody else still knows my secret. Just give me some time to think about this, I say, not ready to try and check out of this hotel quite yet, even if I hate this place with every fibre of my being. I'm not sure how much time we have, Reuben replies, as he returns to packing, but he freezes when we hear a knock at the door. Who's that? He asks me. But how would I know? I can't see through doors any better than he can. It might be my parents with the kids, I suggest. Another knock. We'd hear them if it was them, Reuben says, and he's right. If our children were on the other side of that door, we would certainly have heard their noisy voices by now. But it's very quiet out in the corridor. Too quiet for there to be twins waiting to come in. I grit my teeth and walk towards the door to open it, while Reuben hangs back by the bed, the half-packed suitcase still open in front of him. I glance at my husband before pulling the handle to open the door and see who it is. That's when I learn that my husband was right. We should have left while we had the chance. We should have left before the police came back. Now they're here, it's too late. Chapter 37. Cassie. As a police officer asks to come in, I glance back at Reuben and fear we have missed our chance. If only I hadn't asked him so many questions, he might have finished packing and we could have left already. But now it's too late. Is this the moment I get arrested because they think I hurt Frankie? Or is it the moment I get arrested for what I did 20 years ago? We've made an arrest, the officer says, and I frown because he used the past tense. What? I reply, totally confused. We have a man in custody who was caught trying to sell your passport to an undercover officer, he explains. This man was also a guest at this hotel at the time your passport was stolen. Wait, what are you saying? Reuben asks. You're saying Frankie didn't steal from us, but this man did instead? We're not sure yet. It's possible that Frankie assisted this man. We're currently questioning him, as well as looking to find out what he knows about Frankie's death. But I'm letting you know that your passport has been retrieved. Thank you, I say. This is good news, and certainly far better news than Reuben and I were expecting a few moments ago. What about the money that was taken? Reuben asks. Did you recover that too? Unfortunately not, the officer admits, but I couldn't care less about my missing euros. Not when there is so much more at stake here than money that can be replaced. Who is he? I have to ask. What's his name? Marco Petty, comes the response. Marco? I repeat, trying to figure out why that name sounds familiar. I've heard it before. I've heard it recently. Then it comes back to me. The man I met in the bar, the one who offered to buy me a cocktail before I told him I was married and made my excuses. He told me his name before I left and said he would see me around. I thought it was a little strange, and then I had the worry that he could have been the one sending me messages. I also remember overhearing Frankie on the phone in the bathroom and how I ended up having a conversation with her in which she admitted that she had become involved with my brother again. Who the hell is Marco? Reuben asks. I spoke to him, I admit. In the bar downstairs. It was only for a minute or so. He approached me and tried to buy me a drink, but I refused and left. Is it the same guy? It could very well be, the officer replies. Like I said, we are currently questioning him, so hopefully we will have more news to bring you soon. Until then, please excuse me. The officer departs, leaving us with so many questions. I don't understand. Who is this Marco guy? Reuben ponders. I wonder if he got talking to Frankie that night in the bar after I left, I say. I wonder if he led her astray. She always was impressionable. There's being led astray, and then there's this, Reuben replies, as I consider saying something more, but I don't. What I don't say to my husband is that I am also wondering if Marco sent me the message that this isn't over yet. It would make sense if Frankie had also been messaging me. The pair of them were obviously working to exploit what they knew, but what it doesn't explain is how Frankie wound up dead. Did Marco kill her? If they ran away together, why did she come back here? And now that Marco is in custody, what might he say to the police about what he knows? Is he going to tell them that he and Frankie had some very crucial information relating to me and my involvement in a previous death at the hotel? That I haven't been arrested yet would suggest that Marco hasn't mentioned it to any of the investigating officers. Not yet, anyway. But if he's now being seen as the prime suspect in Frankie's death, why wouldn't he try and say anything he could to reduce his punishment? Why wouldn't he try and ease some of the pressure on himself by giving up some crucial information relating to another crime? I check my phone, but there are no new messages. Why would there be? If Marco sent me the previous text, he can't send me any more as he is in custody. Which means his phone is presumably in the hands of the police too. All they'll need to do is check his recent contacts to see that he sent me a message. When they do, I have no doubt they'll want to know why he was messaging me. I feel sick again, a familiar feeling these days. That's good news about your passport, Reuben says then, leaving the suitcase and walking over to me to put his hand on my arm. Now it's been found, we can hopefully leave France soon. Yeah, I reply quietly, wishing I could kid myself that this was over as easily as my husband seems to be doing. I see someone pass our open doorway and realize it was Judd, so I race out into the corridor after him because I need to tell him about the latest developments, including the text message I got while I was in the gym. But when I get a better look at Judd as he fumbles in his pocket for the keycard to his room, I discover that it might not be in my best interests to talk to him about anything important. That's because he is clearly drunk, his bloodshot eyes and his flushed cheeks as much of a giveaway as his stumbling stance and the scent of beer that emanates from his breath. In this moment, I realize that my brother is a major liability, so I choose not to mention the new message. One thing I do need to talk to him about, though, is the thing that Frankie mentioned to me that night in the bar, after I had my brief interaction with Marco, and just after I had overheard my best friend on the phone. What was it she said? We have to be more careful. If Cassie finds out about us, she'll kill me. When I confronted her about that startling comment, she confessed to me that she had become involved with my brother again and assumed I would be angry about it. I wasn't, but now I need to check this information with Judd. Were you and Frankie romantically involved with each other before she died? I ask my sibling as he drops his keycard on the carpet. He looks up at me as if he genuinely had no idea I was even here. Huh? He mumbles, before beginning the tedious process of trying to retrieve his keycard. But he almost falls flat on his face, so I bend down to pick it up for him. Before she died, and before she stole from my safe, she told me that she was involved with you again. Was that true? I asked Judd, crucially not handing his keycard over to him until he has answered my query. But all my brother does is laugh. Are you kidding? Me and Frankie? No way. I'd never make that mistake again. We both agreed we wouldn't. He reaches out for his card then and swipes it from my hand before I have the chance to move it away. But I didn't need to hold on to it because I've already heard enough. Despite how drunk he is, I can tell that my brother was being honest with me. I know him more than well enough to have seen his expression and heard the tone of his voice to understand that it was a genuine response. There was no lie, unlike with Frankie. My brother goes inside his room and allows the door to close behind him. I assume he is about to collapse onto his bed and try to sleep off the impending hangover. But there will be no such respite for me, because I'm very much wide awake, and now I'm worrying about why Frankie said she was with my brother when she wasn't. If she wasn't seeing Judd, who was she seeing? And why would I have killed her if I'd found out about them? As I wander back to my room, where Reuben has ceased packing and now sits on the bed beside the suitcase, looking at something on his phone, I think about how I was so desperate to tell Judd about the new message I received. Given my brother's current state and how he's likely to be just as useless when he wakes up, I decide I won't involve him in this latest development. But neither will I simply sit around and wait for something else to happen. If Marco messaged me to say this is not over, he won't be in a position to message me again while in custody. But if it wasn't him and it was somebody else, maybe I will get a response to the message I am about to send. Underneath the text I received while I was in the gym, I write a message of my own before pressing send. Can we meet to sort this out once and for all? That's my question. But will it get an answer? As a couple of minutes pass, I assume not. So I guess it was just Marco and Frankie who were tormenting me, and now both of them are unable to do so for very different reasons. At least I know for sure. I'm just about to put my phone down and take a shower when I feel my device vibrate in my hand. Looking at the screen with my hurrying heartbeat picking up the pace, I see something shocking. Somebody has just messaged me back. Almost as shocking as that, they have agreed to my request. Let's meet at midnight, by the pool. Come alone. Chapter 38. Cassie. Agreeing to meet the person who has been tormenting me at a place where two people have already died in the past might seem like a recipe for disaster. But what other choice do I have? I need to find out what has been going on. I need to know what happens next. Most of all, I need this to be over with, one way or another. So I said, yes, I'll be there. Now it's 5 minutes to midnight, and I'm trying to sneak out of the hotel room where my husband and 2 children are sleeping. I'm fearing that if I leave, I will never get to see them again. I'm afraid that I'm walking into a trap. That's why I very carefully give each twin a kiss on their head, just in case I never get the chance to do it again. I pause by the hotel room door, my fingers curled around the handle, but I resist the urge to open the door, leave this dark room, and step into the brightly lit corridor. That's because the urge to retreat back to my bed and put my head down on my pillow beside my husband is currently a little stronger. So what will I ultimately decide to do? After giving it another moment to reconsider, I make my choice. I open the door and leave the room. I leave my family. I choose to seek the truth, whatever the consequences. Every step that takes me closer to the pool has my brain urging me to stop and reconsider. But I'm in motion now and refuse to break momentum. In another life, if I had never done anything wrong, and thus never invited this drama into my world, I would be sleeping soundly in the hotel room with my family after a lovely day spent making memories by the pool. But in this reality, I see that everything I have ever done has been leading to this moment right here, which is why I cannot simply stop and refuse to go any further. To do so would be denying my destiny. I'm not. Not completely. I haven't left my hotel room with nothing more than a hopeful wish that everything is going to work out fine. I have made sure to bring something with me in case things go wrong and I need to defend myself. I place my left hand on the rear pocket of my jeans and feel the pair of nail scissors I put in there before I left. These are the scissors I will use if I find myself needing to fight for survival. I will stab and scratch and do whatever it takes to stay alive, if need be. But will it come to that? There's only one way to find out. I deliberately choose to make my way to the pool in the most discreet fashion possible, opting not to walk through the reception area, but instead take one of the longer, winding paths that cut throughout the grounds of this hotel. It takes me a few more minutes to get to my destination going this way, but it means I'm not going to be spotted by anyone in reception who might be curious about what I am doing wandering around at such a late hour. Eventually, the pool comes into view, and while I see the yellow tape around it that signals this pool is still out of bounds after what happened here recently, I keep going because I'm not here to take a swim. I'm here to meet somebody. But where are they? I pause and look around, peering through the darkness at the silhouettes of all the vacant sunbeds by the pool, as well as a few umbrellas and tables. I'm the only one here. I check the time and see that it's midnight exactly. So where is the person I'm meeting? Are they coming? Or have they changed their mind? I fear that I may have just been subjected to yet another example of psychological torment. Maybe this person had no intention of meeting me at midnight by the pool, and they just wanted to get some amusement out of making me think that was what was going to happen. I feel my anger boiling to the surface at the thought that I have just been messed with again. But that anger suddenly disappears when I hear the scraping of a shoe on concrete behind me. I spin around to see who is here, and when I do, I let out an audible gasp. Somebody is here. Somebody has come to meet me. And it's the last person I expected to see. As they get nearer, I wonder how this could be happening. How can this be possible? How can the person who told me this wasn't over be the person who is here right now? Chapter 39. Cassie. You? I say as my husband gets nearer, and instinctively I start to back away from him. What's wrong? He asks me, as if there's no reason for me to be wary of him, but of course there is. That's why I keep backing away until the edge of the pool behind me makes me stop. Any closer and I'll fall in, which is the last thing I want. I haven't been in this pool since I was almost drowned in it 20 years ago. Cassie, it's okay, Reuben says with his hands up and his palms open. I'm just here to talk to you. I remember that I have the scissors in my back pocket, but while I was prepared to use them to defend myself if need be, I was certainly not prepared for who I have ended up meeting here tonight. I can't believe it, I say, shaking my head. What can't you believe? Reuben asks, getting closer still. And I really wish I hadn't backed myself right up to the edge of the pool, because now I have nowhere else to go. You sent me that message, I say firmly. What message? Why are you denying it? Cass, don't call me that. That's what I've always called you. But things have changed, I cry, and Reuben looks surprised. What do you mean? You're here, at midnight, by the pool, I remind him. There's only one reason that can be. Yes, because I heard you sneak out of our bedroom, so I followed you because I was worried about you. Reuben replies, in a far calmer manner than the way in which I am speaking to him. What? I heard you sneaking out, so I wanted to see where you were going, Reuben goes on. That's why I'm here by this pool at midnight. Because you're here. Why else? I stare at my husband and try to determine if he is telling the truth. It's tricky because it's dark and I can't see every detail of his face, and there are shadows, and it's late, and I'm tired, and this is just all too much. I can feel tears welling in my eyes, which only makes it even harder to study Reuben. But as I wipe my tears, I worry that he could have just given me a perfectly understandable explanation as to why he is here. I might have jumped to a massive conclusion. Just because my husband showed up, I assumed he had sent me that message. It's also as plausible that he did see me sneaking out and followed me to find out why. I mean, it must be a little strange for a man to see his wife creeping out of the bedroom at such a late hour. So he'd be well within his rights to want to check on me. You left the children, I ask, worrying about Zach and Zali. They're fine. They are asleep, and no one can get in the room without a keycard, which only me and you have, he says calmly. I doubt the receptionist will give a keycard to anybody else after what happened, but we should be getting back to them sooner rather than later, so how about we go now? Reuben extends his hand to me, inviting me to follow him back to our room. I just stare at his hand before the next wave of tears comes on even stronger, and now I'm feeling myself falling to the ground. Rushing forward to try and catch me, Reuben takes my weight and holds me up, but I'm putty in his arms, feeling utterly weak and useless compared to the strength he is showing in supporting me. I can't stop the tears flowing. I can't stop sobbing. I cannot deal with all this stress, confusion, and fear. It's too much. I just want it all to end. But it can't end until somebody gets what they want. Either I keep my secret buried forever, or somebody else reveals it to the world. Chapter 40. Cassie. When I open my eyes, I see that my parents are here, but I'm no longer by the pool. I'm in bed, in my hotel room. What happened? How did I get here? I don't remember. The last thing I recall is falling into Reuben's arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Did I pass out? Or was I just so upset that my brain was unable to retain any memory after that particular moment in time? How are you feeling, darling? Mum asks me as she leans in closer to the bed and takes my hand. I don't know what to say, but the fact my parents are here must mean they have been very worried about me. Did Reuben get them to come and watch me? Where is he now? And where are the children? I need to get up, I say, looking to push myself up on the bed, but my parents don't seem keen on that idea. Just try and rest. Reuben is with the children. They've gone to the beach. The beach? What time is it? I ask. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, Dad replies. The morning? You've slept for a long time, Mum says then, filling in a few more of the blanks in my brain. You obviously needed the rest. You do look much better than yesterday, I have to say. You must have been so tired. I definitely did need the rest, and I certainly was tired. I haven't slept properly since we got here, so I guess my body just reached the point where it had no choice but to shut down on me and force me into sleep. That would explain the large gap in my memory. But did I really fall asleep? Or did I fight it, and, if so, what could I have said during that time? My fear now is that I have revealed some incriminating things about myself, possibly referring to the past, while I was in my state of uncontrol. If I was that upset, I could have become delirious, and who knows what I might have blurted out. Did I say anything about what happened 20 years ago? Did I mention the text messages, or my fear of who might be behind them, or how I'm so scared of being arrested for what Judd and I did the last time we were here? I stare at my parents' faces, trying to decipher if they love me any less than they did yesterday, because if they do, it would be a strong sign that they heard some awful things from me. Both of them have that same caring expression on their faces that they have always had around me. Like they're proud of me. Like they love me. Like I could never do anything wrong in their eyes. I would hate to lose that. But will it be gone one day? What has happened to Frankie has obviously hit you very hard, Mum says then, still squeezing my hand. It's been a huge shock for us all, but you were always bound to take it the hardest. She was your best friend for such a long time. It's only natural that you would be grieving her loss and struggling to come to terms with it. Mum isn't wrong there. Losing Frankie has come as a huge shock. But that's only one of many shocks I've had on this holiday, so it's no wonder I'm in an extremely vulnerable state. But I can't stay this way, because this isn't over yet, and now I've had some sleep, I'm hoping my body is rested enough for me to resume my desperate search for who is behind the text messages. When Reuben turned up at the pool last night, I feared it was him. But when he explained that he was merely following me to see where I was going, which could easily be true, I worked out it can't be him. It doesn't make sense, as he's been with me all these years. So why wait until now to start threatening me? If he knew anything, he'd either have done it sooner or left a long time ago, possibly taking the children with him. Figuring it can't be him is a huge relief. But who is it? I still don't know. Where's Judd? I ask. He's gone to the beach with Reuben and the kids, Dad tells me. I'm sure they're all having fun. Zach and Zali love their uncle. I know they do. But is that only because they don't know that their uncle killed a man? I need to get up, I decide. Wait, we have something to tell you, Mum says, and I freeze. Oh God, what is it? What have I done now? The police were here this morning, Mum goes on, and now I really am expecting the worst. What did they want? I ask, wondering if they are outside the room waiting to arrest me, and the only reason they haven't done so yet is because my parents begged for them to let me sleep. But that doesn't sound like something the police would agree to, especially if I was wanted for murder. So if it's not that, what is it? They have returned your passport, Dad says. They have? Yes, which is obviously great news because you couldn't go home without that. So we can go home now, I ask hopefully, but my parents share a look. Not quite yet, Mum says. The investigation is still ongoing, but the police seem to be making good progress. They have been interviewing their suspect, Marco, and he has confessed to a few things. Like what? I ask as I sit up straighter in the bed, eager to hear. He has told the police that he met Frankie in the bar here during his stay at this hotel, Mum explains. Exactly as I had figured. Most likely the same night he approached me. He has told the police that he bought her a couple of drinks and they ended up back in her room. Frankie was single and on holiday, so I suppose there can't be any judgment there about how quickly things moved between them. Then Marco said that they swapped numbers and agreed to meet the next night. That was the same day we went on the trip in the cable car. But after you and Frankie had the disagreement, she messaged Marco and told him she was angry at you and wanted to leave. This is when the crime took place. Dad steps in then. Marco said that Frankie was so angry and upset that she decided she didn't want to go back to England because she felt there was nothing for her there. But she told him she had no money to start a new life here until she mentioned the money you kept in your safe. She and Marco planned to steal from you and then run away together, Mum goes on, as my head feels like it's spinning. I guess Frankie wanted a fresh start and was upset about the two of you falling out, though she obviously should have gone about it in a very different way. I don't understand, I say. If Frankie and Marco were running off into France together, how did she end up back here in the pool? Marco has explained that Frankie felt guilty about what she had done and decided to return to the hotel to talk to you, Dad says. Marco kept the stolen money and the passport, but insists he did not return with her. He says he does not know how she was killed. He must be lying, I cry. What if he killed her because he was afraid that she was going to tell everyone that he was part of the plot to steal from me? We don't know, but the police still have him in custody, so you can be assured that they are asking him the same questions, Dad says. We just need to trust that they will do their job and get to the bottom of all of this. The problem is, if I trust the police to do their job, they might end up doing it too well and discovering that Marco is not the only one with something to hide. The police do want to speak to you again, Mum adds worryingly. They really want to understand what you and Frankie were arguing about before this all happened. I've told them, I say. Yes, but they seem to think there might be more, so they want to go over it again. Oh no. But we don't have to do that right now, Dad says with a smile. You need some fresh air, so how about we go and join the others at the beach? I think it will do you good. I would like to see the twins, and it would be nice to get away from this hotel too, so I nod my head. We've also been thinking, Mum adds before I can get up, and we have an idea that we could do something at the beach to remember Frankie by. A small memorial service, just the family. What do you think? I'm unsure what to say, so Mum goes on. By the sounds of what Marco has said, Frankie had come to her senses and was returning to apologize about stealing from you, she says. So, even if this is difficult, I think it would be an awful shame if we were to only remember the mistake she made at the end, rather than all the happy memories that were made before that. I think Mum might be right, so I nod my head again. I guess we're going to the beach. I guess we're going to say a proper goodbye to Frankie. Chapter 41. Cassie. The beach is perfect. Golden sand stretches out towards a beautiful blue sea that is only matched in colour by the sky overhead. It's busy here, tourists and locals alike having flocked to the shore to soak up the sun. I can see towels, umbrellas, buckets and spades, and all sorts of other beach paraphernalia to my left and my right, but the coastline doesn't feel cramped. It feels just right. With my parents, I find the rest of our family in the middle section of the beach, close enough to the water for the twins to splash their feet if they want to, and not too far for it to be a trek to get back to the large hole they have been digging. "Mummy!" Zali cries when she suddenly spots me approaching, and her little legs carry her across the sand, only stumbling a couple of times before she reaches me to give me a tight hug. I squeeze her back through her swimming costume, as overjoyed to see her as she is me, before I look for her brother. But he's far too busy continuing to dig the hole that he and Judd are working on to break away and come and greet me. But that's okay. It's just nice to see him playing happily. As my brother looks up and gives me a wave, I see Reuben get up off the towel he was lying on and make his way over to me. He's just in his shorts, his upper body bare and looking tanned. And I do hope he has put sun cream on himself as well as the children. But nobody looks burnt, so that is a blessing. "How are you feeling?" Reuben asks me, concern on his face. "A bit better, thanks," I say, as Zali runs back to join her brother, telling him not to dig any more until she is there. Of course, he doesn't listen and ends up flicking sand in her face, which causes a commotion that my father has to quickly try and sort out. But his grandfatherly skills are adept enough by now for him to do just that. And as peace resumes, I take a seat down on the sand and watch my children digging. I think about how Frankie would have loved it here today. She always did enjoy being by the sea, and who doesn't love sunshine like this? I bet she'd have suggested that we buy a cool box so we could store a few snacks in there, as well as some liquid refreshments that she and Judd would no doubt have been working their way through by now. But my brother is not drinking today, seemingly sober and on his best behavior, and that is a relief to see. He seems to have been spiraling as much as I have with recent events. He just did a slightly better job of hiding it. It doesn't take long for the twins to declare that the hole is finished, and then comes the task of the two of them running back and forth to the sea to fill up their buckets with water, so they can then fill up the hole. The adults watch the children carry out this very critical task, until Zach and Zali drop their buckets and stand back to admire their work. When they do, Mum seems to sense that this would be a good time to do what she suggested we do while we were here. "Zach, Zali, why don't you two try and find a pretty seashell that we can put in the hole for Frankie?" she suggests, and the twins seem to like that idea, because they immediately begin trying to locate one. On second thoughts, why don't we all try and find a shell? I guess it's a nice idea, so we all begin to scour the sand for seashells. As we do, I feel a mixture of sadness and relief as I watch my sweet 6-year-olds hunting around. Sadness that they are aware that Frankie is no longer with us. Relief that they are still too young to fully comprehend the finiteness of life and how death really does mean a permanent goodbye. It was Reuben who told the twins that Frankie was gone, gently explaining that there had been an accident and that she was in heaven now, where she would be waiting to play with them in the future. Having briefly touched on the subject of heaven at the Sunday school that we sent the twins to for a short time, they both have a basic understanding of what that means. While Zali got upset and Zach went very quiet, they both nodded their heads to say that they understood. I expect there will be many times when they mention Frankie in the future, especially once we are back home and they miss her presence in our house. But hopefully, time will make things easier, at least for them. But I know it won't necessarily do so for me. I've lost my best friend, a person I spoke to every day, a person who always found the right words to cheer me up when I needed a break from family responsibility or stress. There are certain things a best friend can say that your parents, siblings, or partner never could. Best friends have a unique insight into who you are. It's a special connection. Now I've lost it forever, and I will be poorer for it, regardless of what Frankie was like in the days before she died. As everyone else looks for their seashells, I keep looking for my own, scanning the sand before settling on a small white shell that has one smooth side and one bumpy side. Just like Frankie, I think sadly, as I walk back to the hole with my shell in hand. We wait for the twins to return with their carefully procured seashells, and once they do, each of us takes up a position by the hole in the sand that is full of water. It would be morbid to think of this as a grave of sorts, especially when Frankie has not been buried yet, nor will she be until her body is returned to England. There will obviously be a proper funeral service for her then too, for the few remaining family members she has to attend, though she was never close with her real relatives, which is why she got so close with my family. Of course, I will also attend, dressed in black and trying to remember the best parts of Frankie while forgetting about the parts she showed of herself at the end. It's for that reason Mum wants to do this today. She knows that on the balance of things, Frankie brought this family far more love than she did hate. "I'll miss you, Frankie," Mum says, kicking off proceedings. "But I want to thank you for being a good friend to Cassie while she was growing up. I'll miss the two of you coming back from school, and Cassie telling me that you were staying for tea or having a sleepover. It happened a lot." Dad laughs, and I can't help doing so too. "Goodbye, Frankie," Mum says before dropping her shell into the hole. "I think I'd have gone mad if I'd had 2 daughters in my life," Dad says then with a chuckle. "Girls are certainly harder work than boys, but I suppose I did have 2 daughters in a way. You were in our house more than enough over the years to make it feel like you were a part of our family. But that was okay, because you made us all happy, and that is all any family wants to be. I'll miss you, Frankie." Dad tosses his seashell into the hole and then looks at Judd. My brother begins, never having been one with a talent for words at the best of times. So I wonder what he will come up with now. But then he surprises me. "As everyone knows, I've never been one to settle down," he says with a smile. "The thought of being in a serious relationship or even getting married feels like my worst nightmare, let alone having kids with that person." He makes a yucky face, then that makes the silent, somber-looking Zach and Zali suddenly smile, and I see he is being mindful of their presence here, which is incredibly sweet of him. But if there was one woman who got closer to me than anyone else, I guess it was you," Judd goes on. "We didn't love each other because that would have been weird, but we knew each other so well. I'll miss that. I'll miss having you around. I'll miss my drinking partner." Judd smiles before raising his shell over the hole and then gently letting go. "That was nice," Mum says, and I have to agree with her. Then it's Reuben's turn. I turn to my husband, but he doesn't look as though he is overflowing with things to say. Then he just throws his seashell in and says the bare minimum. "You were a complicated woman, Frankie," he says, "but you'll be missed by us all." I notice how emotional my husband looks then. and realize how tough this must be for him to know that his wife has lost her best friend, and that is a hole that will never be filled in my life. He might be wondering how he could possibly ever try to fill it for me, but he doesn't have to. It's just one of those things. And as Reuben turns to look at me, I realize it is my turn to speak. "Oh, Frankie," I say with a shake of the head, "this shouldn't have happened. You should be here now, making jokes and being your silly self, just like you were when we met in school." I rub the seashell in my hand, choosing to focus more on the smoother side than the rougher one. "Whatever was going on with you, I just want you to know that I forgive you," I say, meaning it and hoping my friend can hear me wherever she is now. I understand how life can force you into doing things you don't mean, and it doesn't make you a bad person. It just happens, and there's no going back once it has. But I forgive you. With that, I throw my seashell into the hole before wiping my eyes. "Miss you, Auntie Frankie," Zack shouts then, before throwing his seashell in with all of his might. It's sweet that he always referred to her as his auntie, even if she technically wasn't, but she was close enough to them that Reuben and I had no qualms in giving her that title. Zali sniffs, and I notice she has tears in her eyes. But before I can go over to try and comfort her, she speaks up. "I hope I'm as cool as you when I grow up," she says, before throwing her shell in too. And with that touching comment, the memorial service comes to an end. "How about we get our spades and fill in the hole?" Dad suggests, and the children decide that's a good idea, so they get to work. As they do, I take a seat on the towel and try to decompress after that emotional experience. But when I check my phone, decompressing is the last thing I'll be able to do. I have a new text. "Be careful, or someone might be speaking at your memorial service soon." It feels as if the beach falls silent, and everyone stops as I look all around me to see if anybody is watching me. They must be. Whoever sent this text has to be here because they know what I was just doing. They watched us all throw the shells into the hole. They might have even got so close that they heard what we had to say in memoriam to Frankie. But where are they now? Who are they? And what will they do next? I scan the faces of everyone on this beach, but there's so many of them, and none of them are looking at me. But I know they are here. I know they are watching. Chapter 42. Cassie. Needless to say, with the combination of Frankie's melancholy memorial and the sinister text message I got just after it, I couldn't stay and enjoy the beach a second longer. Once the hole was filled, I told my family that I wanted to return to the hotel, and given how hot the sun was overhead and the lack of shade anywhere, they all agreed it was a good idea, or at least the adults did. The twins weren't so keen on the idea of leaving the beach, but they didn't get a say in the matter because I wasn't in the mood for hanging around. I wanted to get out of there, as I knew that somebody else on the sand with us had nefarious intentions, and I couldn't bear the thought that they would be watching us all afternoon. So we're on the way back to the hotel. It's a sad state of affairs when I'm actually relieved about getting back to this place. But that sense of relief soon dissipates when we arrive in the hotel car park to see several police cars by the entrance. "What's going on?" Mum asks, summing up the sentiment of everyone else as we all take in the sight of the marked cars and worry what could be waiting for us now. I'm in this car with my parents and Zali, while Reuben is driving his car with Judd and Zack in tow. They're just behind us and no doubt have seen all the action ahead of us. Haven't we been through enough on this holiday? It seems not, because there is obviously more in store for us. But what is it? As Dad brings his vehicle to a stop in one of the last remaining parking spaces in this busy car park, I want nothing more than to remain in here. I don't want to get out and walk inside the hotel and find out what all the police are doing. Even if they are just here to do another search of the pool where Frankie died, or to ask some of the employees a few more questions about the health and safety policies. I don't want to be around it. I've been around it enough, but I know I can't stay in here. And as my parents get out, Zali is pulling at me to join them. "We're here, Mummy. Let's go," she says innocently, as if I am just being absent-minded and haven't realized that we have reached our destination. "Coming, darling," I say unenthusiastically as I open my door and get out, joining the rest of my family on the sun-soaked surface of the baking car park. I'm sweating, but it's not only due to the heat rising from the tarmac. It's because there's nothing to do now but go inside and face all the police officers. We all make our way to the entrance of the hotel, passing the parked police cars. Then, as we step inside, I feel the coolness of the air conditioning, and it should come as a relief after being outside in high temperatures for the last couple of hours. But it doesn't. And that's because I notice several police officers stop and stare at me as I appear. Then they start walking towards me. What happens next feels like a nightmare, but I am just present enough to hear one thing. "Cassie Sampson, you are under arrest on suspicion of murder." Chapter 43. Cassie. Arrested for murder. Could there be a scarier thing to hear from the police? I'm not sure, but I do know that after hearing it, things get even scarier. I'm put into handcuffs before being marched out to a waiting police car. I get bundled into the back, already feeling like I'm being treated as guilty rather than innocent. And as the car sets off to the nearest station, I am dreading our arrival there. Surely things will only get even worse for me when the interrogation begins. I know I'll need to be word perfect if I am going to convince my accusers that I have done nothing wrong. But can I do it? It's one thing to imagine being accused of murder, a scenario I have had nightmares about for the last 20 years. But it's another to actually experience it in real life. And right now, this is as real as it gets. Sure enough, upon arrival at the station, I am marched into an interview room where a surly male detective eyes me with suspicion before telling me what happens next. It's very simple, but still very scary. Interview, questions, evidence. On the bright side, the murder I have been charged with isn't the one I am actually connected to. My arrest relates to Frankie's murder, but if there's any confidence to be gained from knowing I didn't commit this particular crime, it's offset by knowing there is another murder that I am very much complicit in. It's like being pulled over by the police on suspicion of drink driving and feeling smug that you are actually teetotal, whilst also realizing that if they search around in your vehicle, they might find something they shouldn't. It's hard to be truly confident and honest, so you end up looking guiltier. That's the dilemma I face right now as I sit opposite a detective and try to stop myself from freaking out. Detective Monfils looks to be in his 50s, with greying hair, and he also looks to have a penchant for the breakfast pastries that this part of the world is so famous for. I even detect a few croissant crumbs on his shirt as he sits opposite me in this stuffy interview room, but I don't bother to point them out and make him feel self-conscious about it. Not when I'm already feeling so self-conscious myself. I might not be full of pastries on the inside, but I am full of secrets. Knowing I can't just sit here and be too meek, though, whatever my history, I decide to try and go on the offensive. "This is ridiculous. I haven't done anything wrong," I cry, beginning my impassioned defense now that the initial shock of my arrest has worn off. I was quiet when I was placed in handcuffs and marched out of that hotel, away from my family. But that was only because I wasn't sure if the police finally had evidence to link me to my past crime. But now I know this relates to Frankie, I have my voice back. "You had a motive," Detective Monfils says, as if a motive is all a person needs these days to be found guilty. Thankfully, I know he needs far more than that, although the motive is still a problem, so I need to dispute that straight away just in case. "She was my best friend," I say. "I know we had an argument and she stole from me just before she died, but I would never hurt her. I thought she had left. I had no idea she had come back to the hotel. The first I knew of it was when I saw her in the pool, but she was already dead by then." The detective quietly ponders that point, and it pains me to not know what is going on behind his eyes that are burrowing deep into my soul. No human is capable of reading another person's thoughts, but it seems like Morpheus is giving it a damn good go right now. "That's not the only reason you had to hurt Frankie, though, is it?" he says, which causes me to try and read his thoughts for a moment in return. "What?" is all I can say after I have inevitably failed at that. "Frankie stealing your money and your passport is not the worst thing she has stolen from you, is it?" Monfils goes on, only causing me further puzzlement. "What are you talking about?" "You know exactly what I'm talking about, Cassie," he says with a smirk. "You might not want to admit it now because of how it will make you look, but we know all about the affair, so you can save your time and just accept that you knew about it." "The affair?" I cry, shaking my head. "I literally have no idea what you are talking about." I'm not sure Morpheus believes me when I say that. In fact, I am damn sure he doesn't, based on how he is looking at me with a mixture of irritation and boredom, like he accepts that a person in my position would try to deny this, but he really cannot be bothered with the time I will waste in doing so. "Come on, Cassie," Monfils says with a smile. "This won't get any easier if you keep playing dumb. You and I both know you are a very smart woman, so this act won't work for you." Why does he think I'm a smart woman? Is it because he knows how well I have been able to cover up something that I did wrong 2 decades ago? Is that what he is about to reveal now? New evidence that proves I'm not really smart at all? But what is this about an affair? "Look, I get it. I appreciate how this looks from your point of view," I say, holding up my hands. "You think I had a reason to hurt Frankie, and yes, I did, because she betrayed our friendship. She stole from me, and she ran away before I had a chance to confront her. But that is all that happened. As for an affair, I honestly don't know what you mean." I'm satisfied that I have made myself clear, so I sit back in my chair and fold my arms across my chest. A visual demonstration that I am done talking. But any thoughts I might have had that I had just made the power play and given myself a stronger foothold in this conversation evaporate when Monfils speaks again. "You know exactly what affair I am talking about," the detective says with a smirk. "I'm talking about the affair between Frankie and your husband." Chapter 44. Cassie. If my arrest back at the hotel was a blur, what happened after Detective Monfils told me about Frankie and Reuben was even more of one. All I can recall is that after I started crying and screaming that the detective was lying, he excused himself from the room to give me a few moments to calm myself down. I don't know how long it has been since he left, but I do know it has been more than a few moments. But he hasn't returned yet, and I guess that is because I haven't calmed down yet. Not one bit. No! I cry as I continue to pace around this small interview room, prowling like a caged animal looking for an escape route, but there is none. Like a tiger in a zoo, I'm being held in captivity, seemingly for other people's amusement. But just like that tiger, I am not finding it amusing at all. I'm only growing angrier and more frustrated by the second, and that's why I stop and look at the chair I was sitting on during my chat with Detective Monfils. I look at it before considering picking it up and hurling it at the door, as if doing such a thing will make me feel any better. It might do for a brief second, but it's only likely to make things worse for me in the long run. It definitely won't do me any good to have the police here see that I have a temper problem and difficulties with impulse control. Certainly not while they are already looking into me for murder. So I leave the chair where it is and instead use it for its purpose, slumping down on it and holding my head in my hands, sobbing uncontrollably while trying to figure out how what I just heard could be possible. Frankie and Reuben. Reuben and Frankie. An affair. No, please, no. Yet that's what the detective told me. We were questioning Marco when he told us about it, Monfils had said. He told us that Frankie had admitted to him that she had been sleeping with her best friend's husband. Obviously, such information didn't mean much to him at the time, but now he's in custody, he is sharing anything he thinks might be useful to our investigation, and I have to say, this information is certainly very useful. I'm not sure what the detective said after that, because my head was hurting too much for me to hear it. And also because I was too busy letting out howls of pain and frustration at the thought that the two people I was closest to in the world could have betrayed me in such a way. While Detective Monfils didn't initially believe me when I said I had no idea about it, he might just do so now that he witnessed my reaction to the news. If I was acting, I'd be deserving of an Oscar, but I wasn't, and I just hope Monfils could see that. I had no idea that my husband and my best friend were intimately involved with one another. But now that I do, I am starting to see all the signs that were there in the past, and how they can all add up to this, making some kind of sense. There's the time a few days ago when I walked into my hotel room to see the two of them sitting on the bed. I initially thought they looked close, far closer than they should have been, but I blamed that gut feeling on my stress and paranoia about other things and quickly forgot about it. But what if I had actually just walked in on them, having one of their intimate moments? What if they had been kissing just seconds before I walked through the door, or at least discussing how the two of them could get some proper alone time during this holiday with my family? Then there's the phone conversation I overheard Frankie having in the bathroom. The one in which I distinctly heard her say that I would kill her if I found out what was going on. When I confronted her about it, she said that she was involved with my brother, and I believed her, because why wouldn't I? But she hadn't been talking about Judd at all. She had been talking about Reuben, and had just come up with my brother as an excuse to save her skin. That's because she knew she was right in what she said. If I had known that she was having an affair with Reuben, I certainly would have killed her. But I didn't know. I only just found out now. The problem is, the police think I knew before this, and unless I can prove otherwise, I really do have a strong motive to have killed my former best friend. We argued. She stole from me, and she slept with my husband. What woman wouldn't want to kill after all that? I stand up again and resume pacing, the chair not providing enough comfort for me at this dire time. I need to keep moving, as if it's the only way for the racing thoughts in my head to fall into any kind of logical order. But it's not working, and I know why. It's because the only way I might start to feel even remotely better about things is if I can speak to the one person I want to talk to more than any other right now. I want to talk to Reuben. I want to find out if it is true. I want to know if he really cheated on me. If so, the police won't have to wonder about whether or not I am capable of murder. I'll prove it to them, right here in this room. All they have to do is let my husband in so I can get my hands on him. Chapter 45. Cassie. I haven't killed my husband yet, but don't be quick to heap praise on me for showing restraint and compassion. The only reason the man I married is still walking this earth as a living, breathing human being is because I still haven't had the chance to be in the same room as him since the news of his affair with Frankie was given to me. But the time will come. I have to try and stay patient until it does, but it's not easy, not when I'm stuck in here. I've so far been refused release for 2 reasons. 1, the police still have plenty of questions to ask me. 2, given that I am in a foreign country, I am seen as a flight risk. So that means I'm not going to be getting out of here anytime soon. The police are going to hold me for as long as they possibly can. I guess they presume a woman like me, who they suspect of being capable of some awful things, would have no trouble fleeing France and starting another life under a new identity where I can't be caught again. I wish I was as capable as the police seem to think I am, because if I was, I would be far stronger than I'm currently feeling. But that's perception, isn't it? The police think I am some crazy, calculating killer, while in reality, I am just some frightened mother who wants to get out of here, see her children, and go back home to my sleepy suburban life. The problem is, no matter what I say, they are believing the version of the woman they suspect me to be. And that is the problem. I cannot be released until they see that I am not capable of killing another person. Which means, if Reuben is ever allowed in here to talk to me, I will have to do the exact opposite of what I want to do. Instead of strangling him with my bare hands, I will have to sit and talk to him with great restraint. What a challenge that will be. But the prospect has not stopped me requesting to see my husband, and I will continue to ask for a meeting with him until the police grant me that request. Unless my husband is also being questioned right now. It has occurred to me that he could be a suspect too, given his closeness to the deceased. But as far as I know, the detectives are only talking to me about Frankie's death, so I could be wrong there. I'll know a lot more if I can actually talk to Reuben. I've realized that the best way to do that is by making it seem like I might be willing to give them whatever information I'm currently withholding from them after speaking with my partner. If Detective Monfils thinks that a quick chat with my partner is the only thing standing between him and eliciting a confession from me, he's more likely to agree to it. So that's what I will keep making it seem like. It's hours later when it seems to have worked. "Your husband is here," Monfils tells me, having opened the door to the interview room in which I have been languishing for so long now. "He is," I say, instantly sitting up straighter and pleasantly surprised that he would have the balls to show up here. It must mean he isn't a suspect, or they surely wouldn't allow us to talk to one another. Unless this is some kind of a test. Or a trap. God, I'm so paranoid right now, I don't know what to think. "Yes, and he has agreed to come in and talk to you," even though I have warned him that you have been behaving erratically," Monfils says, looking pensive. "But we'll be straight in here to end the conversation if there are any signs of you trying to be aggressive towards him. Do you understand?" "Yes," I say, and I would find this detective's apparent wariness of me slightly amusing if the situation wasn't so dire. He leaves the room, and I stand in preparation for Reuben's appearance. As I do, I remind myself to try and stay calm, because I cannot have him walk out of here until I have said everything I need to say and heard everything he has to say in return. There is so much I need to talk about regarding his affair, but the first thing I need to ask him is if it is actually true. I have no reason to believe that a detective would lie to me, but I also can't just take his word over the word of the man I have married. I need to see Reuben and put the accusation to him. Once I have, I'll get my answer. I'll get it by seeing the look in his eyes. 2 minutes later, the door opens again, and I see my husband for the first time since I learnt he might not be the perfect man I thought he was. But far from looking sheepish or in any way self-conscious, he strides into the room like he doesn't have a care in the world. That confuses me, because even if he isn't aware that I know about his alleged affair, he should still be worried about the fact that his wife is in police custody, shouldn't he? "Hey, Cass, how are you doing?" he asks me as the door closes behind him. He approaches me then, as if to give me a hug and maybe even a kiss, but I back away. "Stay there," I say, holding my hands out in front, and only then does Reuben show a little concern. "What's wrong?" he asks, a question that I can't help but laugh at. It also makes me think that Reuben must not have faced any questions from the police himself, because he wouldn't be so calm if he had gone through what I have been going through. That should be good news, but nothing feels good about this right now. "Are you kidding? You know damn well what's wrong," I snap back. "Is it true?" "Cass, please, just take a seat and let's talk. What's going on in here? I'm trying to get you out, but the detective says they still have more questions to ask you. I don't know why they think you had anything to do with what happened to Frankie, but they seem to. Haven't you told them you had nothing to do with it?" I feel it, that sickly sense in my stomach. The thing I didn't want to feel when I saw my husband and put the accusation of adultery to him. I wanted to feel relief when I saw that he was telling me the truth, that nothing had happened. But instead, I can sense it. He is being shifty. He has something to hide. Or rather, what he has been trying to hide is no longer possible. "Oh my God, it is true," I say, the enormity of what the detective told me fully hitting home now. "Cass, calm down. What's the problem?" Reuben asks. But the more he looks at me and the more he says, the less I know him. He's acting weird, like he's trying too hard to be relaxed. How can he ask what the problem is? Even if he didn't know of my knowledge of the affair, the problem should be obvious. I am in police custody. That he doesn't seem overly worried makes me realize how selfish and self-serving he might actually be beneath the surface. "So, what's the hold-up?" he asks me. "Any reason why they haven't let you go yet?" I cannot believe Reuben has the gall to stand here in front of me and act as if it's my fault that I've not been released yet. What does he think? That I'm having a great time in here and don't want to go? That I'm purposely making myself appear guilty so I can prolong this experience? Unless he genuinely doesn't know that I have found out about his affair. Could that be it? If so, it's time to make it abundantly clear that I do know, and now that I do, Things will never be the same again. How could you do it? I ask him, disgust dripping from my tongue. Do what? Stop it! I scream, momentarily losing my temper before remembering what Detective Monfils said about this conversation being cut short if I become aggressive. I have to presume that he is watching on the camera in the corner of the room, and while he won't be hearing sound because he's told me they're not allowed to record that, he will surely be visually monitoring our movements for safety reasons. Cass, what is going on with you? Reuben says, shaking his head before taking a seat in the chair the detective was using to question me. Me? I'm not the one who has been cheating. I'm not the one who has been unfaithful. I see Reuben's face fall slightly, and now he knows that I know. He can't even hide it. It's written all over him. Yes, I know all about you and Frankie now, because she told Marco and he told the police, I go on. So I want you to know that if this really is true, we are finished. Do you hear me? As soon as I am out of here, I am taking the kids and we are over. Do you understand? Reuben stares at me, but I make sure to stay strong and not make it appear like I could be talked out of that decision. The problem with that, Cass, Reuben says before sighing, is that there is something you don't understand about all of this. I feel a chill run down my spine, and it's caused by how calm my husband is being in the face of what I have just said. I expected him to be weak and begging me for forgiveness. But instead, he's acting like I'm the one who is soon going to be wanting forgiveness. But how can that be? And what's this? I snarl, still trying to stay on the offensive. What don't I understand? You don't understand that if you end our marriage, there won't be anything stopping me from telling the police about what you and your brother did 20 years ago, Reuben whispers. Maybe he did that in case someone is listening in. Or maybe he did it for dramatic effect. Either way, the result is the same. I am mortified. What? I croak, as it feels like the room is starting to spin. Did he really just say what I thought he said? You heard me, Reuben replies calmly. I know what you and Judd did to that teenage boy in the pool on your last family holiday. Now all I need to know is whether you would like me to keep it a secret or not. Chapter 46. Cassie. All these years, all this time, all the anxiety, I've spent what feels like forever fearing that somebody else might find out my secret. Now my husband has just announced that he has known all along. How? What are you talking about? I stammer, as I try to stop the last stable part of my world from crashing down around me. There's no need to play dumb, Reuben says. The police aren't listening in, and I'm not going to go and tell them what you are saying to me in here. Well, that's assuming you find it in your heart to forgive me for my mistake. After all, people do make mistakes, don't they, Cass? You know that better than anyone. Whatever I thought was going to happen when my husband came in here and I got to confront him about his affair, this was not it. How could a man in his position, after what he has done, somehow end up with the upper hand? I guess the answer to that is a sobering one for me. It's because out of the two things we have done wrong, mine was the worst thing, meaning that right now, Reuben can try to take the moral high ground. Sadly for me, murder trumps an affair in the pecking order of bad behavior. You were sleeping with my best friend, I say, wanting him to admit it, but also wanting to try and distract him from discussing my sins. I admit it, Reuben says, throwing up his hands. It was a mistake, and I regretted it, which is why I tried to end it several times. But Frankie was persistent, and it went on far longer than it should. I am ashamed of my actions when it comes to her. I really am. And I am truly sorry for betraying you. You don't deserve it. If it counts for anything, I have never had an affair before her, and nor do I plan to have another one. I would laugh at that feeble defense that my husband has just put up if I wasn't in such a vulnerable position. But it's hard to pour scorn on somebody else when you are already in such a weakened state. That's why all I can do is ask for a few details. When did your affair start? I want to know, as if it would make it any better. Does it matter? Reuben asks me. It's not as if I had any true feelings for her, not like I have for you. I scoff loudly at that, but Reuben carries on as if I didn't. All that matters is, you know it happened, but I still love you, he says. Again, I'm sorry. I was weak. Frankie was persistent, and I made a mistake. Just like you made a mistake having her as your best friend, because I'm afraid to say, Cass, she was far from perfect. But you already know that by now, with everything else that has happened, I guess. I can't argue with my husband there. Another side to Frankie has come to light recently, and it seems like every passing day brings a new revelation about her, one that casts even further doubt on how much she cared about me as a friend. You don't seem very sorry, I say, noting the feeling that Reuben is giving a forced apology rather than a heartfelt one. I am, he says, nodding. I really am. But I won't lie and say I feel like the only one who has done something wrong, because I'm not, am I? We're back to this again. My secret over his. How is all I can say as tears threaten to come again. How do I know what you and your brother did? Reuben asks. You're really going to kick yourself when you find out. I anxiously rack my brains for some stupid mistake I could have made, some breadcrumb of evidence that I could have left behind somewhere that has allowed my husband to figure out the part Judd and I played in that guy's death 20 years ago. But as I think about it, I also fear that he might not have been the only one who could have stumbled across that breadcrumb. Who else knows my darkest secret? I'll tell you, because you probably won't figure it out on your own, Reuben says then, having seen how perplexed I must look and deciding to put me out of my misery. I wait for the answer as to how this could have happened, hoping it's not something as stupid and foolish as my brother having too many beers one time and letting slip his secret to my husband. You have a habit when you're very tired and very stressed, Reuben says, as if he knows me better than I know myself, and the confidence he speaks with suggests that perhaps he does. I say nothing as I wait to hear what this habit might be. You talk in your sleep, Reuben says then. What? That's right. You are a sleep talker. Not all the time, very rarely actually, but you do it, and I have noticed it tends to happen on nights when you haven't slept well for a few days, or seem to be under the most amount of stress with something. I cannot believe this. I'm the one who revealed my secret, and I did it by talking when I was asleep. The one time in life I thought I was actually getting some respite from my guilt, and it turns out I was busy spilling my soul to whoever was sleeping in the same bedroom as me. I've heard you say all sorts of things over the years, Reuben goes on. Most of it was nonsense, like the majority of things people mumble when they're asleep. But there was one thing you kept saying over and over again. I don't need to ask Reuben what that might be, because it's obvious. So I wait for him to finish telling the story. You kept talking about a guy in a pool. You said you were drowning, and then your brother saved you. But you wish he hadn't, because now that other guy had drowned, and you felt guilty about it. Yep, that's it. That's my whole secret, laid bare by my husband in a devastatingly simple fashion. I obviously had no idea what you were talking about the first few times I heard it, Reuben explains. I just thought you were having a bad dream. I even thought it might be one of these recurring nightmares that some people get. But after a while, I started to wonder if it was actually something that had really happened to you, so I looked into it. I stare at my husband, unable to believe that this is how he found out about all of this. Your family were always talking about that hotel in France that they used to take you and Judd to as kids, he says. So I did a few searches online, and as you can imagine, I was pretty shocked when I found the news articles about a teenager who had drowned in the pool there around the time you and Judd were teenagers. Stop, I say, unwilling or unable to listen to any more. But Reuben carries on. When I realized you and your brother could have had something to do with that death, I obviously kept it to myself. I mean, I didn't want anything happening to you, so I stayed quiet, and I always would have done. At first, I was shocked and worried that you were capable of keeping such a secret for so many years. What else did I not know about you? But I could tell from the distressed sleep you often had that you were remorseful about it, and that deep down, whatever happened was a mistake. So I tried to live with it, just as you and Judd must have done. But then we came back here, to the scene of the crime, and I guess it's messed everything up. He's not wrong there. It makes sense why you freaked out so much in the car when your mum told you she wanted to come back here, Reuben goes on, referencing the time I almost crashed. And it makes sense why you've been acting so weird since we got here. It's because you're terrified of being caught, aren't you? I don't need to answer that, nor does Reuben genuinely expect me to. But you don't have to worry, he says. I'm still on your side. I won't tell anybody. I pretended not to know about the death in the pool in front of your parents, so nobody but you has any idea of what I knew before I came here. All I ask for in return is that you forgive me for my affair with Frankie. If you can do that, we can figure out a way to get out of here, and then we can go home and carry on with the rest of our lives with the children. Does that sound good to you? I can't see any way I can disagree. What am I supposed to say? No, I want to leave you, so go ahead and tell the police everything. That would be stupid, because all it would mean is that Judd and I would go to prison, and Reuben would return to the UK with our children, and he would be raising them while I languish here in a French jail. I can give you a few minutes to think about it if you like, Reuben suggests, standing up and looking to leave. No, I cry, and he stops. I'll do it. I'll forgive you. Just don't tell anybody. Reuben smiles, and I guess that's how it looks to have made a mistake, but to have completely got away with it. But he's not totally in the clear. If I have to stay with him, it doesn't mean I have to love him like I used to. Not after what he has done with Frankie. And certainly not after what he has done with the text messages he was sending to me. Why send me the messages? I ask him. Why did you have to taunt me and torment me with all those texts saying that you knew what I had done? Reuben frowns then, and for the first time since he entered this room, he doesn't look like he has an answer for me. What? The text messages from the unknown number. That was you, right? It has to be if you knew my secret. Reuben still looks flummoxed. I don't know what you're talking about, Cass. Stop lying. I'm not. A chill runs through me as I realize he might be telling me the truth. If he was sending those messages, he'd just admit it at this point because he's admitted everything else. But if he didn't send those messages, that means I still have a problem. Or rather, we both have a problem. Then somebody else knows too, I say to him. And seeing as you're in this with me now, you better help me figure out who it is, and fast. Otherwise, we could both be going to prison for the secret we share. Chapter 47. Cassie. If the conversation with my husband was a difficult one, I have to hope that the conversation I'm about to have with my lawyer will go much better. But will it? Please give me some good news, I beg of him as he takes a seat opposite me. But will he oblige, or will he hammer another nail into the coffin it feels like I have been trapped in ever since this holiday began? How about this, he says with a smile that must be a good sign. There is no evidence to hold you on this charge. No evidence at all, so you are able to leave the police station without any further questioning. I stare at my lawyer, but really I want to kiss him. That's because what he has just told me is the best thing I have heard in a long time. But don't get too excited, because while you can leave here, you cannot leave the hotel, he says. The police are going to continue to question Marco, and depending on any developments there, they may need to talk to you again, so you have to stay close. I trust that is okay. That's okay, I reply, satisfied enough. The main thing is that I am out of this interview room and away from the relentless questions of Detective Monfils, at least for the time being. But it's hardly as if my problems are over, because now there's just the small matter of knowing that my husband has cheated on me, and also that he knows my deepest, darkest secret. On top of that, he denies sending me those concerning messages. So that means whoever has been sending them is still out there, lurking in the shadows, and potentially waiting to bring me even more problems in the future. First things first, once I'm back at the hotel, I need to see my children. "Mummy!" the twins cry in unison when they see me enter the hotel room, each of them in a sudden race to reach me first, and I open my arms out wide to accept them. Zach just edges his sister in the race, but I give them both the same tight squeeze, telling them that I love them and reassuring them that I won't be going anywhere without them again. That might be an optimistic promise rather than an ironclad one, but I have to say whatever I can to ease my children's concerns. It must have been a worrying time for them, as they wondered where their mummy was and if she was ever coming back again. As they peel away from the hug and start running around, seemingly hyper at my arrival, I see Reuben standing across the room, looking at me with a smile. "Good to have you back with us," he says, but I don't dignify that comment with a reply of my own. I've decided that I'm going to say as little as possible to my husband after what he did, as I want him to know that just because I am still with him, it's not love keeping us together anymore. It's fear of a worse fate than divorce. "I'm going to go and see my parents," I say before leaving the room, and such is the twins' excitement at having me back, they don't even seem to notice that I've just left again. But as I head down the corridor, it's not Mum and Dad I'm on my way to see. I told Reuben it was because I didn't want him knowing who I am really going to talk to. I knock on the door, and when my brother opens it, I walk straight into his room without even saying hello. "You're out of prison," Judd says with a smile. "Fantastic. What happened in there?" "Shut up and close the door," I say to my sibling, and while that might sound quite a harsh way to begin a conversation, he'll understand once I get to what I really came here to say. Once the door is shut, I give it to him. "Reuben knows what we did," I say. "What?" "What we did 20 years ago," I hiss, as if it's not obvious what I'm referring to. He knows. How? I have been talking in my sleep, I say, wishing it didn't sound as stupid as it comes out, but that's the truth. You've been doing what? I know, and I'm an idiot, but what can I do? I was asleep. Judd looks at me like I really am an idiot, but what's done is done and neither of us can change it. So Reuben knows, he says, taking a seat on the chair opposite his bed. What did he say? Don't worry, he's not going to tell anyone, I assure him. Apparently, he's known for a while, so he's proven he can keep this a secret like we have. He's promised me he isn't going to tell anyone else, especially not the police. I am the mother of his children, after all. And his wife, of course, Judd says, noting that something strong connects Reuben and me beyond just the existence of our kids. There's something else, I say, while we're on this subject of what is keeping my husband and me together. Something more than Reuben knowing about the crime we committed, Judd says with a sigh. Yes, I snap back. A lot more, actually. He was sleeping with Frankie. My brother is so shocked that he can't even speak. Yeah, I say, slumping down onto my brother's bed. What a revelation, hey? He told you that, Judd asks, after he has regained the power of speech. No, of course not. He's not man enough to do that. I heard it from the police, who had heard it from Marco, the guy Frankie was sleeping with before she died. I guess she was sleeping with everybody. Everybody except me, Judd says with a sad laugh. I made a pass at her the first night here, when we were both drunk. I was feeling all weird about being back here and drank too much and tried to kiss her. But she didn't accept it, and I guess it was for the best. I guess it was also because she was busy with Reuben. That grim fact causes us both to be quiet for a moment before I speak up again. Anyway, whatever the case, I can't leave Reuben because he says he will go to the police and tell them what we did, I explain. He actually said that? Judd is aghast. Yep, he sure did. That's apparently what the man I married is capable of. But he can't do that. If he goes to the police, they'll know that he was withholding information, and he'll be culpable too. I know, but do you want to put it to the test? I ask. What good would it do if he got in trouble when we'd be in even bigger trouble? And I can't have both me and Reuben in prison, because who will look after Zach and Zali then? So whatever happens, the three of us have to work together to keep this all quiet. Even if it means you having to stay with Reuben after what he did? I guess so. Neither of us says anything as we process that sad state of affairs. But I have to speak up when I remember the main reason I came here to talk to my brother. We still have another problem to deal with, I tell him. The text messages I've been getting since we got to France. Reuben didn't send them. So that means whoever it is still out there, and they know what we did too. So we have to find them. Or we could still go to prison for this. How do we find them? Judd asks, looking impatient. And it's only now I notice how tired he looks. He's probably hung over again. I wish he wouldn't keep drinking so much. But given the stressful circumstances, I can hardly blame him. We have to force them to come out of hiding, I say, nodding, because I have thought this through and I'm certain on this now. We have to make them reveal themselves to us. How do we do that? Judd asks. They're hardly going to just tell us who they are if they don't have to. I have a plan, I say. Whoever is sending those messages is always watching me, so I'm going to make it seem like I am leaving here. Except they won't want me to leave, will they? So they'll do something to stop me. When they do, I'll know who it is. Judd stares at me with skepticism, but my mind is made up. I think this can work. Or rather, I think this has to work. Chapter 48. Cassie. The last time the suitcases were open in here, it was Reuben who was packing things into them. But now it's me. And just like that last time when I was trying to talk him out of it, he is now doing the same to me. You can't just leave, he tells me. What if the police want to talk to you again? You promised them you would stay here. I'll figure it out, I say, aware of how crazy this decision must seem to my husband. But of course, he doesn't know that I'm not really planning on leaving. I'm simply trying to flush out the person who has been messaging me, and I feel this is the best way to do it. My brother does too, or at least he couldn't think of any other way to find out who the mystery person is. So this is what I'm doing, and nothing is going to stop me. If you leave, you'll just look guilty in the eyes of the police, Reuben says then. And that comment does give me slight pause for thought. I had already considered that possibility, and it's simply a risk I'm going to have to take. But with a bit of luck, the police won't even know that I was planning to leave, as I won't actually make it very far from this hotel. Not when whoever is watching me will hopefully do something to stop me from leaving, inadvertently identifying themselves in the process. Everything will be okay, is all I say in response, which is hardly likely to put Reuben's mind at ease. But I don't have time for this. I need to get moving, and I need to do it tonight, before the mystery person can send me another threatening text, or do something even worse than that. What about the children? Reuben asks, as I zip up the suitcase and lift it off the bed. What will I tell them when they wake up and ask where you are? You promised them you wouldn't go away from them again. Shut up, I cry, suddenly losing my temper, but freezing when I fear I might have just woken Zach and Zali, who are asleep in the adjoining bedroom. It would be a problem if they were to wake, because they would only make leaving this room even harder. But thankfully, I don't hear any noises coming from behind their closed door. Excuse me? Reuben asks. You heard me, I snap back. What right do you have to tell me what to do after you slept with my best friend? It feels good to use that against him, even if it is only a short-term fix and does nothing to solve the longer-term problem. You can't keep throwing that back in my face, Reuben tries. Or have you forgotten about your mistake and how I could mention it to the police any time I like? Go to hell, I say, deciding that it's worth calling Reuben's bluff on this occasion, because I don't have any more time to waste. I haul the suitcase out of the room and don't look back, leaving Reuben to stay with the children while I go downstairs to reception to check out. I smile at Juliet behind the desk as I explain what I'm doing. I'm checking out, I say. My husband and children are staying, but I need to get back home for something. Please, can you call me a taxi? Of course, Juliet says, typing a few things into her computer before picking up the phone and making a call. I'll wait outside, I say, before glancing around the reception area to see if anyone else is here and watching me. Whoever has been messaging me doesn't have long to keep me here now before I'm gone. I drag my suitcase through the reception area before stepping through the sliding doors and out into the warm evening air. It's quiet out here, nobody else around. As I take my place to wait for the taxi, I worry I'm making a mistake and nothing is going to happen except a taxi arriving to drive me out of here. If that's the case, I can't leave, and this whole act will have been for nothing. Does the mystery person already know that? Is that why they are allowing me to leave? Is it because they know that I can't actually go, not when the police are still interested in me, so they know I'll turn around and go back into the hotel eventually? I let out a deep sigh, feeling defeated. Then I see 2 headlights approaching. My taxi is here. I guess this has been a waste of time. I guess I'm going to have to give up and go back inside. I guess I'm not going to find out who has been messaging me and watching me after all. Wait! I hear a cry behind me, startling me before I turn around to see who it is. When I do, I realize my plan must have worked. They have just revealed themselves. Now I know who wants to keep me here. Chapter 49. Cassie. Stay back! I cry out as the man approaches me. I want to keep my distance from him now that I know he can't be trusted. And while the taxi parks behind me, I keep moving away. Are you okay? Do you need any help with your luggage? Anton asks me, but I refuse to fall for his friendly concierge act any longer. I set this plan in motion to unmask my tormentor, figuring they wouldn't allow me to leave and would show themselves at the last second. Now they have done just that, I am justified in my decision to try this. I am also terrified of what might happen now that they have nowhere to hide. I mean it! Stay away from me! I cry, and this time Anton stops. I don't understand. I'm just trying to do my job, he says, but I scoff. No, you're not. You're playing games with me. But now I know it's you, you can stop it. Anton looks at me like I've gone mad. And now the taxi driver is getting out of his car to see what is going on. He says something in French which I don't understand before Anton replies in the same language. I should have paid more attention in school during my French lessons. Sorry, I don't need the taxi anymore. I turn and say to the taxi driver, grabbing a few euros from my pocket and handing them over by way of apology for wasting his time. I guess he can speak my language because he understands that. I watch as he gets back behind the wheel before driving away, no doubt muttering to himself about how I have just given him a wasted journey. But it wasn't wasted for me, because it has helped me find out what I desperately needed to know, and now it's time to confront Anton about it. You've been texting me, I say to him. It's you, and it makes so much sense now. You were here 20 years ago, and you're here now. You're the connection between the past and the present, and I'm just stupid for not seeing it sooner. But now that I have, it's over. Do you understand me? It's over. Anton and I stare at one another for what feels like a very long time before the man in the concierge uniform takes a seat on the whitewashed wall beside him. What is he thinking? What is he planning? What will he do? This is about that death in the pool, he asks me. This is about the young man who died. This is about Louis. Hearing that name after so long causes an unpleasant sensation to run through my body, from my head to my toes. You know it is, I snap back. You've been texting me about it, but now I know it's you, you have to stop, okay? Please, just stop. Anton isn't looking at me. He's just slightly hunched over and looking down at the ground by his feet. It's a far cry from the perfectly postured, charming concierge I have always known. But I guess I only saw the side of him that he wanted me to see, certainly when I came back here for this new visit to his hotel. I haven't been texting you, he says then. Stop denying it, I cry. You're guilty. It's written all over your face. And now I've caught you, just admit it. Admit that you know what happened 20 years ago just as much as I do. Anton finally looks up at me, and when he does, I can see how pale he has gone. His poor complexion unsettles me so much that I don't know what to say next. You're wrong about the messages, Anton says, filling the silence between us. I honestly don't know what you are talking about because I haven't been texting you or anybody else about that death. But you are right about one thing. He lets out a deep breath before looking back down at the ground. I do know something about what happened 20 years ago. Or at least, I know more than I ever told anybody I did. Chapter 50. Cassie. I brace myself for the moment when Anton reveals that he knows exactly what Judd and I did. Once he does that, he can surely move on to what he wants. Does he want money in exchange for his silence? Does he want my body? Or does he want justice, and therefore this won't be over until the police have arrested me and my brother? I remember that day so well, Anton says with a shake of the head. The hotel was quiet because many of the guests had gone to the village fair. I noticed the pool area was particularly quiet that afternoon. He doesn't need to tell me how quiet it was, because I was one of the few people using it, but it's a clear hint that he saw me and Judd there. I was keeping busy, helping guests with their luggage, and as usual, I was all over the hotel, Anton goes on. That gave me numerous vantage points of the pool. I swallow hard as he says that. During one of my passes through the hotel, I recall seeing you and your brother hurrying back to your room, he says. I didn't see Anton that afternoon, but he obviously saw us. So I guess he put two and two together and figured that two people hurrying away from the pool had to be linked to the body that was discovered in there. But that's not all I saw, he says, and I wait for him to say he saw the body. Whilst carrying a suitcase up the stairs, I looked out at the pool and I saw Louis. Of course he did. Floating face down, no doubt. He was swimming, Anton tells me. What? Excuse me, I blurt out. Louis was swimming. He was still alive, which means that he drowned just after that. Are you sure you saw me and my brother before this? I ask. Yes, absolutely, Anton says. I might only seem like a lowly hotel concierge, but I have a very sharp memory, and I certainly have a good memory when it comes to that day. This is incredible. This is the best thing I've ever heard. If it's true, it means that Judd and I didn't leave the pool when Louis was dead. He must have just been knocked out for a few moments, but then woke up and perhaps started swimming to get out. Okay, so maybe the punch Judd gave him caused something to happen after, but at least this means the pair of us didn't run away while he was drowning. Are you okay? Anton asks me. I nod my head, unsure what to say at this point, because I don't know if Anton has actually realized I have spent the last 2 decades thinking I had abandoned someone who needed help. The reason I never told anyone what I saw is because of the guilt I felt, Anton goes on. Guilt? Yes. He nods slowly. When I looked outside and saw Louis swimming in the pool by himself, I also noticed that the lifeguard wasn't at his station. That meant there was no one to watch the swimmer. But I didn't do anything. I should have notified my manager or somebody else, but I just carried the suitcase to the room and focused on my job, rather than anybody else's. So as you can imagine, when I discovered that the poor man had drowned, I blamed myself. I can't believe this. Anton has spent all this time thinking he was culpable for the death. So instead of him being my enemy, we're actually in the same boat. I don't know what to say, is my honest answer. You don't have to say anything, Anton says. I've already said everything to myself over the years, but if I say it to the police or my manager, I'll lose my job and potentially face steeper consequences than that. All employees here have a duty of care for the guests, and I failed in that duty that day. I've regretted it ever since, but regret can't change the past, can it? No, I say sadly, it can't. It's crazy how I've gone from hating this man to feeling sorry for him in a matter of seconds. But that's because I now see that he can't have been behind the text messages. Not only does he know that Lewis was alive after Judd and I left the pool, which is incredible news, but he is clearly battling a lot of guilt, which is hardly a trait of a person who would secretly taunt someone else. It's still a mystery as to who has been messaging me, but I guess Anton coming out here to stop me at the last second was just a coincidence. What did you mean about the messages? He asks me, further proving that he has no idea what I was talking about. It doesn't matter, I say, because I don't feel like I have to tell him the full story, nor should I, just in case. Now that the taxi has left, and I still don't seem to have solved the mystery I was trying to uncover, I guess I have no choice but to go back into the hotel. I think I'll return to my room, I say. Are you sure? We can call you another taxi if you like. It's my fault that you missed the last one. No, it's okay, thank you. I think I'll stay a while. Anton suddenly snaps out of his pity party and returns to the professional he usually is. Let me help you with your suitcase, he says, and he takes the handle before wheeling it back towards the sliding doors. I follow him into the hotel, and we pass reception and Juliet, who looks unsure as to what is going on but doesn't say anything. Then we reach the elevator, and as the door closes and we start to ascend, I ask Anton another question. Why have you stayed here all this time? If you feel guilty about what happened, why haven't you left? I mean, surely it will make things a little easier for you if you aren't in the same environment, being constantly reminded of what happened. I suppose it does seem strange that I've worked here for so long, Anton replies. But I like it here, despite the history, and I also like to think that I improve the experience of all the guests who visit here. Or at least, most of the guests anyway. You do, I reassure him. You're very good at your job. Thank you. Like tonight, for instance. I had already gone outside to get my taxi, but you suddenly appeared to offer assistance, even though you hadn't actually seen me leave. If that's not the sign of a true professional, I don't know what is. Anton smiles, but quickly dismisses it. I can't take all the credit for that one. It was Juliet who told me you were leaving and asked me if I could go outside to make sure you were okay. She said you seemed a little distracted and she wasn't sure if leaving without your family was the best thing for you. I freeze as I process what Anton just told me. To him, it probably seems like a simple story, but to me, it could be the most crucial piece of information I have got in a long time. Juliet sent you out to me, I repeat as my mind begins to race. Anton nods. Is that how the person behind the mystery messages actually got me to stay? By sending somebody else to stop me from leaving? Chapter 51. Cassie. How long has Juliet worked here? I ask Anton as the elevator reaches my floor. What? How long has she been at this hotel? Almost 10 years. That's 10 years too late for the time when Louis died, I think. So it can't be Juliet who knows what happened, can it? I did think she appeared to be close to my age. So unlike Anton, she can't have been an employee here 20 years ago. So does that rule Juliet out as a suspect? I don't know, but for now, and for a lack of any other suspects, I decide to pursue this line of inquiry. Come with me, I say, as I leave the elevator, and while Anton does so, carrying my suitcase and assuming he's taking it back to my room for me, I don't lead him there at all. Instead, I lead him to my brother's hotel room, and after knocking on his door, Judd appears, looking like I just woke him up. "What's going on?" he asks, as he's dazzled by the bright corridor lights behind me. "Get dressed and come with me," I say to him. "What? Where are we going?" "Reception. I think I might have found out where the messages have been coming from." Judd instantly looks uncomfortable, and I realize it is because Anton is with us too. My brother is probably wondering why I am blurting out something like that in the presence of another person. But if it wasn't for Anton, I wouldn't have suspected Juliet, so he can hear all of this. "I don't know what you mean," Judd tries. "Save it. Anton is on our side," I reply. "He saw us that day that Louis died, and he saw that Louis was alive after we left the pool." "You did?" Judd asks. "Sorry, what is going on here?" Anton asks, because there are still several blanks in this story from his point of view. But he knows as much as he needs to, for now anyway. "Just put your t-shirt on and let's go," I urge my brother. "Juliet is working on reception now, so we need to talk to her." Judd reluctantly does as I say, and once he's more appropriately dressed, the three of us return to the elevator. It's only as we are on our way back down again that I realize poor Anton is still transporting my suitcase with him. He could have just left it in my brother's room, but because I didn't explicitly tell him to do so, he has kept hold of it for me. He really is a pro. But he's not the only one who seems to be good at what they do. As the elevator opens, I march straight out towards the reception desk to confront another person who seems to have a talent for getting things done. But I pause when I see the woman behind the desk. It's not Juliet. "Where is she? Where has she gone?" I ask the woman I don't recognize. "Excuse me," is all she can say. "Juliet! She was right here a few minutes ago. Where is she now?" "She went home. Her shift just finished." I don't believe this. "That's right. Juliet would have finished by now," Anton says, checking his watch. "She'll be back here tomorrow." "Tomorrow's no good," I cry. "We have to talk to her now." "Will you tell me what is going on here?" Judd asks, and I realize now would probably be a good time to let him in on what I'm thinking, so he doesn't think I've gone completely mad. But before I do that, I make sure to move away from the reception desk so the current receptionist cannot hear what I'm about to say. Judd follows me, but when Anton makes his move, I politely ask him if he can give my brother and me a minute in private. He agrees. "Think about it," I say to Judd once it's just the two of us. "For somebody to be able to send me these messages, they first had to know I was coming back here. Who would know that? A hotel employee. They see the reservations on the system, so if they knew our name, they knew we were coming back here and precisely when we were due to arrive. The booking would also have our mobile numbers on it, so that's how the messenger got my number. Once they had that, and they knew the day we were due to check in here, they could assume what ferry we were travelling to France on, and then send me the first message just after I got here." Judd looks at me like it's a little far-fetched, but I don't think that it is. The only thing he needs to consider is if it is possible, and it certainly is. "Juliet works on reception," I go on. "She sees everybody coming and going here. She knows the movements and whereabouts of all the guests. When they arrive, when they leave, who's in their party, who might be missing. That's how she could have known I was at the beach the other day. She saw us going there with our towels and buckets and spades. Just like she knew I was checking out tonight, so she sent Anton to come and stop me. Judd takes far longer than I did to connect the dots, and given the expression on his face, I'm still not sure that he's fully on board with all that I am thinking. Then there's the phone in the cable car, I go on, thinking it through as I talk. Frankie had it, but what if it was planted on her? I thought she ran away from me because she had been caught, but what if it was because she was angry that I was accusing her of something she hadn't done? What if Juliet had planted that phone in her bag? How would she have done that? Judd asks, looking for any hole in my theory. But that's okay, because I need him to bounce all of this off. That's the best way we can figure out if this can really all be true. We had the excursion booked. Juliet could have seen that on the booking system. She also would have seen us all meet here in reception before we went. Then I remember it. Oh my God, she came over to us and wished us all a good day, I gasp. Do you remember? She told us how incredible the views were at the top of the mountain. Judd thinks for a moment before nodding. Yeah, but... So she could have slipped that phone in Frankie's bag then, I say, absolutely adamant that I have figured it all out now. She was close enough, and we were all distracted, looking out for the minibus, and the twins were running around. She could easily have slipped something in Frankie's bag without us noticing, and when you called the number, it looked like Frankie was the culprit. Judd looks at me uselessly, so while he thinks about all of that, I call out to Anton. Do you know where Juliet lives? I ask him, hoping that even if he doesn't know, then there should be a record of it on the employee registry, surely. Yes, he replies, but I'm not sure going there would be a good idea. I think it's a great idea, I say, without hesitation. I say we should go there right now and find out what is going on with Juliet. Cassie, just wait a second, Judd tries, but I shake my head. Anton, you told me you have felt guilty about what happened that day 20 years ago, right? He nods. Well, so have we, I say, gesturing to my brother. We have all thought we could have done more to help Louis. What if this is a way that we can put things right? What if we can feel better about all of this if only we go and talk to Juliet and find out what she knows about that day? Will you help us do that? Anton thinks about it for a moment. Judd tells me again that this is a bad idea, but I just stare at the concierge and hope he will give me assistance with something far more important than my suitcase. And then he nods. Okay, he says. I finish my shift in 20 minutes, and then I'll take you to Juliet's. Chapter 52. Cassie. We're in Anton's car, and it's clear that he keeps it looking as pristine as his concierge uniform. But I don't really care what state the vehicle is in, as long as it gets me to where I want to be as fast as possible. I also don't really care how Anton knows where Juliet lives from memory, rather than having to try and find out on the hotel's employee database. Maybe he has a great memory after he overheard her mention her address one time. Or perhaps the pair of them have been more than just work colleagues at some point. A charmer like Anton has surely had a healthy number of relationships in his time, given that he is in his 60s, but has the passion and the posture of a man much younger. Either way, all that matters is that he knows where to find Juliet. We've left the bright lights of the hotel behind and are now passing through the village where my parents once visited the fair on that fateful afternoon so many years ago. But due to the late hour, and very unlike what it would have been like that day, the village is quiet. Nobody is out. All is calm. Things get even calmer when we head out into the countryside, and in the darkness I can barely see the fields we are passing on either side of the road. How far is it again? Judd asks the driver from the back seat. 5 minutes, Anton replies as he keeps his concentration on the road, which is for the best because the road is winding and we only have the headlights to guide us. But as we drive, I get a sudden thought that troubles me, and I realize I might have been too quick to dismiss the idea of Anton and Juliet being romantically involved with one another. If they are, what if Anton is actually leading me and my brother into a trap? What if he has somehow made contact with Juliet to warn her that we are coming, and the pair of them plan to do something bad to us when we get there? What if Anton was just giving me a story to make me sympathize with him back at the hotel? But all this time, he and Juliet have been working in unison to toy with and torment me. Now this could all be over. But not in the way I imagined, not in a way that ends well for me or my brother. Maybe I have been wrong to trust Anton, this distinguished older gentleman who is always so well presented, so selfless, so eager to please. What if it's all a ruse? What if he is a villain? What if the devil hides behind that smile of his? Glancing towards the back seat, I make eye contact with Judd. When I do, I don't want to speak because Anton will hear what I say. So I have to do something else instead. Something the two of us used to do as children before we started secondary school and found people who seemed cooler than our sibling was. It was when we wanted a code for communicating with one another that our parents wouldn't understand. We would do it at the dinner table, or before bedtime, or anywhere that we were with my parents when we wanted to just do something that the adults weren't a part of. I blink 3 times, very slowly and very deliberately, and I do that because Judd will know what it means. It means the same thing it did when we were kids. It means that we are best friends and we stick together. I stare at Judd to see if he has understood it. Maybe he doesn't remember what I'm doing or what it refers to. It was a very long time ago, and we're both very different people from when we were 7 or 8 years old. But then Judd responds in a way that gives me some comfort as we head towards this uncertain situation. He blinks 3 times too. Now we are both clear that we have to watch each other's backs because we don't know what is going to happen next. Turning back to look through the windscreen, I see the car's headlights flash across a small cottage. As Anton brings the vehicle to a stop, I guess it belongs to Juliet. But looking around, it doesn't seem like there is much else out here. Juliet really does live in the middle of nowhere. That's a realization that only makes me more anxious as Anton turns off the engine and takes off his seatbelt. "Okay, let's go and see Juliet," he says, a slightly weary tone to his voice that makes me wonder if he could just be a good Samaritan trying to help me and my brother figure out a few things. He really could just be a good guy who has finished his shift, but instead of going home, he is voluntarily doing us this favor now. If so, I feel terrible for doubting him. But until I know for sure that there is nothing more sinister going on here, I will have to be on my guard. So I make sure to stay that way as I open my door and get out of the car. Only when Judd is by my side do I feel confident in walking closer to the house. Anton is leading the way, and I quickly scan the windows of the cottage for any sign of inhabitants. But there is none. It's dark in there. Is Juliet even home? Or does she want us to think she is out? Anton knocks as Judd and I stand just behind him, unsure what is about to happen. Then the door flies open, and I see that Juliet is home. I also see that she is shocked to see us. "Is everything okay?" she asks Anton before looking at the two people behind him. In that moment, I think she either genuinely had no idea we were coming, or she is a very good actor. "Hi, Juliet. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour," Anton states, "but two of our guests at the hotel really need to speak to you." "Yes, we do," I say, taking command of the conversation. "Have you been sending text messages to me?" I expect Juliet to feign confusion and say no. That's usually what a guilty person would do. It's also what every other person I have accused of sending those messages has done, and there have been a few suspects so far. Unless she is totally innocent, in which case all of this is just a big waste of time and the real messenger continues to elude me. But Juliet doesn't do what I expect. "I think you better come in," she says, stepping aside. Chapter 53. Cassie. Juliet's cottage is just as quaint on the inside as it is on the outside. The ceilings are low, the furniture makes the rooms feel even tighter, and the fireplace makes this seem more of a perfect place to be in winter rather than in the middle of a French summer. But I'm not here for a cup of tea beside a roaring fire, or to inquire about how old this property is and what people must be willing to pay for it, considering its location and character. I'm simply here to get the truth. Will Juliet give it to me? As Judd closes the door to the cottage, I glare at Juliet. I'm right, aren't I? You're the one who has been messaging me. Take a seat, Juliet says. I'd rather stand, I reply dismissively, and Judd opts to do the same. That just leaves Anton, who looks very awkward and, as such, does his best to make himself as small as possible in this upcoming interaction, folding himself into an armchair that barely holds his tall frame. "Suit yourself," Juliet says, before she takes a seat as well, occupying one half of a two-seater sofa that is covered in a large blanket. It could just be for decoration, or maybe this place gets cold at night, even at this time of year. There is certainly a chill in the cottage now, although I'm not sure that can be blamed entirely on the dropping temperature outside, or more on my present company. "Who knows about the messages?" Juliet asks me. "So it was you who has been sending them," I cry. "I asked you who knows about them," Juliet repeats. "Just us three," Judd says, acting more rationally than I am at present, even though he has just as much of a right to be angry and concerned about the messages as I am. Then again, they weren't going to his phone, so he hasn't suffered quite as much as I have. But we're way beyond scorekeeping. "Okay, and how did you figure out that I was texting you?" Juliet asks, which sounds as good as an admission as I can expect to get. "I knew that the person who was sending them was watching me," I explain, "and I had a feeling that they wouldn't simply want me to leave the hotel, so I decided to check out and see if anybody stopped me. When Anton did, I suspected it was him. But then he told me you sent him out to talk to me, and I realized it was you all along." "My, aren't you a clever girl?" Juliet says then with a smirk. "Then again, not that clever. After all, you and your brother here thought you had gotten away with murder, but you didn't, did you?" "What?" Anton asks, as Judd and I stay silent. "I know it was you two," Juliet goes on, looking at me and my brother. "Tell us what you saw," Judd says, and I realize that is quite a clever thing to say. Rather than just admit what we did, better to make absolutely certain of what Juliet thinks she knows. Either she saw everything or she didn't, but we need to know which it is. If it's the latter, we might still have a way out of this. "Why? The looks on your faces tell me that I'm right," Juliet says with a shrug. But here's the thing, I say. You're not right. Whatever you saw, the truth is that Louis was still alive when we left the pool. Isn't that correct, Anton? Yes, he says, turning to Juliet, who looks unsure about this sudden development. I saw them both walking through the hotel, and then a few minutes later, I looked outside and saw Louis swimming alone in the pool. So whatever happened to him, it happened after they had already left him. So there you go, I say confidently. We didn't kill Louis. Which means all those messages you have been sending me have no substance to them and therefore have to stop before I contact the police. Do you understand? Juliet gives nothing away as she contemplates this turn of events. But then she shakes her head. It had to be you, she says. I saw the way you acted afterwards. You were guilty, both of you. Because we feared we had caused his death, I cry. We had a disagreement at the pool. He was hurting me, and Judd stepped in to save me, and we ran away. When we found out he was dead, we were terrified, but it was an accident, so we didn't tell the police. We were just scared. But now we know we didn't kill him, someone else did. You had a disagreement, Anton asks me, and it's clear that he really is in the dark about all of this, which reassures me that he is not secretly plotting with Juliet behind my back. It's a long story, but basically, Louis was not a good guy, not at all, Judd says. You don't need to tell me that, Juliet says. What do you mean? I ask. Wait, Judd cuts in. You said a moment ago how you thought we had killed him because of how guilty we were acting. But how did you know that? How did you see us acting that way? That is a good question. From memory, the only time I was panicking in a public place about what we did to Louis was when I knocked on my brother's hotel room door and told him we needed to talk. But even that wasn't exactly a public place, because there was only the two of us there. No, wait, he had company in his room that day. He was in there with... I was so sure that you had killed him, Juliet says then. I was so sure that it was you who had killed my brother. Chapter 54. Cassie. Judd and I look at one another like we didn't hear right. But we did, and now I get it. This determined-looking woman in front of us, the one who always looked so calm behind the reception desk but now looks far more emotionally charged, has always had a reason to hate me and Judd. Juliet knew she had a reason to suspect us of killing Louis because she was in the hotel room when I banged on the door like a crazy person and then told my brother we needed to talk. Of course she thought I was guilty once she discovered something terrible had happened by the pool. I was guilty. Wait, hang on a minute, Anton says, as we all process the bombshell that just detonated in this tiny cottage. You're Louis's sister? Yes, Juliet says. I remember the family, Anton replies. And the sister's name was Antoinette. That's me, Juliet says with a simple shrug. All I had to do was alter my name and nobody knew my connection to that death, which is what I did when I applied for a job at the hotel. I figured it was cleaner that way. But why would you want to work in the hotel where your brother died? Anton asks, which is a very good question, though I'm sure that Juliet or Antoinette has a very good answer for that too. Because there is nothing else left of my family, Antoinette says sadly. After my brother died, my father drank himself to death within a year, and my mother became crazy, running off with some guy to Spain, before I heard she died of a heart attack a couple of years later. Several years went by, and I was drifting with no idea where to go. The only thing I knew was the last time my family was together was at the hotel. So I was drawn back, and that's why I got a job there." That is a very sorry tale, and the look on Antoinette's face makes it clear that she is very aware of that fact. The story is so awful that it has achieved the impossible. I now feel bad for the person who has been tormenting me with text messages, and I never thought that I'd reach that point. "You didn't know your brother was dead when you left my hotel room, though," Judd says. "You can't have. So why did you think we had killed him? And when?" It took me a while to get over the shock when I found out he was dead. Weeks, at least. But when I did, I thought back to just before I knew he was dead, and how I was with you in your room. At first I felt guilty, as if I should have been with my brother, because then he might still be alive. But then I remembered how weird it was that your sister came to the door, acting all stressed. Antoinette is looking at me now, and I was certainly acting stressed that day. "If you thought we had killed him, why didn't you tell anyone?" I ask. "Why didn't you go to the police and have them question us?" "Because I wasn't sure if I was right," Antoinette admits. "I was still grieving my brother, and things got bad at home with Dad's drinking, and my priority was just trying to keep my parents together. But everything fell apart, and time passed, and I just didn't know what to do. So I left it, or at least I did until I saw the names on the hotel booking while I was working on reception." She takes a deep breath before continuing. "Judd," she says, looking at my brother, "you're the only guy I've ever met with that name, and you're certainly the only Judd I've met who told me he had a sister called Cassie." "You realized it was us from our hotel booking," my brother says, and Antoinette nods, confirming part of how I figured she must have known we were coming back. "I was genuinely going to leave it," she says. "Even though I suspected you both of being involved in my brother's death, I'd never tried to find you. But when I realized you were coming back to the hotel, it felt like a punch to the stomach. I couldn't believe you would have the nerve to return to the scene. That's when I decided to do something." "In our defense, neither of us wanted to come back here," Judd says. "It was our parents' idea for their 70th birthdays." "Must be nice to still have your parents around to celebrate with," Antoinette replies, shutting my brother up quickly. "So what was your plan?" I ask her then. "Torment me with messages, and then what? Were you going to do anything else?" "I don't know," Antoinette admits, and she really does look like she means that, suggesting that she is just a woman who has suffered some terrible luck with her family and is lost in life, drifting between being a good citizen and doing something to avenge her family's memory. Getting a job at the hotel where her brother died does seem morbid, but then again, how can I judge her when that genuinely was the last time her whole family was together? How do I not know I'd do the same if some awful event triggered the loss of everyone I loved, and the only way it felt possible to get close to them again was to return to the place where the nightmare started? I hope I'll never have to find that out, but Antoinette has. She has found it out the hard way. But what happens next? "I can forgive you for sending the messages," I say to her, meaning it. "You were upset and angry, and you had a genuine reason to suspect me and Judd. But Anton has told you that your brother was alive even after we had left the pool area. So that means whoever killed him is still out there." "Did you have any other suspects?" Judd asks then. "Anyone else you thought might be connected to what happened?" Antoinette shakes her head, and I guess that's that. "So what happens now?" I ask her. "How do we all move on from this?" "I guess you go home and I go back to work," Antoinette says with sad resignation. Maybe I'll leave the hotel one day, or maybe I'll work there forever, like Anton has. Anton smiles slightly at that comment, and I sense that if there hasn't been something between these two yet, there is the potential for it, even with the large age gap. Lord knows Antoinette could use some happiness, and if Anton can be the one to give it to her, she could pick worse guys to be with. I think we should go, I say to Judd, and he agrees before I turn to Anton. We can get a taxi back to the hotel. No, it's okay, I'll drive you, he says, getting out of the armchair. Are you going to be okay, Antoinette? I'll be fine, she says, and I hope she means it. With that, the three of us leave the cottage and the homeowner alone and get back in Anton's car. As we drive away, I tell myself that this is over now, finally. But deep down I know it's not. Not when none of us know what really happened to Louis, and not when there's still the Frankie problem to navigate with the police. Will there ever be a definitive end to my troubles? Or is there more yet to come? Cassie. After events at Antoinette's and the relief upon learning that the text messages were now going to stop, I slept the best I have in a long time. Certainly the best I've had on this holiday. That was also helped by the fact that Reuben slept on the floor, well away from where I lay in the double bed, on my request, because he's still not allowed to come anywhere near me after what he did with Frankie. I'm not sure he will ever be able to get close to me again, because how can I regain the trust that has been lost in him? I'm heartbroken over it, and angry, and more than a little lost about what the future looks like. But given everything else going on, my future separation from the man I once loved and the father of my children is having to go on the back burner for the time being. Having woken up refreshed and determined to put on a brave face in front of the twins regarding my feelings towards their father, at least until we are all home, I prepare for breakfast. Things only continue to get better when I go downstairs because the police are paying a visit to the hotel and they give me more good news. New information has come to light regarding Marco, an officer tells me. What information? I ask, eager to know. He was arrested on charges of assaulting a woman 5 years ago, the officer explains. It came up in the background checks we conducted on him, although it took longer than it usually would to discover this, because Marco has used a number of aliases in his life. Fortunately, we were able to discover this and learn of his previous history of violence towards women. Oh my God, I gasp, shocked that Marco has hurt women before and now could be the one who hurt Frankie. Of course, this past incident does not mean he is capable of murder in this case, the officer goes on to clarify. But we are continuing to question him and are confident more information may come to light as we discover any other potential aliases he might have had and any other crimes he may be linked to from the past. With Marco's history of violence towards women, it isn't a stretch to presume that could mean he had something to do with Frankie's murder. But it's that no one could give Marco a reliable alibi as to his whereabouts at the time of Frankie's death that has really got the police confident they have the right culprit. So the police have formally charged him with her murder. They will most likely need more evidence than Marco's past behavior and simple connection to the deceased to get a judge or jury to convict him. But all signs are pointing to him being the culprit. It remains to be seen if any more information comes to light about that mysterious, potentially murderous man who offered to buy me a drink in the hotel bar before, unfortunately, setting his sights on Frankie instead. But I wouldn't be surprised if it does. The French police are satisfied that they have the correct person and will leave it to the courts to decide if they're right. As for you, we do not have any more questions for you, so you are free to leave. The police officer tells me, which is music to my ears, and I could hug him, such is my happiness. But I restrain myself, as that would not be appropriate. Here is your passport, the officer says, before handing it over to me, and being reunited with that vital document feels like the final piece of this part of the nightmare is coming to an end. There is nothing keeping me in this damn hotel anymore, and now I can leave. I'm pleased to say that the rest of my family are more than happy to get going too, including my parents, who accept that Frankie's death has hit us all hard and we are best returning home. They can continue their 70th celebrations at a later date, and I hope they will. More than that, I hope Mum continues to fight her potential illness with as much strength and courage as she has already shown. I think we're all set, Dad says as he crams the last of the suitcases into the back of his car. Just the several hours of driving and the ferry ride to go, and then we'll be home for a cup of tea and a biscuit. I don't need a reminder of how long the journey to get back is, but it's preferable to staying here a second longer. But before I can get in the car, I see someone I need to say goodbye to. Give me 1 minute, I say, before jogging away from my family and approaching the man in the smart uniform who is currently wheeling a large suitcase into the hotel. Looks like another busy day, I say to Anton, causing him to stop when he sees me. Always, he replies with a smile. We're leaving now, I say, but you already know that because you helped my father with the luggage. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you. What for? You know what for, I reply, and he's kind enough to leave it at that. Have a safe journey, he says, holding out his hand for me to shake, and I take it. Maybe I'll see you here again one day. Like I said, people have a habit of coming back. I think it's safe to say this is the last time me and my family will ever set foot in this hotel. I reply without a hint of humour, but Anton can't help but laugh. That's fair enough, he says, as I look past him towards the reception desk. I can't see Juliet there, so I can't say goodbye to her too. Anton must figure out who I am looking for because of what he says next. She hasn't come into work today, he says. I called to check on her, and she says she's fine. She's just taking a personal day. I guess she's trying to decide if she should come back here or try somewhere else. I hope she figures out whatever is best for her, I say, and Anton can see that I genuinely mean that. I walk away then, returning to the 2 cars that will shortly begin the journey north to where the ferries wait in Calais. But rather than get back into the car I came here in, which was driven by my husband, I'm going to be going back in the other one, driven by my father. You two be good for Daddy, I say to the twins, having already discussed the travel arrangements with them back in the hotel room before we checked out. Neither of them was thrilled at first to learn that Mummy wouldn't be going in the same car, until I told them they could watch their iPads all the way back, as well as have as many snacks as they wanted along the way. They soon agreed to the plan then, and I'm glad they did. The least their father deserves is to deal with their sugar-riddled mood swings all the way home. Obviously, Reuben was less enthusiastic about me not sitting beside him on the way home. But he lost the right to get me to do what he wanted when he slept with my best friend. So that particular discussion was always doomed to failure from his point of view. After giving each of the twins a kiss on the head, I get into the back of my parents' car, taking my place on the back seat with Judd, who looks remarkably fresh for a change. He didn't drink himself into oblivion last night, which is a good sign that he might be starting to move past recent events too. I'm glad about that, and as my dad puts the car in motion, the two of us take a quick glance at the hotel before turning to look ahead at where we are going, because that's all we care about now. "Everything okay with you and Reuben?" Judd asks me quietly once we're on the motorway. "As good as it can be," I reply. "I just want to say that you're doing really well considering," Judd says with a smile. "I know you hate him with every ounce of your being for what he did, but you're not showing it in front of the children, and I think that's really strong of you." I'm touched by my brother's acknowledgement, although I must admit I find it easier to deal with him when we are getting on each other's nerves rather than being kind to one another. But perhaps this is the start of a new chapter in our relationship. I certainly would enjoy seeing him in a different way to how I have for the last 20 years, during which time I blamed him for what happened. But now it's time to move on, for all our sakes. "Weird being in the car without Frankie," Judd says then with a sigh. "I was talking to her all the way here, yet now we're heading home without her." He misses her. So do I. Whatever she did, she was such a big presence in our family. A hole that will always be there now, unfilled, looming large. But maybe, gradually, it will grow slightly smaller, and there won't be such a void facing us all each day. "I'm officially leaving Reuben once we're home," I tell Judd and my parents then, while I have the chance to talk openly without him around to hear. "Okay, darling," Mum says, and Dad nods to show his support too. My parents have already had a more in-depth conversation with me about what I plan to do with my marriage, or what's left of it, and expressed their sentiments in a more profound way then. "Do what makes you happy, love," Dad had said, before Mum had added something a little more poignant. "Life is too short," she had reminded me, and that statement, coupled with the knowledge of her impending test results, certainly felt very impactful. Life is too short, and it's certainly too short to stay with a cheating, lying, manipulative man like Reuben. As for my brother, he reaches across the back seat and puts a reassuring hand on my leg, and I smile to show my appreciation. "If you want me to be there when you do it, I can be," Judd offers then. "Just in case Reuben takes it badly or tries to change your mind. I don't want him getting angry or aggressive with you." "Thanks, but I'm sure to be fine," I say, hoping I'm right. But I don't know if I am. After all, Reuben's threat to expose my darkest secret if I leave him shows how he is willing to do anything to keep me and the kids. How he is desperate to uphold his image of the perfect family man. How he is willing to stoop as low as possible just to protect his own interests. If that's the kind of man he really is, there is no telling what he might do when I tell him to move out of our home. But I can do it. And I will be all right. Won't I? After chapter 56, Cassie. Getting back into a routine after a holiday might not seem like the most exciting thing to do, but that's what I've been trying my best to accomplish since we returned from France. If that holiday was a very dramatic experience, I've worked hard to make sure that what has followed has been as calm and uneventful as possible. That means I have spent a lot of time unpacking suitcases, washing clothes, restocking the fridge, and, of course, preparing the twins for their return to school. Nothing brings a parent crashing back down to reality more than trying to get a couple of kids into the car to drive towards a school that hundreds of other cars are also trying to get to at the same time. That's how I spent my morning. Now the twins are at school, I can move on to the next thing on my to-do list. And this one will be even more stressful to accomplish. But just like the school run, it has to be done. I take a deep breath before climbing the staircase to make my way towards the spare bedroom that my husband uses as a makeshift office on the days he works from home. He's in there today, having successfully asked his boss if his first day back from holiday could be spent working in a calmer environment than the city centre office he otherwise would have had to go to. But if Reuben thinks today is going to pass peacefully, he's in for a rude awakening. I walk in without knocking, not caring if my husband might be on a call or in the middle of sending an important email. Whatever he is doing, I have priority now. Reuben spins around in his swiveling desk chair, and I notice he has a headset on, which either means he is on a video call with colleagues or he was just about to start one. But again, I don't care, because this is more important. And to prove it, I walk over to the open laptop in front of him on his desk and close it with one swift move, cutting the call far quicker than he could hope to do. "Hey, what are you doing?" Reuben cries. "I'm working." "No, you're not. You're packing." "Excuse me?" "You heard me. I want you to go and pack your things and get out of this house. And I want you gone before the twins come home from school." As Reuben tries to process that unexpected order, I don't need any time to gather my thoughts because I have had a long time to think about this. It's all I thought about on the journey home from France, and it's what I have been certain of during these past couple of days while we have all adjusted to being back home. I didn't want to do this immediately upon getting home because it would have been too chaotic for the children. So I've allowed a little time to pass, so they're back on their sleep schedules and now back in the routine of school. It will make it easier for them to deal with this when I collect them later and give them the news that Mummy and Daddy are no longer going to be living together. It should also make it easier for me to deal with Reuben protesting about my decision before packing his things, because I would rather do these with Zach and Zali out of the house than in it with us. But even with all that careful planning and preparation, it's still not going to be easy, and the look on Reuben's face proves it. "Cassie, I want you to think about this," he says slowly, as if talking to one of our children rather than me. "When you do, I believe you will reconsider." "I have thought about it, and you're not changing my mind," I say firmly. "We are over, and I want you gone. I want a divorce, and the sooner you accept that, the better for everyone, including our children, who do not deserve to have it any harder than it already will be." "But I love you," he tries. I laugh. "Yeah, you love me so much that you had an affair with my best friend." "I told you. It was a mistake, and it's over." "Only because she's dead?" "No, it was over before that, and I have promised you it won't happen again. So what do you want me to do?" "I just told you. I want you to pack your things and go." "Go where?" "I don't care. That's your problem. I just want you gone." I'm shaking as I speak, a sign of how anxious I am and how emotional this decision has made me. But I am proud of myself for getting it all out, and while I will definitely have a cry when I'm alone, for now I have to stay strong in the presence of my soon-to-be ex-husband. Any weakness, and he will exploit it, just like he tries to do next. "Haven't you forgotten something?" Reuben says, looking less angry or desperate now, and instead appearing calm, which unsettles me slightly. "Haven't you forgotten what I know about you and your brother? What you both did 20 years ago? How I could tell the police about it and they would be very interested, wouldn't they? He really thinks he has me there. He really thinks he has the trump card in this conversation, and that whatever I say or try to do, all he has to do in return is brandish that card, and I will have to concede. That's understandable from his point of view, because there was a point in time when I really did need Reuben to stay quiet about what he heard me confess to during my sleep-talking. But we are at a different point in time now, and I am extremely pleased to be able to point that out next. You can say or do whatever you like regarding the past, I reply confidently. I don't care. You don't, Reuben says, raising a skeptical eyebrow. No, I don't. That's because Judd and I have an alibi that proves that Louis was not dead when we left the pool. Somebody saw him alive after we left him. We have proof we didn't kill him. So go ahead and do whatever you think you have to do to try and keep me in this marriage, because I am telling you that it won't work. Not anymore. That new information causes a change in my husband. No longer does he look like a man in control, or even just a man fighting for his marriage. Instead, he looks like somebody I don't even recognize. It's as if a dark cloud moves over him, casting his face in shadow and causing his eyes to turn black. Such is the rapid transformation that it causes me to take a small step backwards, as if I'm not confident about the man I am currently in this room with anymore. But it might already be too late. That's because, as Reuben rises out of his chair and takes a menacing step towards me, I fear I have just made a very big mistake. I should have accepted my brother's offer to be here when I did this, but I didn't. Now I might pay the ultimate price. I certainly fear I will when Reuben speaks again. Just because you and your brother aren't killers, it doesn't mean that there isn't a murderer in the family. Chapter 57. Reuben. During the holiday, I can't believe that bitch stole from us. What was my wife thinking, telling Frankie about the security code we use for our safe? I know Cassie would never have suspected that her best friend would one day use that information to steal from her. But then again, she doesn't know the real Frankie. Not like I do. If she did, there's no way she would have trusted that woman. That's because Frankie is not innocent at all. She is manipulative, self-centered, and only out for herself. Unfortunately, I share many of those same traits, which explains why the two of us ended up embarking on an affair. But it's definitely over now, and not just because Frankie appears to have fled with our money and Cassie's passport. It was over just before that, when I told Frankie that she should not have come on this holiday with us. And because she had, I was finishing our affair. It should have ended sooner than that, but what can I say? I was weak. Frankie showed me a little bit of attention, and I fell for it. It was hard not to. She was always at our house, visiting Cassie, playing with the twins. It felt like I was always coming home to find Frankie in our kitchen, sitting at our table, snacking on something from the fridge, a glass of wine beside her, and a smile on her face when I walked in. I got so used to seeing her around our house that I barely acknowledged her on some days. But then she started paying me a little more attention, particularly whenever Cassie had left the room. She'd compliment me on my appearance, saying I looked smart in my suit, or that my fresh haircut looked good on me. She sometimes brushed past me and then inquired about the aftershave I was wearing, noting how nice it was and how she wished the guy she had just been on a date with had made the effort to wear such an aroma. Even then, I still didn't think much of it. That all changed when Frankie made a pass at me one night while Cassie was upstairs putting the twins to bed. I'd had a hard day at work, although that's no excuse. As for Frankie, she had suffered another one of her many relationship breakups, which again is no excuse. But when I grabbed a beer from the fridge that night and offered her one, she said yes. Then, as I went to hand the bottle to her, our hands touched, and we shared a moment. Seconds later, we were sharing a passionate kiss that only ended when we heard Cassie coming back down the stairs. Our affair began shortly after, the two of us messaging so that we could meet up in places where we wouldn't be interrupted by my wife. Frankie's place, a hotel, my car, anywhere we could go, really. That went on for some time, and while each of us had moments where we expressed a guilty conscience, it was never enough to stop us doing what we were doing. Eventually, things slowly started to fizzle out. I guess I'd had my fun and I presumed Frankie had had hers, so we started to meet up less and less. I figured it would end naturally and we'd go back to how we were before. Then I found out Frankie was coming on holiday with us all, and I thought that would be too much, so I asked her if she would decline the invite and stay home. When she refused, I told her it was a bad idea for us to be spending so much time together in the same place as Cassie. But she wanted to come to France, so there was nothing I could do. But there was something I could do when she tried to rekindle the affair after we arrived at the hotel. I told her no. She didn't like that. In a moment of weakness, I found myself succumbing to her again, only to find out that she was playing mind games with me. She then told me over the phone that we had to stop and that Cassie would kill her if she found out. I knew that, and I'd already said it earlier, so I didn't understand why she was telling me herself. Until I realized she was toying with me, just like she toys with every guy she gets involved with. There have been so many guys, Judd included. I was just another in a long line of idiots to fall briefly under Frankie's spell. The incident in the cable car was a surprise. At first, when Cassie and Frankie began to argue, I feared the affair had been exposed. But it was about something else, and I was just relieved to still be in the clear. Until Frankie stole from us and fled this hotel. Now I'm furious at myself for risking my marriage and my family for a crazy woman like that. But what can I do? I'm just sitting in the hotel bar, nursing a strong drink, and assuming that Frankie will never be seen again. At least my secret stays safe that way. Although I do wish I could see that bitch one more time, not just to try and get our money back, although, as an auditor in my day job, I will always rue money that goes unaccounted for. But most of all, I wish I could see her again to tell her that sleeping with her was the biggest mistake of my life. As it is, I have to make do with just imagining such a scenario in my head, so I quickly finish my drink and decide to take a walk before heading back upstairs to the room. I leave the hotel for a walk around the pool area, hoping a little fresh air will ease the gnawing sense of anger I carry towards Frankie in the pit of my stomach. I'm not sure it's working, although the pool does look nice, lit up at night, obviously closed at this hour, meaning the surface of the water looks still and calm. I wish I felt the same inside, but I don't. And then I go and see the one person who all my frustration is directed towards. "Frankie," I say, when I notice the woman on the other side of the pool. At first, it's not totally clear if it's her, because it's dark and there is a distance between us. As she gets closer, hurrying in my direction, I see that it is definitely her. She has come back to the hotel, despite stealing from us. Is she crazy? I guess I already knew she was. Now it's time to show her how crazy I can be. "Reuben," she says when she sees me, but she doesn't slow down, still approaching me around the pool as if there is no bad blood between us. As if she didn't steal hundreds of euros and my wife's passport from my hotel room safe. "What the hell are you doing?" I ask her, my fists clenching. "You stole from us. Where is our money? Where is Cassie's passport?" "I don't have it," Frankie cries. "I'm sorry, but it's all with him." "Who?" "Marco." "Who the hell is Marco?" "The guy who convinced me to steal from you," she says. "But it was a mistake and I'm sorry. That's why I've come back here. I want to apologize to Cassie. I want to make things right between us." "She's my best friend, and it's a little too late for that," I snap back, and only now does Frankie pause, opting not to get any closer to me as the level of my rage towards her becomes apparent. "No, it's not," she tries. "I'm not losing Cassie as a friend. But if I have to, she deserves to know everything." "What do you mean, everything?" "I mean about us." I pause then, because suddenly it doesn't seem like a bit of fortune to have bumped into Frankie out here by the pool when I thought I'd never see her again. Instead of thinking I might be about to get my money back, I'm now realizing that it is a guilty conscience that has driven her to return and that could spell disaster for me. "Are you mad? You can't tell Cassie about us," I remind her. "If she hates me anyway, what have I got to lose?" Frankie snaps back, seemingly not noticing that I have just taken a step towards her as she speaks. "At least I can do her a favor and tell her about you, who you really are. I'm not perfect, but neither are you, Reuben." I take another step, then another. That's the point when Frankie notices. "What are you doing?" she asks me, a nervousness replacing the certainty she was speaking with a few moments ago. "You know I can't allow you to tell Cassie about us," I say as I keep approaching. And as Frankie goes to step back, she finds that the edge of the pool has limited her escape options. "You should have stayed away," I say to her as I get closer. And that's the moment when Frankie goes to rush past me. I put out my hands to stop her before pushing her backwards, and I watch as she falls into the pool, disturbing the calm water just like she has a way of disturbing a happy family. Frankie goes under before re-emerging, coughing and spluttering and making a move to get out of the pool. But quick as a flash, I drop down to my knees and place a strong hand on the top of her head. Then, using all the strength of a man with everything to lose if this doesn't work, I force her back under and I hold her there for as long as I possibly can. By the time I raise my hand up out of the pool, I know two things for certain. 1, Frankie is dead. 2, our affair will stay a secret forever. Chapter 58. Cassie, present. I stare at my husband in horror, having just heard the grisly story of how he ended my best friend's life when she threatened to tell me about their affair. So that's how Frankie died. She was drowned by the man I used to love, the father of my 2 children, and the man I am now home alone with because I refused my brother's offer to be here when I ended this. "No," I say, as I regret not only what I just heard, but the fact that Reuben has been so open in telling it to me. That's because there's no way a murderer would confess to their crime unless they thought there was still a way to keep it secret. If that's the case, I can only assume now that my husband is planning to kill me too. Without giving it another moment's hesitation, I turn and run to leave the room, telling myself that if I can just make it down the stairs, then I have half a chance of getting out of this house alive. If I can reach the ground floor, I could make it to the front door, or the back door, or open a window, or find some way out that might give me the escape I so desperately crave. If I don't get out of here, I'm dead, and the twins will have neither of their parents because Reuben will be in prison and I'll be in the graveyard. "Get back here!" Reuben cries behind me, before I feel the awful sensation of him grabbing hold of my left arm and yanking me back towards him. The staircase is in sight, but I'm now going in the wrong direction to reach it, and as I fall back onto the carpet, I look up and see my husband towering over me, a frightening look upon his face. The look of a murderous man. As I try to get back to my feet, Reuben places a foot on my chest, holding me in place and causing me a great deal of pain if I try and push back against it. I can let you live if you agree to keep my secret, Reuben says, still applying pressure to my chest from his position of power. But we both know that even if you agree to that, you will take the kids and go straight to the police the first chance you get. So I guess there is only one way this can end now. Oh my God, he is really going to kill me here, in our family home, while our children are at school. How could he even consider this? How could he even think about robbing our children of their mother? I see the faces of Zach and Zali flash before me as I contemplate not only never seeing them in person again, but the pair of them having to grow up with the knowledge that their mother died at the hands of their evil father. How will they be able to live with all that tragedy and trauma? Their lives will be as ruined as much as their parents' lives have been. It's not fair, but Reuben doesn't care about that in this moment. He only cares about keeping his secret for another few hours before the inevitable investigation begins as to why I'm dead and how it could have happened. Such is his rage that he can't even see that there is no way he could get away with this. But the terrifying thing is that he doesn't seem to care. He's going to do it anyway, and as I see him leaning down with his hands heading towards my throat, I realize that strangulation is going to be my cause of death. Until we both hear a knock at the front door. As Reuben pauses, I seize my opportunity. "Help me! My husband has gone crazy! Help!" I scream at the top of my voice, straining my throat, but in a far better way than it was about to be strained. Reuben realizes I need to be silenced then, so he crouches down and clamps a firm hand over my mouth. But I wriggle out of it and call out again. "Help me! Call the police!" "Shut up!" Reuben cries as he tries to stifle my screams for a second time, and now he is more successful, placing both hands over my mouth and pressing down on me with enough force to make me feel like air will never escape my lips again. But I still have the power of hearing, and that's how I hear the person outside the door calling to me. "Cassie?" It's my brother. He's outside the house. He came to help me, even though I told him that he didn't need to. I love him so much for that. But is he too late? "Cassie, are you okay?" Judd calls out, and I wish I could respond to him. But Reuben is ensuring that I can't, and now his hands are moving from my mouth to my throat. Any chance I thought I might have had at being able to call out again is eliminated when my husband begins to squeeze my throat, incapacitating me further. I hear Judd trying the door handle then, but it's locked. "I'm calling the police," Judd says, and only then does Reuben loosen his grip on my throat a little, indicating that despite the severity of his situation, he still harbors hope that he can somehow avoid going to prison for what he is doing. He proves it further when he lets go of my throat completely and gets up off the carpet before running down the stairs. "No!" I call out after him when I realize that he is going after Judd now instead of me, And as I fear for my siblings' safety, I scramble to my feet, feeling weak and exhausted after already fighting for my life, but unable to give up yet. I might be too late, because as I reach the top of the stairs, I see Reuben fling open the front door before dragging Judd inside, causing my brother to drop the phone he was using to call the police. I doubt the call was able to connect in time, and now I doubt that I'm going to be able to save my brother from the same fate that I was just about to suffer. I have to try, so I race down the stairs, seeing Reuben slam the front door shut before menacingly approaching Judd, who is on the hallway floor, cowering as his brother-in-law gets nearer. "Get away from him!" I cry as I descend the staircase before missing a step and taking a tumble, falling down to the bottom and crying out in pain because I'm pretty sure I've just sprained my ankle. But Reuben ignores me and now has his hands wrapped around Judd's throat, and I realize I am running out of time. My brother is going to die, and then I will die too, unless I can do something quickly. I look around for something I can use to fend Reuben off, and my eyes land on the tall umbrella leaning against the wall by the front door. I put it there because the weather forecast said rain this afternoon, and I wanted to go to the supermarket, so I figured I'd need it. But now I need it for a more dramatic reason, and as I pick it up, I consider if it will be enough to do the job. I decide there's only one way to find out. I know what needs to be done, but even so, I still pause for a second because to do it feels so final. Once I strike Reuben with this weapon, there will be no going back. He was willing to deprive the twins of their mum. Now I might just be about to deprive the twins of their father. But he isn't stopping. He's hurting my brother. He's killing my brother. So I have no choice. Raising the umbrella before bringing it down hard on Reuben's head, I hear him let out a cry as it bounces off his skull. I hit him again and again before he rolls onto his back and looks up at me. He is dazed, but still very much a threat, which is why I don't hesitate to do something more final than just hit him. I raise the umbrella up above my head with both hands as if it's a sword, before driving the pointed edge of it down as hard as I can, directly into Reuben's throat. It penetrates his neck. It feels awful to do such a thing. But when I let go of the umbrella, I know it has worked. I know I have just saved our lives, mine and my brother's. I've done so by taking my husband's. Chapter 59. Cassie. When mothers say, "It's just about me and the kids now," they usually mean that, because they have separated from the father and they are not going to waste any more time on people who don't deserve their energy. But while I can say that too, it's for a far more dramatic reason. I didn't just leave the father of my children because we were having a few arguments. I left him because I killed him. That's a big difference. But the essence of the situation remains. It is really all about me and the children now. With Reuben gone, I am free to put all my focus on Zach and Zali to ensure that what has happened affects them as little as possible over the rest of their lives. It won't be easy, and there have already been plenty of moments to prove that, but all I can do is get up each day and try. Thankfully, I have a great support system around me, including my parents, and there has been good news where they are concerned. Mum's final test results came back, and it was positive news, showing that the worrying symptoms she had been experiencing were actually linked to a very manageable and non-life-threatening condition, and not something sinister that could have taken her away from us far too soon. So she and my father are going to be around for a long time yet, not only to see the twins grow ever bigger, but also to see that I am not going to allow the spectre of Reuben to ruin the next few years of my life. Then, of course, there is my brother, a person I am as close to as ever now, because he is the only other person alive in this world who knows what it was like to go face to face with Reuben when my late husband had murder on his mind. As my sibling and I stood in the hallway and stared down at Reuben's dead body beside the bloodied umbrella, we both knew that explaining this to the police would not be easy. But we also knew that it would mean sticking together, and that was what we had done all our lives, so we figured we could make it through. After all, it wasn't the first time we thought we'd killed someone. This would just be the first time we actually owned up to it. "Thank you," Judd had said to me after I had saved his life, wrapping his arms around me and squeezing me tightly before remembering that I could be hurt too and quickly letting go. But other than my ankle, which was throbbing greatly, and my throat, which was hurting a little, I felt okay. "No, thank you for coming here," I'd replied. "I'd be dead if you hadn't." We'd hugged again then, before Judd had done what he was trying to do a few moments earlier and successfully made a call to the police. While he had done that, I had got myself ready to explain all of this to the first officer to arrive at the scene, aware that I was really going to have to tell him everything. That meant going over the events of the recent holiday in France, discussing my husband's affair with my best friend, Frankie's death, how I heard about the affair from a guy called Marco, who was still in police custody in France, but needed to be immediately released because he had not killed Frankie after all. These were all things that the police could corroborate with their fellow police officers in France. Then I went on to explain how I had waited until this morning to tell Reuben that I was leaving him, and then, finally, how he had tried to kill me and my brother before I had gained the upper hand. It was quite the story, but would the police believe all of it? In the end, they had no choice but to, and that was because I ended up gaining something very powerful. Something that neither me nor my husband could ever have expected to happen. When I had entered Reuben's home office and closed his laptop, I had assumed I had automatically ended the video call he had been on. But unbeknownst to the two of us, the call was still connected, and simply losing the screen had not closed the call. That meant the audio between my husband and me, as we had our bitter confrontation, was heard by Reuben's confused colleagues who had been on that call. It recorded everything, thus providing all the evidence that was needed that Reuben had been threatening me and ultimately had tried to kill me when I told him we were over. The police investigation confirmed that Judd and I had been acting in self-defense when Reuben died. There was evidence of my brother trying to call the police moments before Reuben's death, alongside all the injuries we had sustained in our frantic fight for survival. Neither of us would face any trouble for what had happened, at least not in the legal sense anyway. But there would be plenty of trouble in processing the impact of all of this on our personal lives. The main thing was that everyone who deserved to be alive was still okay, or at least almost everybody. The wind whips around the bitterly cold graveyard as I stand in front of the headstone that was planted here shortly after Frankie's funeral. I was here on the day she was laid to rest, and I have been here at least once a week since then too. I could say I am just paying my respects, but it's a lot more than that. I guess there is a lot of guilt tied up in the fact that it was my husband who killed her. And while I got lucky and survived his deadly ways, she did not. "I'm sorry," I say to her, as if she can hear me. Maybe she can. I hope so. I wait a few moments before saying something else. I forgive you. That one is important for me to get off my chest, because if Frankie can somehow hear that sentiment in the afterlife, I hope it reassures her that, despite her mistake in having the affair and stealing from me, I have moved past it. I'm choosing to remember her as she was before I knew about all of that. I'm choosing to remember her as my best friend. But while I am able to talk to her in this moment, I wish more than anything that she could talk to me. That's because it feels like there is still so much about her that I didn't know, or at least didn't understand. That's a shame. I never knew Frankie's full story. Now I never will. Then again, considering what I did discover about her, maybe that's for the best. Epilogue. Frankie, 20 years ago. We're all going to go down to the pool. Are you coming? I roll over on my pillow and open my eyes to see my best friend standing by her bed, wearing her bikini and holding a towel. Over her bare shoulder is her pool bag, no doubt with her phone, book and headphones in. I can guess that because it's what she has taken to the pool every day since we have been on this holiday. I'll catch you guys up, I say before yawning. You know I'm not a morning person. Yeah, we all know, Cassie replies with a laugh before she turns and leaves the room. I savour some time to myself once she's gone. It's not that I don't love being around my best friend, but being around her all the time, that's quite intense, though it's just the way it has been since we came to France. I can't complain, though, because I am very grateful to her parents for allowing me to come on this holiday with them. Most families wouldn't want an outsider tagging along. And while I know they treat me like family, I'm really not. Cassie and Judd are their children. I'm just a family friend. But like I said, I'm grateful to be here because my home life is a mess, so it's nice to be around a family that is normal. I think about getting up and joining Cassie by the pool, but after hauling myself out of bed, I decide that I might make a stop-off at the hotel gym before that. I'd really got into running back home as a way of dealing with my parents separating and the chaos that has wreaked on my mental state. But I haven't run since I got to France. I think 30 minutes on the treadmill is just what I need, so I change into my sportswear before leaving the hotel room and taking the elevator to the ground floor. I pass the concierge guy on the way, that Frenchman who always smiles and seems so happy to be working here, and I hope that I might have a job I enjoy one day when I'm old enough. But I'm just 16, and I guess I have a lot of things to figure out before I know what career I want. I enter the gym and see that I have it to myself. It's no surprise because how many people are actually crazy enough to work out on their holiday? Why come all this way to where the sun is shining only to spend time indoors using gym equipment? But that's precisely what I am doing now, and I step onto the treadmill before turning it on and upping the speed to find a comfortable pace to run at. I jog for half an hour, and just like I knew they would, the endorphins that have now been released around my body have helped boost my mood. Before I leave the gym, I decide to do a little work on my abs. I don't have visible abs yet, but it would be nice to have them one day, so better to start now than later. I lie down on a padded mat and start doing some crunches, not bothering to stop and look up when I hear somebody else entering the gym behind me. I assume that whoever it is will just find their own corner of the gym to begin their workout in. But I realize that I'm wrong about that when I notice somebody sinking down onto the padded mat beside me. I glance over and see a guy who looks a little older than me smiling back at me. "Hey," he says, "how's your workout going?" Even though he speaks English, I detect a French accent. Um, good thanks, I say, before trying to refocus on more crunches. I've seen you around the hotel, he goes on. You're English, right? Uh, yeah, I reply, before forcing myself to begin another set of crunches, figuring that he will realize I'm not really in the mood for chatting whilst doing this. But he doesn't get the hint. Do you have a boyfriend back home? He asks me. And now I get it. He's hitting on me. I'm not exactly used to such a thing because while I think I'm pretty, I'm not quite fighting guys off back home. I've never had a proper boyfriend before, just guys from my school who I might have kissed from time to time, whilst both of us knew it wasn't anything serious. I'm not really flattered by the attention because this guy is coming off as creepy rather than cute. Yeah, I say in response, figuring that lying about a boyfriend might get him to leave me alone. But he's not here on holiday with you, is he? I guess I was wrong about that. I think I'm done, I say as I get up off the mat, cutting my workout short because going to join Cassie by the pool is better than staying in here with this creep. Hey, where are you going? He says. But while I could have just ignored what he said, I can't ignore the fact that he grabs my hand and pulls me back down onto the mat. What are you doing? I cry as I try to get back up again, but I can't, and I realize it's because this guy is now holding me down. I just want to get to know you better, he says, before leaning in for a kiss. But before he can do that, I raise my knee as swiftly as I can and drive it into his groin. As he lets out a howl of pain, he releases his grip on me, and I manage to wriggle out from under him before rushing to the door. I trip over a cable coming out of one of the treadmills, and now I'm back on the floor again. Within a second, he is back on top of me. He says something in French then that I don't understand, but he is clearly angry, and now he is getting even more physical with me. I can feel myself starting to panic, because if somebody doesn't come in here and stop this, what is going to happen? Get off me! I cry again, before trying the same tactic I just used so well. But he has his weight on my legs now, so I can't raise my knee. Without being able to do that, how can I get away again? Then I have an idea. As he leans down to try and put his lips on me again, I open my mouth wide before biting his nose. He lets out another cry of pain before I push him off me and run to the door, and this time I make it. I race away from the gym without looking back and hit the button for the elevator, praying it comes before he can catch up with me. It does, and I frantically tap the button for the doors to close before I start to ascend, breathing heavily and feeling tears running down my face. I don't remember getting back to my room, just that I'm under the duvet now, sobbing into my pillow. I think about telling the receptionist about what happened and begging her to get the manager so he can be informed about this too. Then I think about Cassie and her family and what they will do when they hear this. Then I think about the police who will come to take my report. All of it seems so scary and awful, and I'm not sure I can do it. So I don't. I just stay in bed, hiding under the duvet for a few hours before I am able to drag myself into the shower and try to soothe myself underneath the hot water. After that, I have a migraine and need a drink and headache tablets, but to get any of that will require me to leave the room. I don't want to go out there, but I force myself to, opting to take a weird route around the hotel so I don't bump into anybody in reception who might recognize me. Anyone like him. Once I make it out of the hotel grounds, I reach the supermarket across the road and buy what I need before heading back. But such is my distress and confusion whilst processing what has happened, I inadvertently walk back a different way, and before I know it, I see the hotel pool come into view. I immediately stop, afraid that I am about to be seen by Cassie, Judd, and their parents, and they'll know something is wrong and ask me what it is. But before I turn back, I notice that none of them are by the pool. Nobody is, except one person. There's one guy swimming alone in the pool. It's him. I know I should just walk away. I know I should avoid this guy. More than anything, I know I need to find the strength to report what he tried to do to me. But instead, I find myself walking towards the pool, and I make it all the way to the water's edge without him noticing I am here. He's swimming the front crawl towards me, but his head is either under the water or turning to his left, meaning he can't see me standing here straight ahead of him. As he swims closer, I think about what I'd like to do to him. How I'd love nothing more than to force his head underneath the water and hold it there, to make him feel some of the panic and desperation that I felt when he was holding me down in the gym earlier. Then I see the pool rod lying by the empty lifeguard's chair, and I have an idea. Maybe I'll just poke at him with it, or maybe just hit him across the torso, just to make myself feel better, and remind him that he messed with the wrong person, and not to try it again. So I pick up the rod, and then return to the poolside, where he is now almost about to reach me. I raise the rod before bringing it down hard in his direction. But while I was aiming for his back, I end up striking his head, and I gasp as I realize I might have just caused him a very serious injury. I rush to put the rod back where I found it before glancing towards the pool, expecting to see the guy emerge from the water in some distress, looking for the person who just inflicted the blow to his head. Except he doesn't emerge. I can't hear any splashing or swimming going on. Everything has gone very quiet. I slowly walk to the pool edge and look down, afraid of what I might see. When I do see it, I cover my mouth with my hands. He's floating face down. He's not moving. I think he might be dead. I need to tell somebody about this quickly. I need to get help. I need to share my secret. But just like what happened in the gym, I find that it's too scary. I can't do it. I can't tell anyone. I'm simply too afraid. So I take the alternative option. I leave the pool and head back to my room. I bump into Cassie on the way back as I come out of the elevator, and she asks me where I have been. But I manage to divert her attention by saying that I've not been feeling well, and she seems distracted enough with something else to leave me alone. I make it back to the room. I get back into the bed and bury my head under the duvet. Then I realize what I'm going to be for the rest of my life. I'm going to be a killer. What's worse than that? Somebody finding out about it, I suppose. So I just have to hope that they never do. The end.